has requested that same green jacket be brought up, and my bailiffs have contacted the jail staff to get that brought up. So we won't bring the jury in until that's transported up here and Mr. Lychwick has that on. Attorney Thompson, is the state still in victim rights compliance for today?
Yes, we are.
Anything the state wants addressed before we bring the jury in today?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, because you are dressed again in jail orange, do you want me to give that same instruction to the jury about how they should disregard the fact that you are in jail clothing? Mr. Lychwick continues to ignore the court. I'll make a record that after we were concluded for the day yesterday, Mr. Lychwick had an opportunity to consult with his standby counsel, Attorney Galaviz, in the courtroom while other people were present. Mr. Lychwick engaged with Attorney Galaviz in a very animated manner. He was conversational with Attorney Galaviz, and he was conversational with the bailiffs as well. I note this morning, too, before we called the case on the record, Mr. Lychwick was in an animated discussion with his standby counsel. He was proactive in requesting the jacket be brought up from the jail to the deputies. So again, the court sees no apparent sign of distress in Mr. Lychwick. He's attentive now. He is looking straight down at the table, and he is simply ignoring the court, which is fine, but I just wanted to continue to make that record. Anything else, Mr. Lychwick, that you want on the record before we bring the jury in? Again, Mr. Lychwick.
I protest these proceedings. This is a travesty of justice. I am innocent of these charges. I have no way to defend myself. I demand that these proceedings be stopped so I can arrange for my defense and arrange for a different judge presiding my case if it's going to come to trial. This should never have come to trial. The evidence against me is tainted. This case should have been thrown out 8 months ago.
Those objections are noted. There are continuing objections that Mr. Lychwick has raised, with the exception of the request for...
No, I'm ruling. I am sick. I am not capable of sitting here all day again. I am not well. I have a tear in my stomach.
The court notes the objections and the protest raised by Mr. Lychwick. The only new one is the request for a new judge, which isn't going to happen at this stage of the proceeding. It is untimely. So with that, we will bring the jury in once the jacket arrives for Mr. Lychwick. We'll stand in recess until then.
rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience as we take care of a few other things this morning. We are now ready to continue with the evidence part of the case. So, Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Dr. Amy Scheel.
Doctor, you can come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. When you get yourself situated, that microphone or the black bar with the red dot is our microphone there. So get yourself comfortable. You can use the water there. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Amy Scheel, AMYSHEIL.
Dr. Scheel, how are you presently employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County,
And how long have you been so employed?
11 years.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the witness? Dr. Scheel, on the screen in front of you shortly is a 7-page document that will be marked as State's Exhibit 117. Do you see that exhibit sticker on the bottom right-hand corner now?
Yes,
Okay, and then scrolling through exhibit number 117, do you know what this is?
this is a copy of my curriculum vitae, or CV.
And what is the purpose of maintaining this CV over the years that you've been associate medical examiner?
It's a record of my education, training, past appointments, current employment, any papers or book chapters I've written, any presentations I've given.
I would move exhibit 117 into evidence, please.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 117? The defendant does not reply. Exhibit 117 will be received.
Now, you indicated you've been an associate medical examiner for 11 years. What have been your appointments prior to being an associate medical examiner?
Prior to working for Waukesha County, I was employed as a pediatric pathologist for Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center. Prior to that, I had worked for Children's Wisconsin for a couple of years. And prior to that, I worked for the Medical University of South Carolina for a year as a forensic pathologist after completing my training there.
Are you licensed in any, do you have a medical license in any other states besides Wisconsin?
South Carolina, Ohio, and Florida.
Do you have any professional certifications as it relates to your work in pathology?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and pediatric pathology.
Do you have to go through any kind of continuing education to maintain those certifications, or do you have to be recertified every year? How does that work?
Every 10 years, I have to take a recertification examination, but every 2 years, I have to do at least 100 hours of continuing medical education in my course of study, which would be pathology, specifically forensic and pediatric pathology.
Can you describe for the jury your education?
Yes, I attended Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska for undergraduate, and then I stayed there for medical school. I completed medical school in 2003, then did residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. Then I did my forensic pathology fellowship. Part of it was in Tampa, Florida, and the rest of it was at the Medical University of South Carolina. I worked for the Medical University of South Carolina for a year as a forensic pathologist, and then did a one-year pediatric pathology fellowship prior to working for about 5 years in pediatric pathology.
Now, over your career in this field,
Just double check your connection.
I think
The screen went out.
it did, yes. So it did for Mr. Lychwick as well.
You could try the old-fashioned method of unplugging it and plugging it back in.
No, it's something else.
Oh, it's on our end, sorry.
I can continue on though while we're figuring that out.
Okay, we'll try to fix it on our end.
Thank you. Dr. Scheel, over your career, have you been invited to speak at any lectures or any workshops based on your training and your experience?
Yes.
Can you give an overview of those opportunities for the jury?
I've done a couple of workshops for not only prosecutors but defense lawyers. I've given workshops in pediatric pathology for some of our professional societies like the National Association of Medical Examiners or the American Academy of Forensic Sciences or the Society of Pediatric Pathology. So just to name a few.
Okay.
Just for the record, we have the screen back up.
Yes, thank you. And I see it on Mr. Lychwick's screen too.
Thank you.
Now, we're hearing a lot of the study of pathology. So what is the study of pathology?
Pathology is the study of disease or a disturbance in normal function. That's the general definition of pathology, which means from the Greek, I believe, pathos or suffering. So it's the study of disease. Forensic pathology is the study of how disease and injury cause death. And pediatric pathology is the study of diseases and conditions in infants and children.
Now, as we continue going through exhibit number 117, sorry, scrolling down to the end here. Have you had any publications or been part of the peer review process of publications in the area of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes.
Can you give an overview to the jury about some of those publications?
In forensic pathology, a lot of our publications are based on case reports, which means maybe one case of something unusual that happens that obviously causes death in an individual. For example, one report I wrote was about a teratoma, which is a type of tumor in a newborn. There have been some pediatric pathology papers about different types of tumors or cancers. And one forensic pathology publication about taser-related fatalities.
Moving on from your training and your experience and your education, as an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County, does that mean you are reporting to the district attorney's office?
No,
Do you report to law enforcement in terms of, are they in charge of your office?
no,
Do you get paid by either law enforcement or the district attorney's office for the work you do in pathology?
no.
As an associate medical examiner, what are the main duties that you have?
My primary purpose and the role of my job is to determine cause and manner of death. Sometimes in order to do that, we might need to do full autopsies. Sometimes our examination might just be an examination of the external surfaces of the body in cases where an injury is already well documented and an autopsy is not likely to yield any additional information. We might go to the scene and do a scene evaluation or a scene investigation. We look at medical records. We look at police reports. Any information that might help us determine how and why somebody died is our purview.
During this examination, do you ever perform lab tests such as toxicology?
Yes,
What about medical records of the deceased individual?
yes,
Do you perform any kind of microscopic exams?
yes,
Okay. In terms of testifying in court as it relates to autopsies you have performed or external examinations, approximately how many times have you done that over the last 10 years as an associate medical examiner?
at least 50.
Is there also another doctor in the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
Does the medical examiner's office review every single death that happens in Waukesha County?
no. We review deaths that are reported to our office. So a report might come by way of police who are at a residence where somebody's died. It might come from police who are at the scene of a traffic accident or traffic incident. It might be from a hospice where there's been an injury to the patient prior to death that might be related to her death. It might come from a hospital or a nursing facility of some type, even in assisted living. Any situation that the reporter feels warrants additional investigation gets reported to our office, but we do operate under certain guidelines based on state statute 979, which describes which types of cases are reported to the medical examiner's office.
Are there also investigators within the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
What is their role?
they are the front lines of our office. They will take the demographic information regarding a death report, so the patient's name, age, date of birth, the history of events, what led up to the death. The investigator, if it's police calling to report the death, will respond to the scene, whether it be a residence, a scene death like a traffic accident or something else suspicious, or a drowning, something where there happens to be an injury or something non-natural that played a role in the death and is obvious. The investigator might also respond to scenes where it's not clear what happened. The investigator always has one of our pathologists on call. There are 3 of us. So there's always a pathologist on call for backup to that investigator, but the investigator generally will initially respond to the scene, do an evaluation, call the pathologist if necessary, and sometimes the pathologist will also respond to the scene.
You mentioned that one of your main duties as an associate medical examiner is to determine cause and manner of death. What are the differences between the two?
The cause of death refers to why the death occurred. It's the pathophysiological, big word for saying what derangement in the body caused the death. The manner of death refers to the circumstances surrounding death, how the death occurred. And while there might be a myriad or infinite ways or causes of death, there are only 5 manners of death: accident, natural, homicide, suicide, or undetermined.
When we talk about those causes of death, is it possible that, let's say, you determine a gunshot wound is the cause of death? Now, could the manner, depending on the circumstances in your investigation, be either a homicide or a suicide?
Yes,
Okay. Have you previously been called to scenes where you ultimately concluded, after your investigation, that the manner of death was homicide?
yes.
Can you give the jury an estimate how many times you've done that?
We don't have a high homicide rate in Waukesha County, which is fortunate. But I've probably attended homicide scenes 20 times in my career here.
I would like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. Did you report to a scene at 1512 East North Street in the city and county of Waukesha?
Yes.
And why did you report to that scene?
My investigator called me and let me know that some bones were discovered partially wrapped in what looks like plastic and maybe a tarp in a wooded area behind the residential apartment complex at this address.
And so this would be one of those circumstances where you would go to the scene. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. Do you recall about what time you arrived on scene?
Probably about 7:30 p.m.
When you arrive on scene at 1512 East North, what is the first thing that you do?
The first thing, depending on how the scene is situated, meaning what the perimeter is, who's taking information, is perhaps a sign-in at whoever is holding a scene log, who's documenting who's coming into the scene. Then I talk to my investigator, get some more information, if any is known about the circumstances or situation. Then we might respond or talk to any police personnel on scene who have more information. Then I make my own observations about the scene. What kind of environment are we in? Like I said, it was a residential apartment complex. There was a relatively wooded area adjacent to the complex. It was up a hill. We traversed the hill, we went up top, and made some more observations at that point.
If you could look on your screen in front of you, what has been previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 4, is this the scene at 1512 East North that you were just describing for us?
Yes.
Okay, now, the bottom of Exhibit 4 here, does that lead to the driveway then of this apartment building?
Yes, if you're continuing down towards me out of the picture, it would go towards the parking lot.
Okay. Now, as you, actually, Madam Clerk, can you please show Exhibit 4 for the jury? Okay, Dr. Scheel, was it, since it was about 7:30, was it a little bit darker when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And does your office, or was it the police department that had any kind of lights so that you could illuminate the area and make sure you weren't missing anything?
Yes, the police did establish large, powerful lights surrounding this area, which has deadfall or branches on top of it, and the blue, just the blue coloration. So we've set up lights around that so we can see better.
Now, once you arrived on scene and you made those initial observations of your surrounding environment and what you were actually looking at, did you or other officers who were present start removing the branches from the top of this pile?
After my investigator took photographs and we made sure police had photographs, then yes, police began moving some of the branches away.
Do you just shove all of the branches off so you can get to the bones, or is there a more methodical way in which you go layer by layer?
It's methodical. It's layer by layer. Most of the wood that was directly on top of the tarp was relatively entangled, so it could be moved in like one piece. But once we got down to smaller twigs and branches and vegetation, we actually used paint brushes to start sweeping the surface of the tarp after we had collected some of that vegetation for specimen analysis.
Once you removed all of the branches and the vegetation to the point where you could actually see the tarp, what observations did you make of it at that point?
At that point, I could see that there was a portion of the blue tarp that was not entirely encasing the bones. There were bones protruding from an opening in the tarp. It looks like some ribs and some vertebrae. We walked around the bones that were encased in the plastic in the tarp and canvassed the area looking for additional bones.
Did you start unwrapping the tarp while you were on scene?
No,
Why not?
it's very important, especially when we had a situation like this where the tarp was secured or had been secured with ropes in which there were knots. It's very important to leave those knots intact. We could also see some portions of adhesive tape on the tarp. So we never disturb any outer coverings when we have a concealed body. We try to take all of the wrappings inside to as best as possible back to our morgue for a more detailed examination, and so we don't lose any evidence.
Once you've cleared everything, in terms of the branches and the vegetation, and you make the determination this is a concealed body, so we're not opening it here, do you then put it into the black medical examiner's bag that we sometimes refer to as a body bag?
Yes, generally when we're dealing with a suspicious death, such as this one, we use a white linen sheet or an evidence sheet. We put that down at the bottom of the body bag. For this case, we used 2 body bags because of the state and the condition of the body. He was very badly decomposed, which is why we were seeing bones. So we needed to use 2 body bags, one inside the other.
Once you accomplish that, is there any kind of identifying markers that you put on the bags so that you know which scene these remains belong to?
Yes, every patient who comes to our office, every death that's reported actually is a patient. Everybody gets an identifying unique case number, which usually starts with a year and goes in sequence, so whatever next number is up. And then for this particular patient, we called him October Doe because he was not able to be identified at the scene. We also locked the body bag with a tag lock to preserve chain of custody.
Once the patient is removed then and you complete this process, when he gets back to the medical examiner's office, do you place him in a cooler?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what you do for every patient who comes to your office?
yes.
Okay. What is the purpose then of keeping the patient in the cooler? Why not just perform the autopsy right away?
Well, it depends on the timing. Maybe it's the middle of the night. We're generally not staffed or equipped to do autopsies in the middle of the night. We might have had patients come in already who needed to have autopsies, and so he needed to wait his turn. We also needed to employ additional services that we don't have on site, like x-ray. So x-ray basically operates during the day. So we put him in the cooler to slow down or halt decomposition to prevent it from getting worse. And then we began his process the next day.
Okay. Now, you noted that October Doe was very badly decomposed. From what you could see on scene, was there any soft tissue around those bones that had been protruding from under the tarp?
There was soft tissue and liquid that had exuded or leaked from the tarp.
And so once you removed him and he went to the medical examiner's office, what you talked about how you observed soft tissue and liquid underneath where the tarp would have been. Do you collect what you see?
Yes,
Why?
because there might be evidence in that soft tissue or liquid that seeped into the dirt that could be very helpful.
When we talk about a human body decomposing, when does that decomposition process start?
It starts almost immediately, actually immediately. You just don't see it right away or smell it right away. The first stage of decomp is just that cell death that's immediate. It starts when certain organs that, like the pancreas, the organ that controls blood sugar, has a lot of enzymes in it. And that cell death or that cell process of decomposition is called autolysis. So certain organs that have enzymes like the pancreas or the gastrointestinal tract like the stomach that has acid in it will break down more quickly than other organs. But that autolysis quickly, within about 3 days, depending on the situation of the body, what kind of environment the body's in, turns to putrefaction, which is bacterial decomposition. And that starts with an active decay phase, then moves on to advanced decay, where all the soft tissues start liquefying or turning to liquid. And then after advanced decay is when skeletonization happens.
Doctor, could you spell some of those terms
Oh,
that you
sorry.
just used, please?
Sure. Autolysis is AUTOLYSIS. Putrefaction, PUTREFACTION. Skeletonization, skeleton, IZATION.
Thank you.
Before I start asking you about some environmental factors, are you aware of the science behind the use of human remains detector dogs?
Yes,
And are you aware whether there is a particular odor that is released from decomposing human remains that these dogs can detect or smell when humans cannot?
yes, dogs' sense of smell is many, many, many times greater than a human sense of smell, so they're able to detect odors that we are not able to detect, essentially.
And are those, or have there been in the field, identified organic compounds from decomposing human remains, and those compounds are what the dogs are smelling?
Yes,
We have talked then about the process of body decomposition. Are you familiar with the phrases livor mortis and rigor mortis?
yes.
Can you explain to the jury what those two terms are?
Livor mortis, and it's LIVOR, is the pooling of blood to dependent areas that happens after death. So if a body is on his back at the time of death, blood will settle to the backs of the legs, the backs of the head, and turn a red or pink color, sometimes red purple, depending on how much blood is in the body. That's livor mortis, that's blood pooling. Rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles. So rigor mortis starts happening immediately upon death, but doesn't become apparent for usually a couple of hours, and it's gradual. So it'll start out like just with a little bit of tension in the jaw and extremities, and the muscles will gradually stiffen up until it's almost very difficult to straighten out an arm or leg. But rigor mortis and livor mortis reach a certain point, and there's no scientific algorithm to tell us for which every single decedent exactly when that would be, because it's different for everybody, because it's very dependent on lots of variables. But rigor mortis usually is set and starts to pass at 24 hours. So once rigor mortis has been oncoming, becomes set, and then passes, it doesn't come back. Livor mortis, same thing. For at least 12 hours after death, that red-pink color to red-purple color of blood pooling will blanch if pressed. After about 12 hours, it no longer blanches when pressed. So that helps narrow down a time of death if we're talking about a relatively fresh body.
We talked about environmental factors, or you at least referenced it, and how those can affect the decomposition process. What if human remains are located inside someone's home, let's say? How would that be different in terms of human remains that are outside that are outside?
Well, it would depend, the inside conditions would depend. If the body is kept in a basement, say with an earth floor or even a concrete floor, decomposition will be slowed because it will be relatively cool and dark. If the body is kept in an attic, it's going to be more hot and arid, so decomposition will proceed more quickly. There will also be more likely tendency to mummify or dry out than putrefy, which is the bacterial decomposition, also sometimes called wet decomposition that we talked about earlier. But in a house, if there are no open windows, we also won't see insect activity like we do when bodies are outdoors. Outdoor deaths tend to decompose relatively quickly because the body is exposed to elements as well as insects and animal predators. So decomposition can happen more quickly if we're talking about temperate or warm months. If we're talking about winter months, well, decomposition is going to slow down because it's cold.
When we're talking about this scene here at 1512 East North, do you recall approximately how long you were there?
I probably was there about 2 hours.
And when you canvassed, actually, sorry, strike that. Once the patient had been removed and placed into the van to be taken back to the office, did you or your investigators or the officers on scene kind of canvass surrounding the area to see if there were any other bones that may have been missed?
My investigator and I looked, and the police did a more extensive canvass, I believe that night and continuing into the next day, if not longer.
Now, while you were on scene here, were you able to make an identification on who October Doe was?
No.
During your investigation, were you ever able to make a confirmed scientific identification?
Yes.
What is the difference between a presumptive identification and a confirmed identification?
A presumptive identification or tentative identification means it might be that person, but we don't know for sure. A scientific identification is one where we can match hardware in the body, say that has serial numbers that match before death medical records, hardware in the body to the decedent, like a prosthesis, a hip joint, or a pacemaker. Those are two good pieces of hardware that are used for scientific identification. The other route we might go for scientific identification in a fresh body would be fingerprints. If somebody has fingerprints on file, they're a very good way to make identification. Or dentals. If we know where to get dental records for that decedent, we can get those antemortem or before death dental records and compare them to dental x-rays we take on the decedent while he's at our office. And that's how we were able to make scientific identification for this decedent.
And this decedent, is his name Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
And you used dental records to confirm scientifically his identification?
Yes.
And were the teeth relatively intact? Is that how you were able to, or do those decay, or?
Teeth last a very, very long time. They'll actually last longer than bones in some instances. So his teeth were in good condition for a scientific identification.
When you come to the point of performing an autopsy, we talked about the external exam and the internal exam. For the external examination, is that where you are kind of describing identifying features if they're there?
Yes,
From there, do you move on to any injuries that are seen externally?
yes,
Do you also note if there are any items related to medical intervention on the body?
yes,
And this is all done prior to that Y incision that we generally think of when we hear about an autopsy.
correct.
Once you make that Y incision then, what is the process of the internal examination?
Generally, during a standard autopsy that requires a Y incision, the first thing we do upon opening the body is to collect body fluids like urine and blood, peripheral blood from the vein in the pelvis. That's the best specimen for toxicology. At the point at which we're done collecting body fluids and noting any trauma that we might see to the organs before we remove them, then we eviscerate by taking out all of the organs in one block, from the neck to the colon.
And then once you take out all of the organs, do you perform any individual examinations on each of those?
Yes, we dissect each organ from one another. We weigh all the major organs and then further dissect each organ, noting any kind of pathology, anything that's abnormal, any injury, anything that shouldn't be there, like tumors, or any gross evidence that can be seen with the naked eye of any kind of disease process.
Once that is completed, do you then move to the head of the individual?
Yes.
And what examination is performed at that point?
The scalp is reflected to expose the skull, and then the skull cap or the calvarium is removed to expose the brain.
And then from there, do you proceed to the neck and kind of perform that same process of taking out any of the organs and dissecting and examining?
After the brain is removed, then we do a neck dissection and take out those organs. Correct.
Once you complete an autopsy, do you prepare a report based on all of your observations and your findings?
Yes.
Is that referred to as an autopsy protocol?
Yes.
And what are some general items of information in that autopsy protocol?
The front page details the decedent's name, age, date of autopsy, cause of death. The second page is findings, so the salient findings from the examination. The next section starts with descriptions of the external examination, clothing, medical interventions, identifying marks and scars like tattoos, and then the internal examination with a description of each organ. Then microscopic examination, if any was done or necessary, any laboratory studies that might have been done, and sometimes ends with a stipulation as to whether medical records were reviewed.
Madam Clerk, can you please take the screen off from the courtroom and just leave it on for the witness, please?
Yeah.
Dr. Shield, when it comes to Mr. Maldonado, were you able to perform that same autopsy process that we just discussed between the external examination and an internal examination with a Y incision?
No.
Why not?
Due to Mr. Maldonado's state of decomposition, he had very little soft tissue remaining. He had no viscera, which means body organs. There is no brain tissue left. So at the point at which I documented injuries, we then cleaned his bones, and our forensic anthropologist did an analysis. So there was no standard autopsy in Mr. Maldonado's case.
On the screen in front of you, do you see a 9-page document that's marked as State's Exhibit 118?
Yes,
And if I continue going through this document, is this the autopsy protocol that you prepared with your findings of the autopsy of Mr. Maldonado?
yes,
On the last page of your autopsy protocol, is this a hand-drawn diagram?
yes,
Is this something that you drew at the time of the examination?
yes.
And why did you draw a diagram? Is that something you normally add to an autopsy protocol?
It depends on the autopsy or the type of case. If we have many gunshot wounds, we might do a diagram, or complex injuries, we might do a diagram. For Mr. Maldonado, because it's difficult to depict in the photographs, the wrappings, the black plastic sheeting and the tarp, it's difficult to discern exactly where one starts and one ends, plus the items that were included with those objects. I just did a diagram of the wrappings, the ropes, the tape, and some other items that were found within the coverings.
And in looking at what is marked as Exhibit 119, is that a single-page document, which is the handwritten diagram at the end of your autopsy protocol?
Yes,
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibits 118 and 119 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibits 118 and 119? Mr. Lychwick continues to not respond to the court. Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, and I would ask that they be published to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication of those exhibits? No answer from the defendant. They will be used with the jury.
Okay, on the screen in front of you is Exhibit 119. So can you start kind of from the head and work your way down to the feet of Mr. Maldonado and explain what you saw along the way during your external examination?
okay, so the very top of the diagram says grommet next, thank you, next to a circular depiction in the blue tarp. So there was a grommet in the blue tarp, and down below the second rope on your right side, there's a defect. Oh, keep going down, please. The very perimeter of the blue tarp. There's a hole next to the word defect. Yep, right there. There was another grommet there that had clearly been torn out, and you can see that on one of the lower ropes. The grommet that was torn out. So the blue tarp was partially wrapped around black plastic sheeting or black plastic garbage bag, and inside the torso region, that little green thing right there is a knotted up circular rendition of a t-shirt. This portion of t-shirt was torn. There was another piece of it that was torn off in about the same region. And this t-shirt was saturated with a thin red liquid. There were pieces of adhesive tape focally attaching the blue tarp to the black plastic, but mostly adherent to the black plastic. And around both pieces of the black plastic and the blue tarp were these 4 loops of rope. You can see now here the grommets. There are actually 2 grommets that were torn out of the tarp that were looped in this piece of rope. The 4th loop of rope was around Mr. Maldonado's ankle region, and the heel side of the diagram shows this fabric. There is a baseball cap inside the black plastic sheeting down at the feet. So I think that covers it.
It does, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please put the screen back on just for Dr. Shiel? Dr. Shiel is part of an autopsy, and in this case in particular, actually, with Mr. Maldonado, did you take various x-rays?
Yes.
And why did you take x-rays, and how was that done?
We take x-rays in every case that's going to be a forensic anthropology case. Mostly because our forensic anthropologists really like their bones and like seeing them in detail on skeletal radiographs. But for Mr. Maldonado, because he had to come to us wrapped in these coverings, I did a set of x-rays with the coverings all intact because I wanted to make sure we didn't lose any evidence by unwrapping the coverings. And by evidence, I mean, projectiles, bullets, things like that. Anything that would show up on an x-ray that we call radio opaque, that's metallic, and would show up. So we did a set of x-rays with all the wrappings intact. And then once Mr. Maldonado was out of the wrappings, we did another set. And then once he was cleaned up, we did a formal set for Dr. Truesdell's forensic anthropology and assessment.
Have you worked with Dr. Truesdell before?
Yes,
And would that be under the same circumstances in which you have an individual who is partially or mostly skeletonized?
yes.
When you performed that first set of x-rays on Mr. Maldonado, did you note or observe any of those or any projectiles or metallic opaque objects that you discussed?
Yes,
And did you later in the autopsy find out what those were?
yes,
Were you able to tell, or were they recovered from particular areas of Mr. Maldonado's body?
yes. One of the projectiles was in the soft tissues of the scalp that were still attached to the head or skull. And one of the projectiles was recovered from that decomposed soft tissue and liquid that we recovered from underneath his torso.
Dr. Shiel, in front of you, I'm showing you what a series of photos marked States Exhibits 120 through 139. During an autopsy, are photos taken at every stage by either yourself or one of your assistants or investigators?
Yes, usually one of my pathology assistants does the photos.
Okay.
That's somebody who works in the morgue rather than goes to scenes.
Thank you. Now, in scrolling through these photos here, I'll ask you to just watch as I go through them, and then I'll have some additional questions for you. Exhibit number 126, is that in black and white?
Yes,
Do you take photos, or I'm sorry, does anyone during the autopsy procedure take photos in black and white? Or is that something that was done in preparation for court today?
this was done in preparation for court.
And with autopsy photos, do they tend to be graphic in nature?
Yes,
And these are things that a lay person or a normal everyday citizen is not used to seeing. Is that fair?
yes,
Does the black and white have the ability to still show the integrity of the photo while lessening some of the graphic nature of the photo?
yes.
Okay. Continuing on then through this packet. Do you recognize those photos or the items in those photos from the autopsy of Mr. Maldonado?
Yes,
Now, Once the autopsy is completed, all the x-rays are completed, and the bones are cleaned, do you then note or continue examining for any signs of trauma or injury to the bones?
Yes.
And do you, in an example of, let's say, a gunshot wound, do you use probes to try to understand the trajectory of the bullet as it went through an individual's body?
Yes.
I'm showing you now a second set of photographs that contain photos of State's Exhibit 169 through 172. Do you recognize those photos as well?
Yes.
Are those 4 photos of Mr. Maldonado's skull?
Yes.
Looking then at the packet of photos in State's Exhibit 173 through 177, that top one is fairly small, and I don't know why, so I'll zoom in for you. Oops, that's way too small. Do you recognize what is in Exhibits 173 to 177?
Yes.
And is this or are these various photographs of a vertebrae from Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Which vertebrae is this?
L2, the lumbar or second lumbar vertebrae.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibits 120 through 139, 169 through 172, and 173 through 177 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of those exhibits? Mr. Lychwick does not acknowledge the court. Those exhibits will be received.
May I publish?
Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, they will be allowed to be used with the jury. Before we put them on the screen, Attorney Thompson, are you intending to go through all of those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. All right, they may be published.
Thank you. Now, once again, first I have Exhibit 119, just to kind of refresh everyone's memory on an overview, because it's a little bit hard to decipher once we get to the actual in-person photos. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It's easy for you because you know exactly what you're looking for. Now, starting with Exhibit 120, what are we looking at here?
Okay, on the right side or far side from me is Mr. Maldonado's head region. The outer covering is the blue tarp. It's covered by black plastic inside the blue tarp. Moving down, you can see some ribs. Right there is a scapula, part of the pelvis. On top of the bag, the black sheeting is a portion of a cardboard box. And down here is his foot area. You can see those ropes are still intact. And in that red bag is some of the decomposed soft tissues that were gathered from underneath the body outside the tarp at the scene.
Moving on to Exhibit 121, as we zoom in closer to Mr. Maldonado's feet area, what observations do you make here?
There's still some residual vegetation over the surface of the black sheeting. You can see the white woven rope that's binding the sheeting in place.
During the examination, did you ever undo the knots on these ropes?
No,
Then how did you remove them? Did you cut them at all, or did you slide them off?
we slid them off. It's very important to preserve knots in any kind of bindings or ropes because there might be DNA evidence within those knots.
In Exhibit 122, this is at the front of Mr. Maldonado's head.
Yes. So there's,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, the white rope around his head and shoulder region. There's some vegetation inside between the blue tarp and the black plastic. Go ahead.
Now, Exhibit 123, can you tell, this is obviously a close-up of one of the ropes, but can you tell which area of Mr. Maldonado's body this was recovered from or observed on?
I can't, no.
Okay. In Exhibit 124, is this more of the middle of Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
What did you notate in this area of Mr. Maldonado?
There is adhesive tape right there on that black plastic. I think that's,
Is this another one of the ropes that you
Yes.
referenced?
yes.
Now, in Exhibit 125, do you know what this is here towards the middle bottom of this photo that I'm circling my cursor around?
That is the baseball hat that was found in the foot region of that black plastic sheeting. It's probably a different color because this was taken on a different day than the other photos of the baseball hat.
Okay. Exhibit 126. What do you notice here in terms of trauma? Just at the initial site of this skull.
Well, adjacent to the right side of the nasal aperture, which is the opening for the nose, which is right in the middle of the photo, there's a fracture, which would be the right maxilla, portion of the right cheekbone. It's really hard to point this out to you because you've probably never seen a skull in this fashion, but there are fractures of the hard palate, which is the roof of the mouth, extending back into the base of the skull. But you can see that Mr. Maldonado's teeth of his mandible or lower jaw are in good condition.
Now, when we talk about these projectiles that you saw in the x-ray, where was the one recovered from Mr. Maldonado's head area?
That was the left posterior parietal region. If I can point that out, it's like right back here.
And you indicated it was outside of the skull, but still within the scalp.
Yes.
Okay. Then if we go to exhibit number 128, would this then just be a closer view of the projectile recovered from Mr. Maldonado's scalp?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, I'm sorry. Looking at exhibit 129, where was this projectile found?
This projectile was recovered from the soft tissue that was underneath Mr. Maldonado's torso.
And do you recall?
Was in that mass of dirt and soft tissue, in that red bag, if that helps you, if you remember that red biohazard bag.
So if you hadn't done that additional searching and collection in the meticulous manner in which you did, we may not have ever found this.
Right, and it was very helpful that the Waukesha PD had a metal detector because it hit on some of that decomposed soft tissue and dirt underneath the torso.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Dr. Shield, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 155 and 156. They've previously been received. Take a look at them, please, and let me know when you're finished.
Okay?
Okay, one of the many stickers on that item, on both items, do you see your ME's office case number? WK242635.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a procedure for when you are recovering items from an autopsy so that there is some way to follow or remember that these items were taken from this autopsy?
Yes. This is the label that we use for all specimens collected during that autopsy. And the handwriting is my handwriting, and those are my initials to document that I was the one who collected and identified the material or the evidence.
And were you the one that placed these projectiles into the cardboard boxes?
Yes.
Why cardboard versus just keeping them in a plastic bag?
Well, if there's any biological evidence on the bullet, you don't want to just put it in a plastic bag because that tissue will continue to decompose. And you don't want to use a metal tin because a metal bullet's going to knock around against the inside of a metal tin and possibly mess up the rifling pattern or the ballistics evidence that can be gleaned from the bullet. So we use cardboard boxes. There's a little bit of absorbent foam or gauze in there if there is any biological tissue on the bullet.
And then can you see other stickers on that box aside from your ME's office sticker?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at exhibits 155 and 156, we can see the projectile is no longer within that cardboard box. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in noticing that there's other stickers on there from other agencies, does that indicate to you that additional analysis was conducted on these projectiles you recovered from Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Moving on to then exhibit 130, is this a closer view of the projectile located from Mr. Maldonado's torso area?
Yes.
Does it have a greenish tint to it?
Yes, it's oxidized.
So were these copper bullets?
Where they're copper colored, and most jacketing has at least some copper in it. That's why it turns green when exposed to oxygen.
And knowing that Mr. Maldonado was in the elements for approximately 6 months, is that consistent with the oxidation that you notice on these projectiles?
Yes.
We talked about a baseball hat that was found near Mr. Maldonado's feet in the black plastic sheeting. Is this the baseball hat in exhibit 131?
Yes.
Now, this hat, are you able to see that it is not originally a white or a gray colored hat?
I didn't know what color this hat was.
Okay. Is this dirt or biological fluids or tissue? I mean, what's on here? Do you know?
There is some biological tissue and maybe some dirt, but a lot of it looks like decomposed tissue.
And then exhibit 132, when we looked at that handwritten diagram, this knotted fabric, where did you find this within the tarp or the sheeting?
This was in the region of the torso in the black plastic sheeting.
Did you eventually unwrap or unknot this fabric?
I believe we did, yes.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure there wasn't anything inside the knot for this t-shirt. It was saturated with liquid, so the likelihood of there being anything evidentiary besides, say, an object in the knot was small.
Different than the ropes that you saw on each of those 4 sections of Mr. Maldonado's body, where you kept those intact.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on then to Exhibit 133. What are we looking at here?
These are Mr. Maldonado's shoes. They're navy blue and black with white soles.
So these shoes, were they still on Mr. Maldonado's feet?
I believe so.
So at this point then, all of his feet bones were still inside of the shoes he was wearing.
Correct.
Now looking at Exhibit 134, what is this?
This is some adhesive tape which was adherent to his hand bones.
Not the black plastic sheeting or the tarp.
Correct.
So we have tape in several areas of Mr. Maldonado's body. We have tape on his actual hand bones and tape on the black plastic sheeting that's
Yes.
surrounding him.
Yes.
Then moving on to Exhibit 135, where's this tape located from?
This tape was on the right side of his torso. I don't know if it was originally adherent to the black plastic or if it was tape that, came loose from his hands.
Okay. Now, we've been seeing kind of in the background when it comes to the items recovered during this autopsy, it looks like a white cloth type of material. What is the reason why you're placing all of these items on this cloth?
These are white paper evidence sheets, so they're not sterile, but they haven't been used before. So they're protecting all of the evidence gleaned from Mr. Maldonado's examination for contamination with any surfaces in the morgue and catching anything else that might be of evidentiary value as we remove and photograph these objects.
Does it also assist you then, you have something to write on to remind us as we look at these photos later where each item was recovered from on the body?
Yes.
Moving on to Exhibit 136. What are we looking at here?
This is the length of rope that was around Mr. Maldonado's head region.
Exhibit 137.
The rope that was around his upper chest and right shoulder region.
The knots are all still intact.
Yes.
Exhibit 138
The rope that was around his ankles.
and Exhibit 139.
The rope that was around his pelvis and legs. And that's further designated with front and back.
When we say back, is that underneath him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once we go through the process then of the examination, you've taken all these photos of the items that are removed, are the bones then cleaned for that analysis? Or for the next part of this analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw an exhibit, I think it was 126, that Mr. Maldonado's skull still had some tissue on it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once his bones are cleaned, are you then able to get a clearer picture of the trauma we saw in that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to then the packet with exhibits 1 169 through 172. Starting with 169. This is still Mr. Maldonado's skull, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we looking at here when it comes to the section of your autopsy protocol where you are notating evidence of injury?
This is a depiction of the front of Mr. Maldonado's skull. So you can see again his teeth are in relatively good condition in his lower jaw. His nasal aperture, which is the opening to his nasal cavities, right there, is enlarged on the right side because there's a fracture of the cheekbone and right maxilla. Actually, the maxilla is almost totally missing in this photo because of these fractures. The fracture continues to behind the nose, and I don't think we can see very well in this photo, but it goes through the back of the face, which we also call the basilar, B-A-S-I-L-A-R, basilar skull, into the cranial cavity.
Now, if we look at, Exhibit 170, and I'll exit out of this and maybe zoom in to assist with the next questions that I have. So looking at 170, what are we looking at here?
This is the left posterior parietal region of the skull. So the back of the head, like I designated earlier. There's a defect here that's, very roughly triangular or bell-shaped. And this hole has a gray margin. So surrounding the hole, the skull looks like it's at a different level from the base of the hole to where the defect looks like it ends on the top of the skull surface. It's basically a gradient. This is called external beveling, and it's very helpful in telling us the directionality of a bullet, so the wound pathway. External beveling means there's this angular surface to the defect on the outside of the skull, and it means that the bullet passed through that skull to the outside, so it's moving front to back. So the bullet's pushing through the skull from the inside out. And around this defect are radiating linear fractures. They look like the spokes of a wheel. So this is a very typical, classic exit gunshot wound to the skull. Now, I say exit to the skull because this bullet did exit the skull. It just didn't have enough velocity to get through the scalp, which is why we were able to recover it, because it was still underneath that scalp tissue.
Moving on then to Exhibit 171, which actually probably would have been more helpful to have up when you were just discussing the beveling and the radiating fractures. But this is closer up of 170, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then if we go to Exhibit 172, does this show the probe that is used to assess the trajectory of the bullet as it goes through Mr. Maldonado's skull?
Yes.
And what was the trajectory of this bullet?
This bullet was traveling front to back, slightly upward, and slightly right to left. So if it enters his midface at about his nose, passes through his skull in an upward fashion, and then exits slightly to the left on the back of the skull. That's a front to back, slightly up, slightly right to left trajectory.
And so this, based on your training and your experience, this injury that we see here is a gunshot wound.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go to Exhibits 173 and 177, are these photos then of the, I think you said L2 vertebrae?
Yes.
So can you give the jury an overview of the makeup of the spine so we can understand where on the person's spine or back we would be seeing this vertebrae?
Okay. So the skull sits on top of the first cervical vertebrae. That's the first vertebrae in the neck. There are 7 cervical vertebrae or neck vertebrae. The first thoracic vertebrae starts just below the nape of your neck and continues down your back. And there are 12 thoracic vertebrae. After the 12th thoracic vertebrae, the lumbar vertebrae start, and there are 5 lumbar vertebrae: L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5. And then there are sacral vertebrae, or the sacrum. So this is the second lumbar vertebrae, so we're talking lower back. The front of what you're looking at here, the bulky part, sits, this rounded bulky part is if you were looking at a person head on. So that's the front of the vertebrae. The back of the vertebrae comes to a point, and that's what you would feel through your skin if you're palpating or feeling your back. You feel the spinous process. So if you're looking at this vertebra, there is a fracture that starts on the right side of the body and continues, continues in an angular fashion towards the left side of the vertebral arch. So there's this bulky mass that's kind of rounded, that's the body, and the whole rest of the vertebrae is called the arch. And there are particular parts of the arch which you don't need to know, except that there are fractures through some of this arch on this particular vertebrae as well as the body, and there's a hole in a portion of this vertebral arch.
Now, Exhibit 174 is a much closer up version of Exhibit 173. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, on the left side here, we see that there almost looks like some rough, like a rough area of the L2. Is this broken?
It's broken, but it looks normal for what it's showing because there's a fracture there. The inside of a vertebra is porous, so it'll look like a sponge because it's built of bone marrow, which is a lot of blood cells and fat and tiny little bony fragments called trabecula. So it's supposed to look spongy, but there's not supposed to be a fracture there.
Okay, and this fracture here, what I'm dragging my cursor over, is that the fracture you're talking about?
That and the whole part that's exposing the porous surface, that's fractured too.
Okay,
Right there.
so this porous surface, that's not the same as the beveling, for example, that we saw on Mr. Maldonado's skull that we talked about earlier.
No.
Okay. So moving to Exhibit 175, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at a portion of the vertebral arch, and you can see another fracture that extends all the way from the top of the vertebrae, it's a little blurry up there, through the arch there, and continues down to this point here.
And then, similar to the skull, did you also use a probe to determine the trajectory of this bullet as it went through Mr. Maldonado's L2 vertebra?
Yes. Okay. If we could go back a little bit.
Yes. Oops.
So what I didn't mention is that there's a hole right in the middle of what we call the lamina. That's that portion of vertebral arch that I was talking about that had a hole in it. There's a hole here, and this hole, this defect, does also exhibit external beveling, just like the exit gunshot wound to the skull did. There's just a little bit that you can see on the right side of the defect where the surface of the bone looks a little bit angled.
So this hole's not supposed to be here?
No.
Okay. Now, Exhibit 176.
Okay, so this probe is showing the trajectory of this bullet pathway. It's passing from anterior on the right side, traveling backwards through this hole that we saw in the vertebral arch and out. So this would be out towards the skin of the lower back.
Dr. Scheel, when we talk about the trajectory of the bullets, obviously we can determine that here based on what we have. Are you able to tell how close an individual was to Mr. Maldonado when these two gunshots were fired?
No,
Why not?
we don't have any skin surrounding the entrance gunshot wounds that might show as soot or stippling, which is gunpowder tattooing of the skin surrounding the entrance gunshot wound. Because we don't have soft tissue or skin to detail those entrances for us, we cannot determine range of fire.
Is that something you could otherwise do if you still had soft tissue?
Yes,
If maybe we had found Mr. Maldonado the day after he was killed?
correct.
Are you able to tell, based on your examination and the state of Mr. Maldonado's body, which gunshot wound happened first?
No,
If you had,
no,
if you still had soft tissue, or if we had located Mr. Maldonado's body the day after he was killed, is that something you might be able to determine?
there would be more of a chance of determining that, yes, if he had been fresh.
Okay. When we talk about the L2, and I think in general, when people think of the spine and an injury to it, a very quick thought is possible paralysis. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Are you able to tell, based on the path of travel of this bullet, whether or not Mr. Maldonado would have been paralyzed from this gunshot wound?
I don't know if he would have been or not. This particular vertebra sits at just the level where the spinal cord branches. There's the terminus of the spinal cord, and it branches into a lot of little tentacles that look like a horse's tail. That's why it's called the cauda equina. That's Caudaequina. So L2 designates the point at which the spinal cord separates into the little nerve trails that are called the cauda equina. So it's very possible that his legs would have been paralyzed or he would have suffered a spinal cord injury, but I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly because everybody's a little bit anatomically different how that would have manifested in Mr. Maldonado. It would have been a low paralysis, meaning a low spinal cord paralysis, had he been paralyzed.
Attorney Thompson, I'd like to take a break now if we could.
Sure.
All right, so let's take a 10-minute break, and we will resume. Again, I'll remind you, ladies and gentlemen, to not discuss the case amongst yourselves.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I called for a break just because we're at the 10:07 mark and figured it would be a good time. Do you anticipate having much more direct?
No.
Okay. I didn't want to put you on the spot, though, to ask you first before calling for the break. Anything the state wants to put on the record before we break?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything from you?
Yes. This so-called trial is a travesty of justice. I am not receiving a fair trial. I have no defense. You won't give me a chance to ramp up my defense or obtain a defense. I've had no chance to do so. I've been locked up and isolated from the world in this jail for 18 months, denied medical care and proper food and rest. I cannot be expected to defend myself under these circumstances.
Your continued
protest.
objections are noted. I'll make a record that while testimony has been going on today, first the defendant has what appears to be some materials with him today. The defendant was writing notes during Dr. Shields' testimony and also reading through his materials, so he's active and alert. He's just choosing not to participate. We will break and come back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, everyone is situated. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Thank you. Dr. Shield, before we broke, we were just talking about how there were a couple things you aren't able to opine on based on the lack of soft tissue present. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Although you can't tell which gunshot wound happened first, actually, before I ask that question, when we're talking about the gunshot wound to Mr. Maldonado's torso area, to the L2 vertebra, you talked about how that trajectory is front to back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So entering the front of his body and then the back. So with that path of travel, what organs would have been potentially in the path of that bullet?
The right kidney, probably the ascending colon, the inferior vena cava, which is the largest vein in the body. Depending on when a bullet passes through the body, it creates a temporary cavity due to the explosion of gases. And depending on how big that cavity was, it could have also gotten a portion of the small intestine and the pancreas. So while not immediately fatal, it could have been fatal.
Were you able to come to an estimated date of death for Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
And was that April 14th of 2024?
Yes.
How were you able to come to that conclusion?
When we are dealing with such an extended post-mortem interval, meaning the time since death, as with Mr. Maldonado, in the state of decomposition, the longer you are from the actual date of death till the discovery of the body and examination, the longer that interval, the harder it gets to determine date of death. So sometimes our best evidence is last known well or last seen alive. So for Mr. Maldonado, he was last seen alive and actually caught on video on April 14th, 2024, wearing the same clothing that I identified on him at autopsy. That was the best evidence I had that he had been alive at some point on April 14th, but then was never seen again.
Madam Clerk, can you please place the screen on for the courtroom? And I'm going to pull up Exhibit 118, which is your autopsy protocol.
Are you requesting publication of that?
Yes, please.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publishing Exhibit 118? Mr. Lychwick does not respond. It may be published.
Do you see that exhibit sticker at the bottom right for 118?
Yes.
And is this your signature at the bottom of the first page of your autopsy protocol?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talk about these two gunshot wounds, even though we can't tell which one happened first, could either one of those gunshot wounds have been fatal to Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
At the conclusion of your investigation in this matter, what was the cause of death? What was the cause and manner of death for Mr. Maldonado?
Mr. Maldonado's cause of death was homicidal violence with gunshot wounds to head and torso. His manner of death was homicide.
I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have cross-examination questions? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, doctor, you may sit down. Thank you.
And Judge, before I call my next witness, I just want to ensure that all exhibits I used with Dr. Scheel to include 117, 118, and 119 120 through 139, 169 through 172 are all admitted and received by the court.
And I also have 173 through 177.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, those are all admitted and received. I do have some exhibits on the witness stand. Attorney Thompson, if you could deliver those to my clerk, please.
Yeah, I'll use them. The state next calls Pamela Taylor.
Ms. Taylor, you can come up to the witness stand here. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. When you are situated and close to the microphone, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Pamela Taylor, Pamela Taylor.
Ms. Taylor, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee as a DNA analyst.
How long have you been with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Over 12 years.
Have you been a DNA analyst that entire time, or have you worked in any other disciplines?
I primarily work in DNA for about 7 years of that time. I also cross-trained into crime scene photography. So I did that with a crime scene team and then resigned from that about 1.5 years ago.
What are your duties as a DNA analyst with the State Crime Lab?
My primary duties include taking items of evidence, examining those items to possibly develop DNA profiles, and then doing the same for any, any standards or known profiles, and then comparing to either include or exclude people from the evidence.
Is the State Crime Lab in which you work at accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be accredited?
Accreditation is an outside agency or laboratory that comes into our laboratory to verify that our protocols and the training and the process that we do for DNA analysis is accurate and consistent with the forensic community.
Madam Clerk, can you please place the screen on just for the witness? Ms. Taylor, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 111. It's a 4-page document, and as I'm scrolling through it at the end, I'll ask you if you recognize what this is.
Yes.
What is this?
This is my statement of qualifications. This is basically the training, the number of times I've testified, and any presentations that I've given and training I've received over the last 12 years.
Do you update this throughout your career?
Yes.
And is this the most up-to-date one you have as of today's date?
The only thing that has changed on this since this was submitted was that I testified yesterday in a different court case, so the amount of testimonies would be a little bit higher.
So you've been very busy this week, is that fair to say?
I'm very busy every week.
Okay. Now, can you please explain to the jury your education?
I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in molecular biology, as well as a minor in chemistry and a minor in forensic science. I then completed a training program at the crime laboratory, which included the extraction process of DNA and the instrumentation we use to develop DNA profiles, interpretation of those profiles, comparisons, report writing, and technical review.
As part of your education then, do you also have continuing education in the field even once you become a DNA analyst?
Yes, each analyst is required to do a minimum of 8 hours continued education per year, as well as reading 4 literature articles and proficiency testing, which are 2 tests that are submitted to each analyst. And these are basically run as a mock test or mock trial, as if we were working actual casework, and then we submit those results back to the agency that we get those from, and those have to be accurate and consistent with the results that we were supposed to get.
Now, when I'm looking at pages 2 and 3 of your statement of qualifications, these are 2 full pages where you list approximately 70 items, or I'm sorry, 70 other trainings or continuing educational courses that you have attended over your career. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you always been in your career a DNA analyst with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, or do you have any other scientific employment prior to coming to the crime lab?
I worked as a microbiologist 2 years prior to working at the crime laboratory in a food processing facility, and then transferred over to the crime lab and have been doing this ever since.
Okay. Now, are you published or have you given any presentations regarding DNA analysis?
I have not actual published articles, but I have written articles and done presentations on DNA analysis for different school projects, colleges, and then I also did mock crime scene training for the University of Whitewater.
Does it say on here approximately how many times you have testified at trial about DNA testing and identification, in addition to what you just talked about happened yesterday?
Yes, we keep track of the amount of times we've testified, and including this one and the one yesterday, I have testified 164 times in court.
Have you ever been asked to keep track of or been asked the question of approximately how many items of evidence you have looked at in your career for DNA analysis and identification?
I have been asked to approximate the number. Each case is different as far as how many items are submitted and the complexity of them. 1 year, I did keep track of an approximate number, and it was 110,000 samples that year.
110,000 samples in 1 year.
Yes.
When we talk about how those samples are received to the crime lab, can you describe for the jury what the process is once a law enforcement agency either drops off items for testing, or are they sometimes mailed in for testing?
Yes, once the laboratory receives items of evidence from different crime scenes or investigations, it is then given a specific case number, and that case number is specific to either the Milwaukee, Madison, or Waukesha labs, and then also given the year and the number case that has been submitted. Then each of the items are given a item designation, either number or letter, depending on what year it was, and then those items are then stored in a secure storage area until the analyst is ready to work them. We then take those items into custody. We work each of the items of evidence first, and then extract those samples, run them through the process to possibly develop DNA profiles. And then we do the same afterwards with standards or known profiles, and then we can make our comparisons.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a report number being created for these items or this particular case, did it used to be designated as an R number, so maybe R241234?
Yes, R was the representing number for Milwaukee, because Madison is M. So yes, we used R, and then 24 would be the year that it was submitted, 1994. And then the year, each item, or each case that is submitted, so if it's case number 1,000, that was the 1,000th case that has been submitted at that year.
Now, as part of that intake process, are the items received for testing always checked to ensure that there is no tampering or broken seals or anything that would affect the integrity of that sample?
Yes, the evidence specialists look over each of the items of packaging to verify there's no holes, any tape missing, and that the initials and date of the person that had sealed that item are present on that packaging.
If the evidence specialist noted any kind of broken seal, missing sticker, signatures, etc., If they noticed an issue like that, would that have been notated somewhere on or on paperwork related to that sample?
Yes, it is, there is a case file for each case that is submitted, and any issues like that would be noted in the case file.
Okay. Now, let's say when you receive an item and it receives a designation from the crime lab as item A, are there times where an item may be broken up and given sub-designation numbers? So let's say A1, A2, A3.
Yes,
And are those sub-designations always listed separately on any report that you or any other analyst in your lab authors to ensure that we can track which item is being tested?
yes, each item of evidence, if it is split into multiple items of evidence, will be given a specific designation number. So if I'm working item 1, then even in another discipline, they're going to know what item 1 is, and any sub-designations from that will be referred to in my notes.
And have you seen it in your experience, could one item be submitted to the crime lab and law enforcement request various disciplines test that item?
Yes,
For example, if someone submitted a firearm to the crime lab, the law enforcement department could request a firearms identification or DNA analysis or latent print analysis.
yes.
Based upon the nature of the type of analysis being requested, would certain disciplines test the item first before going to other disciplines?
Yes, it will.
Okay, can you give me an example of, let's say, a firearm? Let's say the department wanted both prints and DNA and firearm identification.
If we receive a firearm at the crime laboratory, DNA will typically swab that item first. This is basically because we are trained not to cross-contaminate by wearing gloves and making sure that our DNA does not get on anything. The firearms examiners typically just analyze the firearm and the cartridges or the fired evidence. So they are not as trained to handle it without gloves. So if I have a firearm, I will analyze it first, do my swabbings. If fingerprints or the ident department also has to work that item, we typically meet together and we will swab for DNA on the rough surfaces of a firearm, and fingerprints will typically leave analysis for the smooth areas because it's easier to get a fingerprint off a smooth area of a firearm. And so we won't cross what we're testing.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Now, once or in between testing, is that sample kept, I think you said, in a secure area of the crime lab?
When an item is first submitted to the lab, once it goes through the labeling designation, then it is put into a secure area. So a firearm will be stored in the vault in the firearms department until it's ready to be worked, in which case I would go retrieve it from the vault. If it is a DNA item that it does not require firearms, it is typically stored in a walk-in freezer. And then once I receive that item, I have a stocked storage area that I keep my items of evidence and then return it to wherever I need to for another analyst to lock it into their secure area.
Once all requested analyses are done on a particular item, is the item then repackaged and resealed and relabeled once it's finished?
If I have an item such as a firearm and I have sub-designated that into, say, item 1A, B, C, and D, I will designate that on the outside of the box. I will write that out on the outside of the box or add additional labeling. That way another discipline will know all of those items are contained within. And then, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
And then once we know what items are contained within, is it then sealed with tape or initials or date or anything like that?
Yeah, so every time an item of evidence moves from one discipline to another, it needs to be resealed and then signed and dated by that analyst, and then it goes to the next discipline.
And then once an item is completely finished with any testing from all the disciplines requested, does the item then get sent back to the police departments?
Yes.
Do they usually come and pick up those items, or are they mailed back, or something else?
It could be either one.
Okay. Now, shifting gears completely a little bit to DNA. What is DNA?
DNA is the biological material found in all living things. Each person will inherit half of their DNA from their mother and half from their father. Each person's DNA profile will be unique to that individual, except in the case of identical twins. It is the same throughout your body. It won't change over time. And it is found in every cell of your body except for red blood cells because they lack the nucleus.
If I touch something or handle an item, does that automatically mean my DNA is definitely going to be on that item?
It's possible that either the DNA is too low to recover a usable profile, or it's possible that the DNA was not transferred.
Okay, so if we're talking about the transfer of DNA via touch, would that be skin cell transfer?
Yes.
And are there a number of factors that can affect, first of all, how much DNA is deposited and whether or not there's enough for you to detect in your analysis?
Yes.
What if, or could the surface of the item you're touching affect that?
Yes.
So for example, if I touch my cup here that has a smooth surface, because it's smooth, is that in your training experience less likely to hold on to DNA?
Yes, we typically, I have found through the different amount of testing that I've done, have found that rough surfaces, like the grip of a firearm typically has a rough surface, will scrape off or retain more DNA skin cells than a smooth surface. So there is no test to determine how much DNA is going to be left in an item based on that, but just in experience, we tend to recover more DNA from an area that's got a rougher surface or has been held longer.
And when we talk about how long you touch an item, that can affect it, or what happens to the item in between when you touch it and the DNA is attempted to be swabbed from that item. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Are there also environmental factors that can affect how much DNA you can obtain from an item?
Yes.
What about, when we talk about skin cells, are there also bodily fluids that contain DNA?
Yes, all bodily fluids will contain DNA in a sense. Blood, semen, and saliva are the typical ones that we test for, and we have either confirmatory or presumptive testing. Saliva itself does not contain DNA. It just carries the skin cells from the inside of the cheek into the saliva, and then that gets deposited onto an item.
Okay. Now, when you receive swabs of an item from the police department, let's say, have you seen it where the officers don't send the physical item and instead they send swabs they took of the item?
Yes, that's very common.
Okay, so once you analyze that swab then, you can't look at the DNA and say whether it's fresh or old. Is that correct?
No, DNA analysis determines the DNA profiles that are present on an item if they've been recovered. We cannot tell how it got there or how long it's been there.
Okay, you can just tell what's there and come to a conclusion about the presence of a DNA profile in that sample.
Yes.
Okay. Now, have there been times in your career where you obtain swabs from a police department, or maybe you get the items and you do your own swabs, and through your analysis, there might be not enough DNA information in that sample to come to a conclusion or go on for further testing?
Yes.
And when we're talking about that low-level DNA that's insufficient for testing, does your crime lab have a threshold for the amount of DNA that needs to be present so that it's capable of going on for further testing?
Yes, after the extraction process, which takes the DNA out of the cell material and away from any of the swabs that are submitted, this isolates the DNA in a liquid. And then we do a process to determine the concentration of that DNA, and it has to be over 0.10067 nanograms per microliter. And this is a very small amount of DNA, but it has to be over that threshold, otherwise we know it won't produce a profile. So it's a test that we do to determine how much DNA is in there, and if it's not sufficient, then that sample will stop at that point.
Once you're finished with your analysis on whether it's 1 item or 7 items, do you then prepare a report based upon your findings and your conclusions?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report for the case that you're here to testify about today?
Yes, I did.
So before I start going into that report with you, I had a question about a few phrases that we'll see on this report as we go through it together. When I say single source profile, what is that?
A single source profile is a set of numbers that refer to repeat segments on the DNA chromosomes. And we look at 23 locations, and this will be unique to the individual. So each person here even will have their own set of numbers at those 23 locations. And a single source profile is basically a one-to-one comparison with any standards or known profiles.
Are there times where you are analyzing an item and you see or report a mixture?
Yes.
What does that mean?
A mixture is basically opposite of a single source profile, which is one person contributing, is multiple people. And we can analyze up to 5 people contributing to the profile. So instead of 2 numbers at each of those locations that we look at, if you have a 2-person mixture, it can have 4 numbers, and so on. So it makes the analysis more complex and the statistics a little less definitive as if a person is in the profile or not.
Okay. Is it common to see mixtures when you're analyzing DNA on an item?
It's more common to see mixture profiles with touch DNA than it would be for any bodily fluid.
Okay. Now, if you have a mixture, are you able to say which contributor last left their DNA on this item?
No.
Okay. Is it possible to have mixtures that are too low level?
Yes.
And is that for the same reasons we discussed earlier?
Yes, even if the sample gets through the initial process of having enough DNA in the concentration, it is possible that it produces a profile that cannot be used for interpretation based on the limited amount of DNA that's still present. So while it produces a profile, it doesn't meet the requirements that we have at the lab for inclusion or exclusion. So we state it on the report, but we don't use it for any analysis.
Can you end up with a mixture where you have enough DNA present and it's above that threshold, but it's too complex?
Yes, the other side of that is if we have basically 6 or more contributors, the profile is considered too complex and unreliable for inclusion or exclusion based on the fact that people can share numbers and there typically isn't a separation of contributors. So everybody's contributed around the same level. It's hard to tell which ones belong to which people. So also based on our training and our manuals, we're not allowed to make any conclusions on that, so we don't use those as well.
When you are working with a mixture, when you come to a conclusion after you're done analyzing this, do you report that through the use of a likelihood ratio?
If we have a one-to-one comparison, so a single source profile compared to a standard, this is a different statistic. This is called an RMP, or a random match probability, and this is done through a different program. The likelihood ratio is a statistic we use to explain two opposing thoughts. The one thought is this mixture is made up of the person of interest, or the comparison being made, and say an unknown individual in a two-person mixture, or is this better explained saying this is two unknown people, saying that the types there, or the numbers there, do not match either of these people, and we don't know who these two people are.
Okay. What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside cheek of an individual, and this is simply to collect the skin cells from the inside cheek, and this is used as a known standard or a known profile from an individual.
Fair to say you're not the one taking that buccal swab from a known individual, is that correct?
I've never taken a buccal swab from an individual for
Okay,
a
so,
case.
I'm sorry.
No, we've done it for training, but not for an actual case.
Okay, so if you were to receive a buccal swab at your crime lab, that's coming from the law enforcement officers who took that buccal swab from an individual's mouth.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with an STR profile?
Yes.
What is an STR profile in terms of DNA analysis?
STR, or short tandem repeats, are the segments of DNA that we analyze. So a short tandem repeat itself is a segment of DNA that repeats the code over and over and over. So at one location, it may have 17 times that same code repeats, and then that's the number that we use in the location that we use for comparisons.
Sorry, just writing a note. Now, when we talk about using those locations, are those locations what make up a person's DNA profile?
In the type of testing that we do, yes. So we look at 23 locations, and each of those locations will have two numbers. So the collection of those numbers in that order is what makes the DNA profile unique to that individual, and each person's numbers in that order will be different across the world.
Okay. Now, if you are analyzing a mixture, do you use a software called STR Mix or Star Mix?
Yes.
And what does that software do to assist you in analyzing the mixture of DNA profiles that you're observing?
StarMix is a mathematical and biological modeling system. It's a computer program that basically, if I enter in the fact that this is a three-person mixture, saying 3 people are contributing to this profile, it will then separate the mixture into the percentage of each contributor. So one person may be contributing 75% of that DNA. The second person may be 20%, and the last person would be 5%. So it can separate the likelihood of those numbers in each person, and then I can use any standards or known profiles to compare to those percentages in those analyzed set of numbers, and it will give me the likelihood ratio. Is this person one of these 3 people based on those numbers matching, or is this person excluded because the numbers don't match?
When we are going through your report, are there words, or I'm sorry, strike that. When we're going through your report, are there numerical values for reporting your conclusions along with verbal or specific words to describe your conclusion?
Yes, we use 2 different numbers. Well, we have a numerical value, which has a statistic attached to it, which you will see. And then there's also what we call a verbal qualifier. And StarMix uses a couple different levels of verbal qualifiers, depending on how strong that statistic is of that person being included or excluded.
Now, Ms. Taylor, I'm showing you what should be on your screen as States Exhibit 112. It's a 12-page document, and as I scroll through it, if you could follow along with me, and I'll have some questions for you at the end. Do you recognize Exhibit 112?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the report I wrote for R242973.
And is this a result of the DNA analysis you conducted on the various items listed in, or on page 1?
Yes,
Is that your signature at the top of the report there as well?
yes.
And what's the date of this report?
February 24th, 2025.
And at the bottom of each page, starting with page 2, do you have your initials at the bottom of the page as well?
Yes,
Is this a fair and accurate record of the report that you submitted at the conclusion of your DNA analysis in this case?
yes, it is.
Have you made any additions, corrections, or modifications to this report?
No.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 112 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 112 coming into evidence? There's no objection from the defendant. It is received. Any objection to 112 being published, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant does not acknowledge the court. It may be used with the jury.
Now, before we get started with the actual testing, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the verbal qualifier that you referenced. If we go to page 12 of 12 of your report, is there a chart here in the middle of the page?
Yes, this is the verbal qualifier chart that represents the numerical values that we receive from the Star Mix program when comparisons are made, and the verbal qualifier is to the strength of that inclusion or exclusion.
So if we were to see on a report very strong support for inclusion, is that the highest level that the crime lab can report?
Yes, typically the statistics that we receive can be higher than that number, but we cap it at very strong support for inclusion because the numbers for statistics can get a little high and unrelatable.
Okay, and when we talk about numbers, are we talking about trillions and quadrillions or 5 and 10?
We're talking about quadrillion and higher.
Okay. Now, is it also possible then, I see on here, uninformed, at the type of scenario where we maybe have too complex a mixture or too low-level DNA, or what circumstances would we see that?
Typically, if you have say a 3-person mixture and you have somebody at a 5% contribution to that profile, that basically means there's not a lot of information of who that person is. Some of the numbers may be dropping out, some information just might not be there. So there's not enough to consistently or confidently say somebody is included or not. So we say, yes, we did the comparison. We don't have enough information to be confident in the answer to that. So we use uninformative to be conservative in our answer.
And then when we're talking about exclusion, is it possible to completely exclude someone versus very strong support for exclusion?
Yes, the more information we have in the profile, so the more DNA that's being contributed. So if you have a 75% contributor or even a 20% contributor, that's a lot of information that we can use. And the higher the contributor, the more information we'll receive. And it can go either way for inclusion or exclusion. So the more information I have and I make those comparisons, either if they match or those numbers are consistent, the statistic will go up and it will go from moderate to strong to very strong support. And the same with, well, it's the same with either inclusion or exclusion.
Okay. Now, having all of that background, going back to page 1 of Exhibit 112, this list of items we see here, those are all designations that the crime lab has used to identify each of these items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And all of these items would have been taken from the police department, which may have their own number associated with each item based on property inventory numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, our letter designation is going to be separate from the agency's numerical, typically, designation for each item.
Okay. Now, if we look at items C through F, those are ropes from around Carlos Maldonado's body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know who Carlos Maldonado is?
No,
Do you need to know that in order to conduct your DNA analysis here?
no, it's best that I don't.
Okay. Now, item G, pulled scalp hair from Carlos Maldonado. What was the purpose of the scalp hair? Or I guess maybe a better question would be, what can you potentially do with scalp hair as it relates to DNA analysis?
Typically, when we have a decedent, we will get a dried blood standard from an autopsy, and this is the same as a buccal swab standard from an individual that's living, and this is basically to produce a single source known profile for comparisons. In this case, the condition of Mr. Maldonado's blood was not sufficient to do for testing, so a substitute, I guess you could say, is hair from the scalp to possibly produce a DNA profile.
And in just kind of foreshadowing, were you able to develop a DNA profile of Mr. Maldonado from this scalp hair?
No.
And why was that?
Typically, when somebody is in the condition that he was in, the bacteria is so high that it inhibits or prevents the recovery of DNA profiles. So while it was attempted, no profile was able to be developed based on the amount of bacteria that was present in the sample.
And then if we move to items Z, AA, AB, AC, and AD. Actually, not yet AD, I'm sorry. But those first four, it looks like swabs from various areas of a pair of boots. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, you did not actually get the boots at the crime lab. This is clearly designated as swabs from the boot.
Correct.
So the police department would have taken those swabs then and submitted the swabs.
Yes.
And when I say swabs, are we talking like Q-tips?
A swabbing from an item is typically what looks like a Q-tip. It's got a long wooden stem like a Q-tip, but it only has the cotton on one side. And these are typically used by agencies and at the crime laboratory to swab certain areas of physical evidence, and then we cut the swabs off of those sticks, and then we use that as our analysis sample.
Okay. Then going to item AD, that appears to be a pistol with towels wrapped around the barrel and rubber bands and a magazine. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then are there sub-designations for that pistol?
Yes.
And why would there have been sub-designations for this pistol?
When I received the item for AD, the pistol with the towels and the rubber bands, it came in as a whole unit. So when I received it, I then took it apart in steps with a photographer, and I took the rubber bands off, put those and sub-designated those separately, and then I took the towels off, and there were 2 towels, so those were sub-designated separately, and then the pistol and the magazine. So each of the items were separated, and then sections of them were given certain designations before testing was conducted.
Now, when we go to items AE, AF, AG, and AH, those are swabs from various locations on the pistol item AD, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall, did you do the swabs from the pistol, or would that have been received from the police department?
If they are listed in this way, they were swabs given to me from the police department.
Okay. And then item AJ, is that a buccal swab standard from an individual named Kevin W. Lychwick?
Yes, it is.
Do you know who Kevin Lychwick is?
No.
Do you need to know who he is in order to perform your DNA analysis?
No, I do not.
And just like Mr. Maldonado, it's better that you don't know.
Yes, it's a conflict of interest if I know anybody in any of the cases that I analyze.
Okay. So now, when we go to the screening portion of your report, which is page 2, what are we talking about with this section here?
If any screening testing is done, such as the possible identification or testing of bodily fluids or hairs, things like that, this is summarized in this section of the report.
Okay. So when we talk about the rope from around Carlos Maldonado's ankles, blood was not detected on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then when we talk about the interior blue towel around the barrel of the pistol, blood was not detected on that.
Correct.
When we talk about the exterior blue towel on the pistol, was blood identified on that?
Yes.
And if you are saying blood was identified, does that mean it's the presumptive screening, or did you do the confirmation testing to say that this is blood?
There's two different tests for blood. One is a presumptive test called phenolphthalein testing or Kasselmeyer test. And this basically says I have a red-brown stain, or the police suspect that there could be blood on this item. So I will take a small piece of that and then test it with two different chemicals. And this is a color indication test. So if it turns like a hot pink color, it means it's positive, but this is still a presumptive test. It says it could be blood. This also cross-reacts with other things, such as metals, copper, things like that. A confirmatory test says, is this blood, is this human blood? And this will only be a positive test if it comes back as a positive result for human blood. It also does cross-react with weird things like regular ferrets and primates.
Okay. Now, when we continue going through your report then, any item that came in that received sub-designations, is that what we see here in this chart at the end of page 2 and then going into or onto page 3?
Yes.
And is this then how you can track each item and what's tested and what the results are?
Yes.
Okay. As we go to this DNA analysis section here, once you start processing these items for DNA analysis, are there some items that you attempted DNA isolation, but you were unable to develop profiles from these items?
Yes.
And would those be the items where we see the words inconclusive or present but limited?
Yes.
Okay. And for the present limited, does that mean that there just wasn't enough of a concentration of DNA?
Yes, so when the test is done to determine the concentration, and it has to be 0.0067 nanograms per microliter, if it is below this number, then it is called present limited, meaning, yes, there's DNA present, but it's not going to produce a profile, and it's under that threshold.
So when we look at, in the middle here, where my cursor is, we have items AA1, AB1, and AE1. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we specifically look at AB1 and AE1, those are swabs from the magazine of the pistol. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when we look at that section here, it says present, and then autosomal STR. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we see those answers in each of the columns, does that mean you went on for additional DNA testing then?
Yes, the first present basically means there is enough human DNA, it's over that threshold, and we can continue on with the DNA testing process. There's also part of that test that determines the amount of male compared to human DNA present, which basically isolates just the Y chromosome. And this tells us how much that there is male DNA present, and it actually gives us a number of how much could be in there. And then autosomal STR is the type of testing that's done that creates the DNA profile based on those short tandem repeats or small segments that repeat.
Okay. And now I'm going to be looking at this column here where my cursor is, but I'll go back up in your report so we can find the correct item that I'm referencing. So what I was looking at is AD1A, which is the swabbing of the barrel of the handgun, and AG1, which is swabs from the slide of the Luger pistol. Do you see that?
Yes.
So now if we go back to that line in your report, we can see that present limited and then unsuitable. So as it relates to those two swabs from the pistol, what were you able to get any DNA from those?
Those both had DNA in the samples, but were both insufficient and under that threshold, so they stopped at this point. And unsuitable just means it's unsuitable for further DNA testing.
If we look at AF1, that sample, which is the swabs from the trigger of the Luger pistol, what was the result of the DNA analysis from the swabbing from the trigger?
This was overall, the human DNA was present limited, meaning it was under the threshold, but it had male DNA. So the male DNA threshold is much smaller. It's 0.002 nanograms per microliter. And this, again, targets only the male Y chromosome. And this is typically used in sexual assaults when we have a female swabbing. So say we have a vaginal swab and there's a lot of female DNA there, and then we have a very small amount of male DNA. What we're able to do is isolate and only type the Y chromosome, and it basically wipes out the female in that profile. And this is also an STR, short tandem repeat testing, but it only targets the male chromosome. So that's typically why we have it. We just do this test for all of the samples that we have. So while it is there, it wasn't used for further testing.
So while we had swabs from the slide and the trigger of the pistol, we were unable to continue with DNA analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, typically when you have two males in the same case, Y testing is a little irrelevant.
Okay. Now, if we go to the bottom of page 3 here, we can see buccal swab standard from Kevin W. Lychwick, which was designated as item AJ1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is a single source male profile. Single source profile. Is that correct?
Yes.
So now this is what we're using to compare to any other DNA profile that we see throughout the testing of these items.
The buccal swab standard is used for comparisons to any of the evidence that has been developed.
Thank you for clarifying. Now, if we go forward then to item AA1, which is swabs from the side of the right boot, we can see here you report a partial single source male profile that's consistent with the profile from Kevin Lychwick. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you have a bullet point right underneath it that talks about the probability. Can you explain to the jury, maybe in more layperson's terms, what that is actually saying?
It basically means, so the statistic says the probability of randomly selecting the observed profile from a population of unrelated individuals is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion. In simpler terms, I would have to type or develop a DNA profile for 1 quadrillion people before I would likely see this same set of numbers in a profile again. So being a single source profile, I'm doing a 1-to-1 comparison. This is one set of numbers, one contributor, and then compared to Mr. Lychwick's profile. And the numbers are consistent, so I can't say 100% that it's him because we have not typed everybody in the world, but the statistic is strong enough to say that it is many times over the population of the world that this DNA came from this person.
If we continue on then to the swabs from the bottom of the left boot, there was a low-level partial profile. So what does that mean?
This means of the locations that we looked at, some of the information is missing. That's why it's called partial. And it's low level, meaning it does not meet the qualifications for interpretation. So it was reported but not used because it is, we cannot be confident of somebody being included in that profile or not.
Okay. Now, Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please? You mentioned earlier, Ms. Taylor, that when the firearm in this case was received, it was wrapped up in towels. Is that fair to say?
The barrel of the firearm was wrapped up in towels, yes.
Thank you. And now, there was another individual present who was taking photos of the firearm as it was unraveled piece by piece. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you look at the screen in front of you, and I'm showing you a packet of photos that's marked as States Exhibits 158 through 163. And as I go through them, if you could follow along, and I'll have some more questions for you at the end. Okay, did you see all those?
Yes,
Do you recognize those?
yes,
Are these photos of the firearm as it came in from the police department?
yes.
I would move exhibits 158 to 163 into evidence.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Lychwick?
This is outrageous. I never saw this gun before. This is not my pistol.
That is not an objection, therefore those exhibits will be received.
Thank you. I would also ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to publication of those exhibits, Mr.
I
Lychwick?
object to all of this.
Your objections noted. Over the objection of the defense, these pictures may be used with the jury.
In looking at exhibit 158, can you describe for me what you observed about this gun when you first opened the box?
I don't understand your question. If you could restate it.
Sure, absolutely. I'll start with actually this box. Is that how this firearm came to the crime lab?
Yes, well, it came sealed.
It came sealed. Okay, thank you. Now, when you started analyzing this firearm, did you note anywhere in the case file that there was any kind of break in the seal or any evidence of tampering or otherwise concerning that would lead you to believe the integrity of this item might be compromised?
No, upon receipt of this item in the front office, it would have been noted in the case file. And I did not, if I had noticed anything that was not normal in the packaging of this item, I would also note it.
Okay. Now, do we see, once you open this box and you see this pistol, it looks like there's a zip tie towards the grip of the firearm. Do you see that?
Yes, typically firearms are cleared to verify that there's no live ammunition in them and then zip tied through the magazine area and basically through the top of the gun to verify that there's nothing inside of it before
Okay.
we analyze it.
And where my cursor is, top right of exhibit 158, is that the magazine for this pistol?
It is a magazine. I am not sure 100% myself because I'm not a firearm examiner if it is belonging to this pistol or not. It did come received with it.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Now, if we move on to exhibit 158. I'm sorry, 159. Is this a closer view of exhibit 158?
Yes, this is the firearm without the magazine.
Okay. Now, 160?
Yes, this was after I removed the outside collection of rubber bands from the first outside towel.
And as you start removing these rubber bands, are you wearing gloves?
Yes,
And do you have intention on analyzing these rubber bands to see if there's any DNA on them?
yes, I did.
What about the towel? Do you attempt DNA analysis on that towel?
Yes,
As you continue unraveling, if we go to exhibit 161, do we now see more rubber bands wrapped around the interior blue towel around the barrel of this pistol?
Yes,
Do you go through the same process as you did for the exterior towel where you remove all the rubber bands and unravel this blue towel?
yes,
Is the removal of the rubber bands depicted in 162?
that's the removal of the majority of the interior rubber band set. And then once that second towel was removed, the rubber bands that are around the end of the barrel there are separated and added to that collection.
Okay. And then Exhibit 163, what is this?
That is the pistol without all of the towels and rubber bands attached.
Okay. Now, when we look at all of these photos, did you also see a yellow sticker at the bottom of each photo?
Yes,
Does that contain that same R242973 number that you referenced earlier?
yes,
Does it also have number, or the crime lab item designation AD?
yes,
I am going to bring to you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 157. If you look on the outside of Exhibit 157, do you see any yellow stickers consistent with what the crime lab would put on this item?
yes. This one here is the sub-designation for the firearm and everything in it contained in this box.
Okay, and do you see all this red evidence tape everywhere around it?
Yes,
Obviously now, this box opens, so the seal has been, or this item has been opened by someone, is that correct?
that's correct.
And that's not how this was received at the crime lab.
No, it's sealed with evidence tape on all of the on all of the edges, as well as the bottom, to verify there's no, because the gun is then secured with these, and it's taped over so nothing can get into any of the holes or the edges of the packaging.
Okay, now if I open then Exhibit 157, what do you see in there?
That is the firearm and the magazine without the towels and the rubber bands.
Okay, now this, as we talked about previously, has been rendered safe. The magazine is removed from the pistol, and the all of the bullets are on the outside of the box here. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, as we continue going, and Judge, I'm just going to walk this in front of the jury before I ask my next question.
This is 157, which has been previously published to the jury.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Taylor, when we were talking earlier about rough and smooth surfaces and which one is a little bit easier or more likely to retain the DNA, the grip of this gun, from what you could tell, was it more of a rough surface or a smooth surface?
aside from the tape, which produces a smoother surface, the actual grip is more rough.
Okay, and when you received this firearm, as we see in Exhibit 163, that black masking or black duct tape, was that already around the grip of this pistol?
Yes,
Now, if we go back to your report, which is Exhibit 112, but now we are at item AE1, is that correct?
yes,
And that's the swabs from the grip of that pistol in front of you in Exhibit 157.
yes,
Were you able to come to a conclusion as it relates to the DNA present on the swab from the grip of the pistol?
This was developed as a single source male profile, meaning there's one contributor to this profile. And at the number of repeats at each of those locations, I have one set of numbers for each of the 23 locations. And then when compared with Mr. Kevin Lychwick's profile, the numbers in his profile were the same as the ones in the evidence profile. So I can say they're consistent. And it gives the same random match probability statistic of 1 and 1 quadrillion profiles in the unrelated population.
So you would have to have profiles from a quadrillion people before you even have a chance of seeing this same set of numbers or this same profile?
Yes.
If we move on then in your report to swabbing of rubber bands around the exterior blue towel on pistol, which is crime lab number AD3A. Were the rubber bands around the interior and exterior blue towel kept separate?
Yes.
Okay. Preventing cross-contamination?
When you have that many items in the possible DNA testing, the items were kept separate to designate one was from the outside towel, one was from the inside towel. But they were also separated into 2 sections each, making 4 different samples, because if you swab, say, all of them together and they all have a lot of DNA, it can prevent accurate analysis because it may pick up too many minor profiles within it.
Okay. So I am bringing to you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibits 142 and 143. Do you see on each paper bag the yellow crime lab sticker?
Yes.
And does that belong to, do these 2 bags then contain evidence from the crime lab that you analyzed?
These each contain, this is the rubber bands from the first exterior towel, and these are the rubber bands from the interior towel.
And do you see AD4 and AD3?
Yes.
Okay.
Attorney
and-
Thompson, when you're done handing the witness the exhibits, I'd ask that you continue your questioning at council table unless you need to be up here for a particular purpose.
Okay, thank you. Now, for Exhibits 142, if we look there, what's the crime lab number on that yellow sticker?
AD3,
And then Exhibit 143, what's that number?
AD4.
And when you look at both of these exhibits, are they currently sealed?
Yes.
And by sealed, do you see evidence tape?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take exhibit number 142, please. And actually, as I look on the back of this, do you see a date and initial on the back of that bag?
Yes, once I reseal each of the items of packaging, I tape them and then I initial and date the day that I sealed them back up.
Okay. So now, knowing that this item was sealed by you, and it still is now, in opening it with a pair of scissors.
Attorney Thompson, why don't you have the witness open that?
Okay.
She can open it, you can return to council table for the questioning.
Okay. I will leave these with you, and I will certainly get you a pair of gloves. If you so choose to use them.
I do.
There you go. And you can go ahead and open exhibits 142 and 143 and let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay, now looking inside of those, we see those rubber bands, is that correct? And I'm specifically talking about item AD3.
Yes.
Now, in this DNA analysis, we see a 3-person mixture, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, how then do you, or at this point, we're using that star mix, right? Because we have a mixture of DNA profiles observed here?
Yes.
Okay, so then now, in looking at this chart below, can you explain to the jury what your conclusion was based on the analysis of these rubber bands around the exterior of the towel?
So the exterior rubber band swabs were separated into 2 samples. So AD is the firearm, and then AD3 are the rubber bands on the exterior of this firearm around the towel. So then there's AD3A and B, and that just is basically those rubber bands separated into 2 samples, A and B. So this is the first set of rubber bands. They're not different than the other ones. They were just separated into little piles. So in this one, it is a 3-person mixture, so 3 people are contributing to the profile. I can say at least one of these is male. And then this was separated into the percentages of those 3 contributors, and then run against 2 different standards. And Mr. Polly is a very strong supporter of exclusion, meaning he's most likely not one of those 3 people. And then Mr. Lychwick's profile was compared, and it is very strong support for inclusion, that this profile is made up of Mr. Lychwick and 2 other unknown individuals than if it is made up of 3 unknown people.
That person of interest and 2 unknown people, that's the better explanation for what you're seeing in this DNA analysis, is that correct?
If you see the H1 and H2 in the chart, H1 is the proposition or the idea, is this profile best explained saying that it's made up of the person of interest and 2 other people? Or is it better explained saying this is not made up of that person, it is made up of 3 random unknown people?
And we see that as it relates to the likelihood ratio for Mr. Lychwick, we see that 1 quadrillion number again, is that correct?
Yes.
Continuing through your report, we now get to a swabbing of rubber bands around the exterior towel and the interior towel with different sub-designations, is that correct?
Yes.
And while you were able to obtain DNA profiles from these particular areas, were you able to either identify a single source profile or a mixture?
In this case, they were both mixture profiles.
Okay, and were you able to come to any conclusions like we just saw in the chart before?
So these AD3B and AD4B are the second set of swabs from the interior and the exterior rubber band sets. And while DNA profiles were developed, we also do a process in StarMix called a database search. And this goes through all of the samples that we submit into StarMix. And there's a database of collection of people within the lab, people that have visited the lab, and it runs all of our profiles to detect any possible contamination or close match to other profiles that of somebody within that laboratory. In this case, both of those samples were found to be a close match to a possible other profile, so they weren't used because they weren't confidently not compromised in any way. So while they were reported, they weren't used for any interpretation of inclusion or exclusion.
They were unreliable for reporting purposes, is that fair to say?
Yes, the database search is a quality control measure that we have within the lab to verify that if a profile possibly matches other people, that it's not used, and that we note that in our reports.
If we continue moving through your report then, we're next looking at the swabbing of rubber bands around the interior blue towel on the pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've already opened those items on the stand that are item AD4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now on these swabbings of the rubber bands from the interior blue towel, you identified a 3-person mixture, is that correct?
Yes.
And now, Can you explain your results in analyzing that mixture?
So this is the first set of the 2 samples taken from the interior towel rubber bands. And this was also a 3-person mixture. At least one of them was male. And this has the same proposition. Is this profile best explained that it is made up of Mr. Lychwick's profile and 2 unknown people? Or is it better explained that it's 3 unknown people? In this case, it is a very strong support for inclusion that Mr. Lychwick's profile and 2 other people better explain the evidence than if it is made up of 3 other people.
And again, we see that 1 quadrillion number, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when we move to the exterior blue towel, that's item AD5, is that correct?
Yes.
And then it has sub-designations for various either parts or cuttings from that towel. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When we look at that, Ms. Taylor, I provided you brown bags that are marked as exhibits 141 and 148. Do you see the exhibit sticker on there?
Yes.
Are the contents of those bags identified by a yellow sticker from your crime lab?
Yes.
Starting with exhibit number 148, which is the exterior blue towel, can you open that, please? And can you unroll that, please? Now, Ms. Taylor, you're holding up what's marked as State's Exhibit 148, which is the exterior towel. You reference on your report there's a cutting that you analyzed. Did you cut this towel?
Yes.
Where did you cut it?
Here and here.
Okay, so on the side of the towel that your right hand is holding, we can see maybe two small areas that look like holes, and those would be the cuttings that you did to this towel in order to do a DNA analysis on that blood staining.
Yes, one of the samples was confirmatory tested with the human trace test with blood and was confirmed to be positive. The other sample was done with a presumptive test for saliva and was also positive. We have no confirmatory test for saliva, but the sample was still cut for DNA analysis.
And when you analyze both the cutting of the blood staining and then the cut of a stain on the exterior towel, did you observe single source male profiles consistent with each other?
Yes.
Okay, and are they consistent then with the profile from Kevin Lychwick?
Yes, they are.
And again, we see here that 1 quadrillion number, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, item AD5C appears to be another cutting of a stain on the exterior towel, is that correct?
Yes.
In this cutting, we see that there's a 2-person mixture, is that right?
Yes.
Now, can you explain to the jury then your conclusion on AD5C, that particular cutting from that exterior blue towel?
So a 2-person mixture means there are 2 people contributing to that profile. Each of my locations will have 3 or 4 numbers that represent those short tandem repeat sections. And this is, again, separated by star mix into the percentages. So just estimating the percentage of contributors, say if I have an 80% contributor to 20% contributor. This is asking the question, is this profile best explained with Mr. Lychwick's DNA and one other person, or is it better explained as two unknown people? And in this case, it is a very strong support for inclusion that the profile is better explained with Mr. Lychwick's profile in an unknown individual.
So now, based on what you see here, at 3 different cuttings or locations on this exterior blue towel, we have Mr. Lychwick's DNA profile on.
The probability is higher in those 3 locations, yes.
Okay. Now if we move to actually before I do that exterior blue towel that you held up, did you divide it into quadrants as you were analyzing this piece of evidence?
Yes.
And why separate or why swab in quadrants versus just swabbing all the way across the towel back and forth?
In DNA analysis, it's possible to get too much DNA from the sample, and this creates a complex mixture. And as I stated before, complex mixtures cannot be used for interpretation. So in things such as towels and, say, pillows, things like that, where I'm looking for somebody possibly touching it, I don't know where the object came from necessarily. I don't know if the person I'm looking for is specifically on that item. So if they may have touched in like one corner but not the other corner, I separate it in quadrants to make a smaller sample for each of those swabbings to pick up basically less complex mixtures and the majority contributor for each of those locations.
And now, when you analyzed the swabbings from each of those 8 quadrants on the exterior towel, was there, and you can follow along with me in your report, a 3-person mixture observed on each swabbing from each quadrant?
Yes.
And now going backwards to quadrant 1, when we talk about your conclusion and the best explanation for what you're seeing in this mixture, do we see very strong support for inclusion as it relates to Kevin Lychwick as the person of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you should have Exhibit 141 in front of you, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you open that, please?
Attorney Thompson, are you moving Exhibit 148 into evidence?
I will be, yes.
Okay, well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I should have,
I thought I did. If I did not, I would move Exhibit 148 and 141 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of Exhibits 148 and 141?
I object to all of this. That's not my pistol, and I don't know how my DNA got on there. They
Mr.
planted it.
Lychwick, if you want to make a legal objection, you can do that, but editorializing or trying to testify will not be allowed. Do you have a legal objection to the admission of these exhibits? Hearing none, they are admitted.
I object.
Your objection is noted without any basis. These exhibits are entered into evidence.
Thank
You may
you.
continue, Attorney Thompson.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Judge. Now, Exhibit 141, is that identified by the crime lab on that yellow sticker as AD6?
Yes.
And then were there 4 sections that were swabbed on that towel that were sub-designated as AD6A through D?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you please, if you have not already, can you open Exhibit 141 and hold that up for the jury?
Attorney Thompson, hang on. Are you asking for publication to the jury?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, do you object to the publication of this exhibit to the jury?
I strenuously object.
All right, that is noted. The exhibit is in evidence, and it will be published to the jury. So now you may proceed.
Okay, and just so the record can reflect, Ms. Taylor held up the interior blue towel and then she turned it around, holding it up in front of the jury. Now, Ms. Taylor, on this interior towel, your report notes swabbings of sections 1 through 4. Is that different from how you analyze the exterior towel in quadrants?
So the exterior towel was swabbed in quadrants 1 through 8, basically, and each side was split into 4 quadrants. So in this towel, it was only split into 2 on each side.
Okay. Now, at the conclusion of your analysis of these 4 sections, did you identify single source male profiles on each of those sections consistent with each other?
Yes,
And are those profiles consistent with the profile of Kevin Lychwick?
yes, they are.
And when it talks about single source, that's one contributor, it's a one-to-one comparison?
That's correct.
Okay, so in an overview then, when we talk about the exterior blue towel, the interior blue towel, the grip of this pistol, and the rubber bands, whether it's a single source profile or a mixture, we're seeing either profiles consistent with Kevin Lychwick or very strong support for inclusion of Kevin Lychwick.
That's correct.
Sorry, Judge, just one moment. I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Attorney Thompson, I do not have exhibits 142 or 143 in evidence. Are you moving those in?
I am, yes, please.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of 142 and 143?
I strenuously object.
Okay, over the objection, those exhibits will be received. And Attorney Thompson, are you moving exhibit 111 in the statement of qualifications?
Yes, so before Ms. Taylor leaves the stand, I would move exhibits 111, 112, 158 through 163, 157, or I'm sorry, 157's already been admitted, 142, 143, 141, and 148.
I had all of those other ones already in. The only one I didn't were the only ones I didn't were the ones I mentioned. So, Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 111, the statement of qualifications
I
coming in?
strenuously object to this all.
Okay. Over the defense objection, 111 will be received as well. Mr. Lychwick, do you have cross-examination questions?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may begin.
Is it possible for an outside individual to place someone's DNA on an object, to attach them to an object that they had never touched before, perhaps? Is it, in your opinion, that's possible?
It is possible, yes.
At this point, I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you for answering.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay, you may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 minutes to noon, so we are going to take our lunch break right now. Let's plan on resuming at 1 p.m. And again, remind you, as I will try to do at every break, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves yet. You have not heard all the evidence and you have not been instructed. So have a good lunch and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
All rise.
Thank you. God, thank you very much. Where's my number?
Thank you. You may be seated. Is there anything we need to place on the record before we break, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Yes. Again, I strongly object to these proceedings. I am unprepared to defend myself, and I am sickly. I should be in a hospital,
Mr. Lychwick,
not
you
prepared to
continue.
be here. And you
you're-
dragged me here
Please
against
stop
my
talking.
will. I am here under duress, and I protest.
Mr. Lychwick, your objections and your protestations are noted for the record. The court has ruled on those, and the trial will continue at 1 p.m. We'll see you then. Wisconsin versus Kevin Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Ann Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Lychwick. Mr. Lychwick appears in person in custody. He appears as he was this morning. He still is dressed in jail orange with the green coat covering him. He is seated. Is he still in a wheelchair? My deputy confirms he is in a wheelchair. I may have neglected to make a record of this morning, but standby counsel Pablo Galaviz was also present this morning. He was in the courtroom in the front row of the gallery all morning, and he is once again present in the courtroom this afternoon. It is 1:02. Madam Clerk, do we have our jurors?
Thank you. When I walked by, they were not all there.
Okay, it sounds like our jury may still be assembling. I told them to come back at 1, so we'll give them a few more minutes. While we're waiting, Attorney Thompson, anything to place on the record?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Again, I protest these proceedings. I am unprepared for them, both medically and with counsel.
Understood, Mr. Lychwick, and as I said before, your objections are noted for the record. All right, they can come in.
All right. So you said 2011? Yeah. I would have been on the late 60s, and I think tobacco was in the early 60s. Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Make sure everyone's situated, and we are ready to resume testimony. Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Dr. Truesdale, and she's just in the hallway coming in. No, Christy.
All right, Dr. Truesdale, you can come all the way up to the witness stand. And when you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. The black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Just get yourself situated nice and close to that. And when you are ready to begin, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Jana Marie Truesdell. First name Jana, middle name Marie, last name T like Tom, Ruesdell.
And Dr. Truesdale, how are you employed?
I am a consultant anthropologist. I am also the director of the FEPAC accredited forensic investigation program at UW-Platteville.
And are you also a consultant for the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office in your capacity as a forensic anthropologist?
I am.
And do you know approximately how many times over your career that you have consulted with the ME's office here in Waukesha County?
5 or 6 times.
Okay. And how long have you been a forensic anthropologist?
Well, I began my training in 2009, and I graduated with my doctorate in 2016, 17, that kind of area.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just for the witness? Dr. Truesdell, do you see a document on your screen?
I do.
Do you see the exhibit sticker of number 115?
I do.
Is this a 5-page document?
It says it is.
Okay. I will then scroll down, and if you could follow along with me, and I'll have some questions for you at the end. Okay, do you recognize Exhibit 115?
I do.
Is this your curriculum vitae?
It is.
And do you add to this as you continue on in your training and your experience in your career?
I do.
Is it accurate up until this point today?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 115 into evidence, please.
Any objection to the admission of 115, Mr. Lychwick?
I object strenuously.
What is your legal basis?
These proceedings are a travesty of justice to begin with.
Your objections to the proceedings are irrelevant to this exhibit. This exhibit will be received into evidence.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Truesdell, you were telling us about how long you've been a forensic anthropologist. Can you go through for the jury your education?
From the very beginning?
Yes, please.
Sure. So I had a previous career as a performer and then went back into anthropology. So I went back to the bachelor's level at 2008 to get a certificate of major in anthropology from the University of Milwaukee. I then did my first master's degree at the University of Central Lancashire, or UCL. That's in the north of England. And I started there 2009 and then graduated 2010. Then I went and did a second master's, also in England, this time in London, at UCL, or University College London, and that was 2010 to 2011. I then did my doctoral degree at the University of Oxford, also in England, and I submitted my thesis just at the end of 2016, right at the beginning of 2017, but then actually graduated in 2018.
In continuing through your CV, you are currently an associate professor of forensic investigation, is that correct?
It is.
And which school is that through?
University of Wisconsin-Platteville.
Okay, and can you tell me about the classes you teach at UW-Platteville?
In the fall, I teach medical legal death investigation. I am a board-certified medical legal death investigator, so I teach that class. I also teach what's called Forensic Firsts, which is the history of forensics and ethics, things like that, what put each discipline, like fingerprinting or DNA or anthropology, on the map, as it were, with the cases that sort of put them on the map. So that's that one. In the spring, we do forensic anthropology. And then we also do decomposition and the postmortem interval, which is showing students the trajectory of normal decomposition and the things that could sort of change it or inform on it. And then we place pigs, which are stand-ins for humans. They're the closest to us. So we place pigs out for several months and we watch that trajectory as we've learned it in the classroom in different environments to show things that could alter things. So, and then I also teach senior seminar, which is the students' capstone projects. They can choose anything they like as long as it's forensic. So we do that for the entirety of the semester. They do, there's 30 projects in a semester, so there's quite a variation. And then any independent study anybody would want to do, I tend to do more anthropologically based ones, but I will do anything that anyone wants to do and is curious about.
Now, prior to being at UW-Platteville, were you also at University of Wisconsin Parkside?
I was.
And what was your role at that school?
I taught two 1 week long courses, so one in the winter and one in the summer. The one in the winter is again about death investigation and how to properly perform investigations and what you should look for, how to collect the most detail from the perspective of the body. What would they want at an autopsy? Should this be an autopsy or not? Those kinds of things, and those are centered around the pioneer of death investigation as we know it now, whose name was Francis Glessner-Lee. So then in the summer, it is an anthropological recovery class, meaning we put a plastic skeleton in the ground, and then we go through the process of how in an actual case we might recover those remains. So starting out looking at aerial photographs, topography, that kind of, what does the lay of the land look like? We then have cadaver dogs, drones. They winnow down to where we think that the plastic skeleton is, and then we find it, we map it, and then we excavate it and bring it out of the ground. We then take it into the lab and look at the bones themselves to see what they can tell us from an anthropological point of view.
Doctor, you referenced a name in there. Do you have a spelling for that name?
Francis, Frances, Glessner, Glessner, Lee, Lee.
Thank you.
No problem.
Now, you referenced being a consulting forensic anthropologist for the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. Do you also consult with any other counties in the state of Wisconsin?
I do.
And which ones are those?
Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha currently. And anyone who wants to get in touch, but I work most often with them.
Okay. Now, as a forensic anthropologist, do you have any professional affiliations?
I do.
And can you describe some of those for the jury, please?
I am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I am also a board-certified member of the Medical Legal Death Investigators, the board, so ABMDI. I am a member of the Wisconsin Coroner and Medical Examiners Association here in Wisconsin, the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. I am also a member of the Society of Medical Legal Death Investigators. I am an active team member on a response team that, say, a plane goes down or something like that, we would respond to that. Two of those, so there's Kenyon, which could be just property, and the last time that I was called for that is when COVID was first hitting New York. So, but then also I'm also a consultant with what's called DMORT, which is the Disaster Mortuary Operations Response Team, and I am an anthropological or a forensic anthropologist for them.
Are you currently in the certification process for the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists?
I am.
How long does that certification process take?
It can take years. They have just they've just changed the application process, so now it's a minimum of 2 years, but it generally would take a little bit longer than that.
Okay, and why, as a forensic anthropologist, why is it important to be board certified in all of these areas, and in particular the one you're going through now?
Board certification or certifications in general are important for anthropologists because it introduces standards. So we want to make sure that we're all at least exposed to best practice. So we all agree the way we want to do this is the best way to do it. So we called that sort of standards, just generally standards. So we're all on the same page doing the same things. And that way we can review each other and say, I agree or I don't agree. So that's important for any kind of labs that are running any kind of tests, but it's important for us as well. Even though we are more subjective in a lot of our assessments, we have that sort of safety net of that everyone has the same information and we can all check each other. It's also important to, just like going to conferences and being a member of the things that I just had mentioned, it's important because it keeps you current in the field. You didn't just, learn something 20 years ago and haven't updated your knowledge. You're constantly renewing and learning new cases and meeting with each other and getting advice. And so you're making sure that you're still current in the field. So that's another reason that you would do that.
What is the focus of forensic anthropology?
Forensic anthropology could be defined as just having specialist knowledge of the skeleton, in our case the human skeleton, although we do need to know how it looks different from different non-human skeletons. But for the human skeleton, having specialist knowledge in that, and then applying that to the law, to legal contexts. That's not, essentially that's the gist, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you are consulting with these various offices in the state of Wisconsin, are you sometimes called in to assist with identifying skeletonized remains?
Yes.
And what about a trauma analysis of the bones that are recovered?
Forensic anthropologists have a lot of things that they do. Helping with identification is one of the main ones. Who was this person? What did they look like? How old were they? Is it consistent with someone we maybe think it is, or do we not know at all and we need to generate something that we can go look for someone? But also, so that's a big one. But then also probably the second one would be a trauma analysis, as you've said. So a trauma analysis is maybe they already know who they think it is, but they want to know what happened to them or didn't happen to them. So that would be where that would fall. We also, if they were looking for a person, if they didn't know where they were, they just knew they were out there somewhere, we would be asked to help search for that person, and then we would call it recover them and bring them back to the medical examiner's office, so then we could examine them. There's many things that we do, but I think identification is one of the main ones, and trauma analysis would be second, with recovery probably third.
As part of your consultation, are you also assisting in interpreting decomposition?
Yes.
And does that include kind of looking at what's maybe normal or not normal in certain environments or situations in which remains are recovered?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, have you testified in court before regarding your consultations with medical examiner offices as a forensic anthropologist?
I have.
Okay. And is this your second time testifying in court?
Is.
Okay. Now, when are you called, or under what circumstances are you called in by a medical examiner's office to assist?
Well, any of the reason, it depends on how extensive their need is. So I could be called to say someone was walking their dog and they found remains in the park or something like that, and then they would say, can you come help us make sure that those remains are recovered properly, and then so you would do the recovery there and sort of control that scene from the point of the skeleton. Then you would have the skeleton would be transported to the medical examiner's office. Then if they wanted to say, what do we know about this person? What can you tell me about this person? Who are they? Who could they have been? You would do the full analysis, what's called a biological profile, which is, there's 4 main components: age, biological sex, stature, how tall were they, and then also, what am I thinking? So age, biological sex, stature, any kind of, I'm blanking, but there's essentially a lot of things that we can show to say, oh, I'm sorry, what did the person look like in terms of, we say population affinity, but essentially their ancestry, we would know that better as. So those are the 4 main ones. And then also if there's any pathology, so did they have any sort of disease pathway that would be unique to them? Did they have any distinguishing marks on their bones that maybe they fell out of a tree when they were 8 and there's a scar, something like that. So you would be able to build up who this person might have been, what their life was like. And then if they had trauma, you would assess that and say, this happened to this person, it was well before death, so it didn't have anything to do with how they died, or maybe it's right at the time of death, so it could have been. Those kinds of things. Is the decomposition consistent? So if someone has something that's called adipocere, which is sort of a waxy substance, we get that when things are humid. So someone found out in a desert, that would be inconsistent. And so you would have to explain that. So the body maybe was moved, or it was maybe kept somewhere, or there was something that was just sort of unique about that burial that caused that. But it's a discussion that you would have about it. So you just...
Dr. Truesdale, I'm not sure what the original question was. Why don't we move on to the next question? Or if you have follow-up to that answer, I just didn't want it to go too narrative there.
No, that's fine. That was exactly what I was asking, what all those different circumstances are in which, and it was
Right.
helpful for you to give examples.
Yes, and so
Okay,
in
hang on.
Emmy's office.
Hang on, just wait for the next question.
Now, are you also called in situations where maybe it's a cold case or a homicide, or maybe it's a suspicious or a questionable death?
All of these things?
Is that a
Okay.
yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is it fair to say that anytime we're looking at a skeleton, that would be a time where you would be called in to assist?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in hearing everything about what your role is there a particular task which is not something that you do as part of your at 116?
I do.
And what is that?
My final report given to the medical examiner's office.
And is it for the medical examiner's office, case number WK24-2635?
It is?
And this report that you prepared, have you made any changes or corrections to it since you provided it to the medical examiner's office?
No.
And you signed each page of your report, is that correct?
Correct.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 116 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 116?
Yes, I have. I haven't been able to, I object to all these proceedings. I have not been able to counter these
All right, Mr. Lychwick,
expert witnesses with my own.
stop. I'm asking the jury to disregard the statements of Mr. Lychwick. It's not a proper objection for a legal basis, and it is an attempt to pass information to the jury. So your objection, though, is noted and it is overruled. The exhibit will come into evidence.
Now, Dr. Truesdale, when you are first sitting down to write your report, do you include information about how you first came to be involved in this particular case with the Waukesha ME's office?
Yes.
And does this case involve human remains that were recovered on October 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And when was the first time then you went to the medical examiner's office here in Waukesha County after being contacted and your assistance was requested?
Okay, hang on one moment. Dr. Truesdale, I recognize that you have a notebook or something up there. I'm going to ask you to not refer to that. You can refer to your report, which has been admitted into evidence, or if there's other information that you would like to see from the prosecution to refresh your recollection, but I ask that you not refer to anything that's not already in the court record then. So Attorney Thompson, if you want to ask a different question or re-ask the question, or if you have an answer to that question. Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
11, it was, actually, can you just go scroll up a few? It's down, I'm sorry, the other way. So it was 11/1/2024.
Okay, and the day prior, were you contacted by the medical examiner's office and your assistance was requested?
I was, yes, I was called prior to that, and we decided on that later date.
Okay, now, once you arrive at the medical examiner's office on November 1st of 2024, was there already an examination in process as to the remains that were recovered on October 30th of 2024?
There was.
And when this initial process has started, are you getting in there right next to Dr. Scheel, or are you standing back for the time being?
I am obviously allowing her the space she needs to do her work, but I am watching very close by.
Okay, so at this point, you are more of an observer than an actual participant in the examination. Is that fair to say?
A close observer, as in if she points to something, I will come and look at it, or, you know, we're collaborating in that, but she's the one that is doing the examination closely with her hands, and I'm more, unless she points something out to me, but I am there next to her.
Okay, and were you aware whether x-rays were performed of the remains in this case?
They were?
And did you then subsequently review those as part of your trauma analysis and identification in this case?
I did.
Were you present once Dr. Scheel is finished with her autopsy, and then one of the steps to get a closer examination of the bones is to clean them, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the standard cleaning protocol that you used in this case?
So during that examination, Dr. Scheel would remove the bones, hand them to me. I would put them on to another table, so they would then become something, my analysis, as opposed to hers at that point. And then I would take those elements, those bones, from that table and use the protocol of, it's just called Stedman et al. We'd have to scroll to see the actual date. I think it's 2000, well, I won't say. Keep going here. Stedman et al. 2006, I was right. So
I'm sorry, just to interrupt you, that's Steadman for the court reporter.
And essentially that was what's the best way, these are ways to clean the bones. The sort of the standard way that a lot of people use is water. So you put the bones in water and you heat that water up to a certain temperature. And sometimes you can add what's called enzymatic processes, but essentially it's a detergent of some kind. But yes, it's essentially water with some additives based on the best way that everyone sort of does is the Stedman protocol.
And when you're using this cleaning procedure, that's not affecting anything in terms of maintaining integrity of anything that could be on the bones for evidentiary value? No.
Obviously, any kind of soil or the tissue will come off during that process, but if we want that retained, we can. It can then be sieved. So you, depending on if you are interested in what's in the water or what comes off, that is not lost. It can be retained if you'd like.
Okay. Now, in this case here, once that cleaning process was completed, did you then conduct an inventory of all of the bones that were recovered?
Yes.
And is that located here under skeletal inventory on page 4 of your report?
It is.
And when we're talking about a skeletal inventory, are you saying you pick up every single bone, no matter how tiny it is, to examine it?
Yes.
Do you then lay out the skeleton and, in a sense, piece it back together in order to figure out if you're missing any?
Yes.
In this case here, regarding the remains that were recovered October 30th of 2024, out of the 206 bones in the human body, how many were recovered?
189.
And were you able to tell, as a forensic anthropologist, which bones were missing?
Yes.
Which bones were missing?
So the ones that we did not have recovered at the ME's office was the xiphoid process, which is XIPHOID. That's just at the bottom of your, it's called the sternum, but essentially, if you think that this is a bone that just goes right down your chest, it's just right at the bottom. But that's because it gets lost quite often. Sometimes it doesn't fuse. It's not uncommon for that to happen, so it just gets lost. The lunate, would you like me to spell these as we go, or?
Or if it's easier, if you just wanted to describe the general areas of the body
Sure.
in which the bones were not located.
So on the bones of the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 bones of the right wrist were not there, were absent. 3 bones of the left wrist were absent. One of the the longer bones, metacarpal it's called, just on the biggest part of your hand was missing on the left side. And then finger bones, little finger bones that you can't really say which side they are. They were, some of those were absent as well.
And in your training and your experience, if skeletal remains were found in an outdoor environment, when we consider if bones of this nature are missing, the smaller bones, is that unusual to you?
Not of the hands or the feet. In this case, there wasn't feet bones missing, but the smaller bones that are easily accessible to scavengers, they often go missing, or they are not recovered with the rest of the remains.
Okay. Now, when we then move on to the dental inventory, is that something that you completed in this case as well?
Yes.
And same thing with the bones. Are you piecing together the teeth, or how does that work?
The teeth are generally in the bone itself. The bone is then fractured, so the lower jaw, the mandible, was intact. The upper, what are called the maxilla, part of that was missing, but there was a fragment, so we could put it back. And then 2 teeth were just loose.
Okay. In total then, how many complete teeth were recovered and how many incomplete teeth were recovered?
26 were complete, 3 incomplete.
Okay. Now, after all of these x-rays were taken and you reviewed them, did you find anything that was of particular importance to you during this analysis?
No, the findings were what we would call unremarkable.
Okay. Now, if we go to the next section of your report, you talk about how over 5 days, each bone was examined and processed. So can you tell me, in a general overview, what you were doing over those 5 days?
So once the remains had been x-rayed and they were now laid out, we would say, so put into how they would be in life, you go through and we are cleaning them and then laying them out as they dry. So what we're doing in that 5 days is the cleaning process first. So putting them in the water bath, but then they need time to let that water bath work. So that is multiple hours. So you're just waiting. And then when you take those out, they need to dry, and they need to dry completely. So that's usually overnight, or it takes, sometimes a day or two, depending on how thick the bone is. So you are essentially doing multiple rounds of different bones and then drying those bones. So they're in the water for a while, they're drying for a while. So it can take quite a bit of time to get the entire skeleton cleaned and dry so that you can move on to other things.
Now, after you had finished all of this processing and you examined each of the bones, were there certain anthropological findings you were able to make based upon your examination of these bones?
Yes?
Okay. If we look at your report at the bottom of page 5, the first thing that you identify is the population affinity of the individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your conclusion?
Based on the bones that were examined, the individual was likely to be a Hispanic male with Caucasian traits.
And when you were talking earlier about different circumstances in which you would be called in to assist, one of those categories, if you will, was that the what did the person look like?
Yes.
And so when we're talking about this population affinity, it's what did the person look like?
What does the person look like? How did people know them? How would they have described them?
Are there ways that you can, or are there characteristics of these bones that lead you to the conclusion that this is a Hispanic individual with Caucasian traits?
Yes.
And are those kind of broken down into two categories of metric versus non-metric?
They are.
What are the differences between those two?
Metric can be measured. Non-metric is things that can't be measured.
Okay, so what would be an example of a metric characteristic?
Height, the distance from one, we call them landmarks, but just a point to another point, that is something that you can measure.
Okay, and what about non-metric?
A non-metric trait could be how wide it's called a nasal aperture, but essentially the place where the nose would be, how wide is that? And that varies between people. So that would be something, well, you could measure that, but you could take a measurement of the width, but not it as a whole. It's more of a, let's say the slope of the eye sockets would be another thing that would be non-metric.
Now that you've made that determination, were you also able to determine the sex of the human remains?
Yes.
And what was your opinion as to that?
This individual was likely to be male.
Okay, and what observations did you make about these bones that led you to that conclusion?
There are two places that are the best places to determine this. One is the skull, one is the pelvis. The pelvis is the first place you would want to look. Essentially, the difference in the pelvis is in females, everything is wider, everything is a bit more flared out because we have to allow for babies, whereas males don't, and so their pelvis is going to be taller and more narrow because they don't have to have the space. So there's a long list of techniques that are used, but essentially it's how wide is something versus how narrow it is. You see that in several places. The skull is how pronounced something is. So if something has more of it's called gracile, which just comes from the word graceful. So how small is it? How graceful is it? That tends to be more of a female, more on the female side. If it's the bone is we call robust, very thick and sort of heavy, then that would tend to be more on the male side because males have bigger muscle attachments. They have bigger muscles because they are just overall bigger.
The next section of your report, you opine as to the age of the individual. How did you come to, or first, what was your conclusion?
Of the age of the individual?
Yes.
50 to 80 years.
And how or what characteristics did you see that led you to that conclusion?
So, how we age is we can start with three broad categories. So in children, infants, children are bones sort of knit together. So we're born with more than that 206 we talked about, and then they sort of knit together as we get older. So where those are in that progression can tell you age in a younger individual, as well as size. And then once those are all done, we would say fusing, once everything's complete, there's sort of a middle area where everything's complete, but there's not a lot of wear and tear. We're sort of in as just sort of a middle area, a stasis, we might say. And then once we start to see things like degenerative change, arthritis, more of that wear and tear, those things show up in individual bones. We might think this is a person that is in this older category, also loss of density, so osteoporosis or things like that. We might think this is an older person. So once we have our broad category, we can apply multiple techniques within those categories to narrow down and make that age a bit more specific.
So if you are looking at bones or at a skeleton and you're seeing that everything that is supposed to eventually be fused is fused, are we looking at an individual that is likely older than 45 years old?
Yes.
Okay. Then in this case, if you are estimating that the individual is between 50 and 80 years, did you observe that fusion in each of the appropriate spots on the skeleton?
Fusion has ended by this point. Even the latest ones are done, so we know we're above 45/50. But this individual didn't have a lot of. This individual had some arthritis in some of his like elbows and fingers joints, but not a huge amount that would make me think, oh, this is a very elderly person. So from that, you can sort of say this is maybe someone in later middle age or sort of a young maturity, but not someone who's elderly, not someone who's young, not someone who's elderly. Within that, you look at just various parts of the skeleton that change over time, and we know that they predictably change. So where they are in that change, we can say, okay, you're maybe in this decade of life or these 2 decades of life, but we can't ever say you're exactly this. We can just give a range.
Okay. Then as we continue through your report, the next conclusion that you make is related to the stature of the individual. Is that the height of the person?
Yes.
And what are the best indicators in a human skeleton to determine someone's stature?
Long bones, specifically the long bones of the leg. So a femur, so your thigh bone, but then also a tibia, so your lower leg bone, and then essentially the lower leg bones.
Okay. Now, do we come to the point then where you give an opinion as to the trauma analysis component of this examination that you were called in to assist with?
Yes.
Okay. And as you prepared the report, were there also photos that you used either from the medical examiner's office or photos that you asked that they take on your behalf because you wanted a specific angle?
Yes. The medical examiner, when I'm doing an examination and I want something highlighted or documented, I will have one of the deputy medical examiners or the autopsy techs there with me, and I will say, take a photo of this, take a photo of this.
What is the difference between antemortem and perimortem?
Antemortem is before death. Perimortem is at or around the time of death.
And as you reviewed this skeleton, did you observe perimortem trauma?
Yes.
And was that particularly in the area of the skull and one of the vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to just scroll down to the appendix here. And this has previously been received, Exhibit 116, but I would ask to publish this particular page with Dr. Truesdale to the jury, please.
Which page is that of 116?
15?
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to page 15 being used with the jury?
No, not at this time.
Then it may be used.
Now, Dr. Truesdale, earlier in this case, the jury saw a photo of this skull, but the top teeth were not present. And you talked earlier in your testimony about a fragment that you had reattached. Is this picture in Appendix 3 on page 15 of your report showing the fragment that you reattached?
Yes.
And can you point out for me, and maybe if is there a line where you can see where it would have been reattached?
Yes.
Is that here along the line of where my cursor is?
Correct.
And what's the purpose of reattaching in terms of your examination of the trauma?
It just makes things clearer.
Okay. Then when we look at this nasal cavity area, what, if anything, did you see that you specifically noted in your report regarding the trauma?
So posterior, at the back of that cavity, as you say, there's a roughly circular, what we would say defect, just means something that's not normally there. So there's a roughly circular defect, and in the report, it's about 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter.
And if we go to Appendix 4, which is the following page,
Are you asking that this page get published also?
I would ask that I be able to publish any of the pages in Exhibit 116 going forward, please.
Sure. Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the complete publication of Exhibit 116 at this time?
Yes, I should object because, as before, I object to these proceedings. I do not approve of these materials being introduced against me because I have no way to defend myself against
All right,
these charges.
Mr. Lychwick, I note your objection. I'm overruling that objection. Exhibit 116 can be used with the jury.
Okay. Now, moving on to page 16, which is Appendix 4, in the photo with the letter A on the top left-hand corner, I see a purple circle here. What are you seeing in that circle?
The defect I mentioned.
Okay. And when you talk about these defects, both in the skull and then also in the vertebra, are you able to say that that is the result of a gunshot wound, or do you intentionally use the word projectile or defect?
We would tend to use the more removed terms of defect, sometimes insult, but projectile, because we don't know, at least me looking at these bones, I can't say one way or another that there was a bullet there or not. So I would not want to say bullet and not have my exact knowledge of that. So I would say projectile because that's more encompassing.
And does that go back to the concept that you are simply making observations of traumas or injuries to the bones and then giving that to the medical examiner, and they take that information and apply it to their case as they see fit?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we go to page 17, slowing down just a little bit. Now, in the 3 photos that are on page 17, did you observe beveling and radiating fractures from the defect in the skull in this picture?
One of the defects, yes, and yes.
Okay. Then that's something you would also indicate in your report as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if we go to page 19 of your report, we can see that there are several different colored lines at various areas of the skull. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are those indicating?
Those would be additional fractures or radiating fractures that come from the initial insult. So when a projectile is coming towards an object, it's got a lot of energy. That energy, once it hits the object, has to be dispersed. And so those lines, those radiating fractures, are just the energy looking for places to go.
Okay. And then lastly then, on page 20 of your report, we also are now looking at the vertebra that had the trauma. I think it was the L2, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and now we saw this photo earlier, or at least a very consistent photo of the L2 vertebra with this probe through it. But I can see you kind of have some yellow dots here on the two lower pictures in B and C. What is that representing?
The rounded nature of the defect in the not right up front. So showing that while we can see on that top photo B that the defect that's closest to us has a rounded nature, the yellow is highlighting that the one behind it also has a rounded nature.
At the conclusion of your report then, did you provide this to the medical examiner's office, specifically Dr. Scheel, in the event that it assisted her with the identification process of the individual whose skeleton we recovered April 30th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
On the grounds that I have no,
Mr. Lychwick, do you have questions for this witness?
no.
Okay, doctor, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Thompson, who is the state's next witness?
Detective Ben Stern, but before then, could we take a brief break? I do have a lot of exhibits to use with him, and I'd like to put them all up front so that I remain at council table.
Sure, I think that would be a good idea anyway. Sometimes this first period right after lunch requires an earlier break than normal. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we will resume a little after 2 p.m. I remind you again, do not discuss the case. Thank you. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Attorney Thompson, during the break, feel free to make use of the witness stand there to lay out your exhibits as you see fit. Anything else before we go to break from the state?
I would like to double check with the court. As I was reviewing the exhibits specifically related to the trail camera videos from Mr. LaFave's testimony, those were exhibits number 66 through 74. And I just wanted to be sure, because I think there was a little confusion amongst us if all of them were admitted as they should have been.
I have 66 through 72, and all
Okay.
of those were admitted.
Okay, thank you. That helps with my analysis. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything before we break?
Yes, definitely. I am not receiving a fair trial here. I'm being railroaded. I am innocent of these charges, and I am not in physically good health to be here today. I have been forced to. My attendance is forced. I am here under duress. And this trial should never have occurred. This case should have been dismissed 8 months ago on the grounds of tainted evidence.
Your objection is noted. We will be on break. record in the Lychwick matter. Attorney Thompson, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
let's bring the jury in.
Sorry, there's one point.
Oh, sure, hang on one moment.
I did tell Mr. Lychwick that apparently this is going to be the state's last witness, and I'm guessing they're going to arrest. And he's wanting to make a motion outside the presence of the jury after the arrest.
Sure. Mr. Lychwick, what we'll do then is, if this is the state's last witness, when the state rests, I will excuse the jury, and then I'll hear any motions you would like to make at that time.
All right,
Also,
thank you.
Attorney Galaviz, you have something else?
I also told him you may give him the colloquy on whether or not he wants to testify or not testify.
Right. We'll also discuss that during the break. Mr. Lychwick, I want to give you additional time to talk to Attorney Galaviz about whether or not you want to testify. If you want to consult with Attorney Galaviz, you don't have to, but I want to give you the opportunity to do that if you want to, so that'll be another thing that we'll discuss outside the presence of the jury, okay?
All right.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Thanks.
And Stern.
Detective, come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Benjamin Stern, Benjamin. Stern is Stern.
And sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Approximately 2 years.
And as a law enforcement officer with this department, how long have you been with the department?
I'm in my 10th year at the City of Waukesha.
To become a law enforcement officer, did you have to go through any kind of specialized training?
Yes, I attended a 720-hour basic law enforcement training while I was in the military. I was a military police in active duty for 4 years in the Air Force. At that time, I took a basic law enforcement academy, at which time when I became a officer for the City of Waukesha, completed a reciprocity exam certifying me in the state of Wisconsin.
And once you complete all of that training and you get sworn in as a law enforcement officer, do you have any kind of continuing education, whether you're on field training or even once you're off field training?
That's correct. Field training is a several-month process before you're working on your own as a patrol officer. We also have in-service 3 times a year, which is 2 days apiece. Those are all continuing topics and all sorts of law enforcement. As it pertains to this case, I did attend a 24-hour homicide investigation course, as well as other continuing education and trainings that are pertinent in this case.
And have you also assisted on other death investigations that your department has investigated as well?
Yes, I've worked previously on in assisting in an investigation for 4 previous homicides and approximately 25 to 30 previous death investigations over the years.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. Were you on duty already on that date, or were you called in for a particular reason?
I was working on duty. I was working as a second shift detective assigned to our general detectives unit.
Where were you called to, what was the address of the scene you were called to investigate?
1512 East North Street in Waukesha.
And that's also in Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
That is correct.
Now, did both yourself and another detective, Detective Condon, go to that scene?
Yes, we did.
And did there come a time about an hour into this investigation where you were designated as the detective in charge?
That's correct. About an hour in, we realized we were not dealing with a simple death investigation based on the information we were gathering and what we were observing. At that time, I contacted the on-duty, my CID supervisor, Criminal Investigative Division supervisor, at which time he assigned me to be the lead detective.
What was the information you had as you were going to this scene before you realized this was something more?
The initial call came out over the radio, which we monitor while we're working in our workstation. That initial call indicated that somebody believed that they had located a body wrapped in a tarp under some sticks. So Detective Condon and I decided to go out and assist patrol with that response.
Were you present then when the medical examiner was called and then subsequently came to the scene?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember approximately how many hours you were on scene at this location?
I believe the initial call for service was shortly after 4 p.m. on that day, and we were out there until around 10:30 or 11 at night, so approximately 6 hours during the initial call.
When you arrive on scene, do you get a statement from a particular individual who was present?
Yes, I spoke to Glenda Rose, who was the building manager, and we heard from her on Monday.
And were you able to gather from her kind of the background information on how the remains on that footpath in the woods were discovered?
That's correct. She laid out for me who had located them and then how she was contacted. And then she shared with me information about a person that had not been seen from the apartment since about mid-April of 2024.
And was that individual Carlos Maldonado?
Yes, it was.
And did he reside in apartment 13 at that address on East North Street?
Yes.
Through this investigation, were you able to determine a date of death for Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
And before we get to that, when you are on scene and you spoke with Ms. Rose already, are you also delegating any tasks, or are you keeping track of what's being done or what needs to be done, or how does that work if you're the lead detective?
It's a group effort. So if something has not been done that needs to be delegated and I identify it, I will assign somebody to do it. Otherwise, we work as a pretty good team in our criminal investigative division. So they will be letting me know, hey, I got this done, I got this done. So I'll be trying to keep track of the steps that have been done to that point.
While you were on the property, did you notice any trail cameras affixed to any trees in the backyard of the building, if you will, that's next to a hill?
Yes, I did. I located two, as we're walking around, 2 trail cameras that were affixed to trees. One was facing towards the parking lot of the building. Another one was kind of facing in the opposite direction towards a garden bed.
Did there come a time in your investigation where you found out that one of those cameras had originally been in the garage, but then moved to that garden area by the resident?
Yes, as the investigation progressed, while we were examining videos from those SD cards, a couple of the videos were showing a different camera angle, showing the inside of the garage, pointed out. And we had found, when interviewing Mr. Lefebvre, who owned those cameras, that he had moved them just kind of on a whim, if I remember correctly. So they had been repositioned certain times.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen for the witness, please? There we go. Detective Stern, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 164. Do you see that on the top near the title of this PDF?
Yes, I do.
And is this a one-page document?
Yes.
And was this timeline prepared in anticipation of your testimony during this trial?
That's correct.
Did you compare all of the dates and the specific notations of what happened on that date to the reports in this case to ensure that it was accurate?
Yes, we do.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 164 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 164
Yes, I do, I object.
based on?
Based on the fact that I'm not receiving a fair trial here and I have no way to properly counter this evidence.
All right, on that basis, the objection is overruled and the exhibit may come in as 164. Any objection to publication of the exhibit?
Of course I have.
Okay, the court is ruling that Exhibit 164 may be used as a demonstrative aid with the jury.
Okay, now Detective Stern, in the beginning, we had a presumptive identification that this individual we found in the woods was Carlos Maldonado, correct?
Based on the amount of times it was brought up during our initial investigation, when we first arrived on scene, the amount of times the residents who had come out and spoke with us brought him up, it was a possibility. But at that time, no, we were not operating off of that until the medical examiner could do what they did to assist in identification.
You indicated that based on the number of times or the number of residents who had disclosed Mr. Maldonado's name, do you remember about how many different people advised that Mr. Maldonado had not been seen for a while?
Say 2 or 3. I definitively remember Glenda because it was part of the statement that she initially gave me. I believe the building owner was present as well, also brought it up, and there may have been another person on scene that brought it up. But at least 2 or 3 people had brought up the fact that this was a missing person from this building, and they were hypothesizing themselves that might be related to what they found in the woods.
And then those 2 or 3 people, neither of them were an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when we look at this timeline here, starting at the beginning with April 13th of 2024, had Detective Barrett started doing a premise history and located a missing persons report of Carlos Maldonado.
Yes, she shared that with me.
And then when Detective Barrett went to speak with the family of Mr. Maldonado, we learned that the last time his daughter spoke with Mr. Maldonado was April 13th of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then the next thing we see on this timeline is the Home Depot surveillance. How did law enforcement know to go to that Home Depot to go to that Home Depot location in Delafield to try to obtain this surveillance?
As Detective Hallmark had testified, he had written a subpoena based on the Landmark Credit Union statements and located purchases there around that time. And I believe that a receipt was also located inside of Mr. Maldonado's apartment during the initial investigation as well. That was from around that time. So we knew that we wanted to check Home Depot to see if they still had any video from around that time that may show him there.
Then we learn the date that Ms. Maldonado had reported her father missing. Then we go to when the remains were discovered on October 30th, and then next we have the autopsy on November 1st of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then were you present during this autopsy?
Yes.
Why were you present at the autopsy?
The reason I was present during the autopsy is at this time we did not know a cause or manner of death. We did not know that this was a homicide, a suicide. We just didn't know. So the purpose of me going there, especially in this case where the remains were inside of the plastic and the tarp, I'm there to see if there's anything of evidential value and any determinations that the medical examiner could make immediately that would help us determine what we're possibly investigating.
When you were at the autopsy, did you have an opportunity to see each of the 4 ropes that were wrapped around Mr. Maldonado's remains removed and placed on those white sheets?
Yes.
And if we go back to exhibits 136 through 139, which have already been received. If we go to 136, this is the rope that was around Mr. Maldonado's head area, is that right?
That is correct.
At the time, did you know if there was anything significant about the ropes that the medical examiner's office removed and laid out on these sheets?
The only thing significant at that time that stood out about the ropes was that somebody would have tied them around him after he was dead. He certainly didn't do it himself. So at that point we hypothesized that there was likely some sort of criminal nexus to this as the body was wrapped up and tied up.
And then if we go through 137, 138, and 139, we are seeing all the different areas in which these ropes were recovered from, right?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that some of these ropes appear dirtier than other ropes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we also learned from the medical examiner's office, and we heard testimony about the clothing that this individual was found wearing as when he was wrapped up in this tarp and this sheeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. If I go to exhibits 131 and 133. We'll start with 131. Now, we heard about this baseball cap that was located near Mr. Maldonado's feet in the black plastic sheeting area. Do you recall that?
I do.
So understanding that there is a lot of material on this hat here, does it appear to be a baseball cap?
Yes.
Have you seen a baseball cap before?
Yes.
And would you agree that they have more of a distinct appearance in terms of their shape?
Correct. The bill typically stands out on a baseball cap.
Now, even though there is a lot of material on this hat, are you able to make out what you believe to be the underlying or the original color of this baseball cap?
Yes. In these darker portions, I see it as a darker blue. That's what my observations in person were. In person, we're able to move around the item, see different angles and lighting. This is a singular picture of it. But my observations during the autopsy as this was recovered was that underneath the material that the hat is covered in, it appeared to be a blue hat.
Now, if I then scroll to exhibit 133, the shoes that were recovered from these remains, was there any significance to these shoes as it relates to the pattern that we can see on them?
Yes. As Detective Hallmark pointed out when we watched the Home Depot video where Carlos Maldonado was seen at Home Depot, the shoes appear to be very similar, if not the same, as in the Home Depot video. And that's noted by where the white sole meets the blue fabric of the shoe.
Were you also able to see in that Home Depot video what Mr. Maldonado was wearing in terms of a shirt and pants?
Yes. In the video, it appears that they are a dark blue or a dark color sweatpant. The shirt was a gray T-shirt.
Was there a T-shirt located inside the black sheeting and the tarp?
Yes, there was.
Were you able to tell the color of that T-shirt based on the condition in which it was in?
Not accurately. It was a dark, when we were observing it, it was darker, could be consistent with gray, but it was also tainted by the tissue material from inside of the packaging.
Did you see any pants when you were present at the autopsy that were still on the remains?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to tell from looking at those pants, were they jeans or sweatpants or something else?
They were sweatpants.
Were you able to tell the color or the approximate color of them or not?
To me, they were a darkish blue sweatpant.
Okay. I'm pulling up on the screen what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 59, and it has also already been published to the jury. Detective Stern, are we looking at here the Home Depot surveillance that Detective Hallmark talked about during this trial?
Yes, this is the surveillance from the Home Depot in Delafield on April 14th, 2024.
And when I press play here, is it fair to say that on the top left here, that's Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Okay. I will start playing from, it looks like the 1 second mark. Pausing then at 39 seconds. Now, Detective Stern, you are a little bit closer to a screen. I'm not sure how close the jury is to a screen, but can you point out for me any similarities between what you see Mr. Maldonado wearing and the exhibits that we just looked at from the autopsy photos?
Yes, the blue baseball cap, the sweatpants, the bluish color sweatpants, and the shoes, most notably the white sole and where it meets the blue fabric.
And we can see in Exhibit 59, the date and time stamp here of April 14th of 2024 at what looks like 10:19 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have this information. We have Ms. Maldonado, who was saying, I last talked to him on the 13th. We have Ms. Rose, who said she saw Mr. Maldonado the morning of April 14th cutting wood. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in this video here, were you able to corroborate that Mr. Maldonado was renting some sort of saw to cut wood?
Yes, receipts were recovered that showed that he had rented. We had seen that rental agreement earlier this week.
If we go back then to Exhibit 164, so we have the autopsy that's completed, and the next significant event in this investigation that we heard testimony about this week was Moxie's search of the property at 1512 East North. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with that search occurring on November 19th, did you and other officers go back to 1512 East North on November 20th of 2024?
Yes, the next day we went back to follow up on the canine hits to see if there's any other evidence that could be recovered, specifically the hit that she described at the top of the hill.
Now, when we're talking about that top of the hill, was that the photo we looked at where there were some squares with logs, or made in the shape of squares via logs, And it's kind of a clearing at the top up against wooded areas.
That's correct.
And there was a particular photo where Ms. Gumman put a line or circled the area in which she stated that Moxie gave a trained final response on. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And based on your experience with being at this property, when you were present for that trained final response, was that location further back against that wooded area?
Yes. From that location, I noted that you could almost not see the road anymore because of the trees as it went down. It was the furthest back secluded area on that property without actually going into the woods. The furthest back that it was clear.
Now, when I say, or when you talk about a grid search, what does that mean? What does that look like?
So a grid search is a systematic manner of search. In this case, we set up, it was approximately 25 feet by 12 feet in the area of that hit on the clearing. So that you've got a large 25 by 12 square, and within that square it's split up by multiple 3-foot by 5-foot squares. We then label those, and we use metal detectors and digging materials to systematically go square by square in an attempt to locate any physical evidence that may be in that area, just based on the that final train response from the dog.
After the grid search, did law enforcement recover anything of evidentiary value?
We did not locate any physical evidence after conducting that grid search up there.
While you did not locate any physical items, did you make any observations of the ground area up at the top of the hill?
Yes, nearby, the clearing was mostly flat at the top of the hill. However, nearby, and in the area where we were performing this grid search, I noticed 2 divots that were near each other. These divots were approximately 3 to 4 feet long and maybe 2 feet wide. It looked to me that somebody had possibly began digging, as if they wanted to dig a hole up there. However, I would not be able to say that definitively. The divots had grown vegetation and like brush growth, not brush, but grass, and it started growing over them. But there's 2 depressions that were up there. I also noted while we were doing the grid search that it was fairly easy to move the soil approximately 1.5 to 3 inches down, and then it got to be pretty solid clay-like material, and it was very difficult to dig through from there. Those divots were maybe about 12 to 18 inches deep.
Those divots then, were there 2, did you say?
There were 2.
And were they right next to each other?
Yes.
Were there any other divots that looked like that anywhere else on the top of the hill in this clearing area?
Those were the only 2 in that area, and I did not note anywhere else on the property.
While you were at the top of this hill in that clearing area and in the very back where Moxie alerted, did you notice if there were any houses along that wooden tree line, kind of on the opposite side of that tree line?
Yes. Well, we noted at this point it's late fall, and the leaves have fallen, so you can see through, and there are houses lining back there. In Waukesha, it's Morey Street, M-O-R-E-Y, and Palmer, P-A-L-M-E-R. And we eventually went back there to follow up with any of those houses for cameras or potential witnesses.
When you followed up with those residents to see if there were any witnesses or cameras, were you able to locate anything that would have assisted you in this investigation? No,
we made contact with every house that would have had a line of sight, although we noted that in the springtime, when we know this crime to have occurred, the foliage would have been thicker, and therefore you would not be able to see through it as easily as we could in late November. But ultimately, no, there was no additional witnesses or cameras or clues out of that investigative step.
While this is ongoing, just in terms of your investigation progressing, is it fair to say that it takes a little while to investigate a homicide.
That's correct, especially when we are facing the time deficit. When we found out that this was about 6.5 months from the time of the crime to the time that the body was discovered, as several witnesses had already talked about, it is difficult to recover traditional evidence. So it takes time to develop some sort of lead and follow up on them.
And just because there's a gap, let's say, between the 1st and the 19th and the 19th through the 25th, that doesn't mean that you and your other officers were just sitting around the department not doing anything. Is that fair to say?
That's more than fair to say. We were working nearly 7 days a week in some capacity to continue this investigation.
Now, we talked earlier in your testimony about the trail cameras that had been put up by one of the residents, Mr. Lefebvre. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as this investigation continues, and after Detective Fine had made that image copy of the 2 SD cards, were there a lot of videos on those SD cards?
Yes, there were 6.5 months worth of videos on those SD cards.
Now, was that then split up amongst the other detectives and CID to kind of share the load and everybody took a batch of them?
Yes, it took a very long time and multiple people working a long time to review every one of those videos that were on the SD cards.
On or about November 25th of 2024, were you alerted by Detective Keppel that you needed to look at a particular date and time frame on these trail cameras?
Yes, he located several videos from May 2nd of 2024 that he found suspicious and wanted me to review with him.
And once we learned about these particular videos, did law enforcement go back to Mr. Lefebvre to see if he knew who was possibly the person on those trail cameras?
Yes, we met with him and showed him the clip of the video and asked him the very open-ended question of, do you know who this is? He identified the person in the video, just like he did the other day, as Kevin Lychwick.
Now, you said you asked him an open-ended question. Why not just ask him and give a specific name?
That would be leading. We wanted to see if he could identify him just by looking at what we were looking at. We did not want to suggest to him a specific person. And also at that time, we didn't know who it was either. It was just somebody who was being suspicious. We figured, based on the videos, in these videos, you can see that person using a key to open the garage. And I knew from the amount of time that I spent there talking with Glenda as the manager on the property, that the residents there had a physical key to open the garage door to the underground parking. In these videos, you'll see this individual use a key. So we believe that he was likely a resident there because he was using a key in these videos. And that's why we asked another resident, do you know who this person is?
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please?
Yes.
Now, Detective Stern, while Mr. Lefebvre was testifying, we showed him various clips of these trail cameras that were identified by law enforcement and then shown to him. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, those were marked as exhibits 66 through 74. But there are specifically exhibits 73 and 74 that I'd like to play with you first and ask you a few questions about them.
Okay.
Oops. First, this is marked as exhibit 73. And then exhibit 74.
We still have the timeline up, Attorney Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's try this again. Exhibit number 73, and we see that on the top left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll play it for you from the beginning. And now, Exhibit 74. Had you seen Exhibit 73 and 74 during your investigation into what happened to Mr. Maldonado?
Yes,
Do you recognize the property that is shown in those two videos?
yes, those are both depicting the parking lot area of 1512 East North Street in Waukesha.
And the person that we see on those videos, based on your observation of all of these videos, is that the same person that we saw in the earlier videos in Exhibits 66 through 72?
Yes.
I would move Exhibits 73 and 74 into evidence, please.
Any objection to the receipt of 73 and 74, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I strongly object, especially on the grounds that it makes me look suspicious and I was out on my own property, minding my own business.
All right.
There's nothing suspicious about that activity.
Taking that as a relevance objection, the court overrules that objection and will receive Exhibits 73 and 74.
And Judge, the earlier exhibits I just mentioned were not all published to the jury, so I would ask permission, please, to publish 66 through 74.
66 was previously authorized for publication. 67 through 74, then, Mr. Lychwick, any objection to those videos being, hang on, any objection to those videos being played to the jury?
Yes, I object on the grounds that they tend to make me look suspicious because they've been built up to look that way.
Okay, on the same basis, then the court overrules the objections and the state may use those exhibits with the jury.
Now, first I have, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen for everyone? I'm sorry. Thank you. Now, Detective Stern, was this one of the first videos that you were directed to by Detective Keppel?
Yes.
And when we watch this video, I'll ask you at the end any particular observations you made as it relates to not only what the person was wearing, but also if you could see what this person was carrying. So I'll play from the 0-second mark. Oops. Okay. Now, when we watch Exhibit 66, first I want to start with, can you see a date and time stamp on this video?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
May 2nd, 2024, 0041 hours, which is 12:41 a.m.
What did you note about what this individual was wearing?
What I note is the heavy boots. They appear to go up the ankle, dark color. They're large, heavy boots. The cutoff T-shirt appears to be some sort of pant and a hat. And then I noted the carrying. And if I could ask you to maybe go back to the 00 mark, you get a little better of a view here. There is what appears to be a white plastic bag and a black, some sort of material. The video quality is obviously not perfect, so it's hard to definitively say what those things are. But they appear to be some sort of plastic materials being carried out. There's also what appears to be a wooden handle with some sort of black material wrapped around the very end of it in the right hand.
Yeah, what's your objection?
He's making assumptions he doesn't even know what he's talking about here.
Okay, the witness was asked to interpret what he views on the video and is offering that opinion. You certainly have a right to cross-examine the witness on that point, so the objection's overruled. The answer will stand. Next question.
Thank you. Now, as we continue on in this investigation, and now we start looking at an individual named Kevin Lychwick as a potential suspect, do you ever locate items within his possession that look consistent with what you see on this trail camera video here?
Yes, eventually we do a search of his vehicle, which we'll likely discuss further. But during the search of the vehicle on December the 2nd, pursuant to a search warrant obtained for that search, we We located a gravel shovel with a wooden handle that appeared to be cut down with black duct tape around the end. To me, that appears to match what we are seeing in the right hand on this particular video clip. There's also several black plastic sheeting, garbage bags, contractor bags that are located during that search that are consistent with what he's holding in his left hand.
Okay, in playing Exhibit 66 one more time, I'll have a question for you afterwards regarding the direction of travel of this individual, and based on your knowledge of the property, what areas this individual could have been walking towards. Okay, now, having watched Exhibit 66 then, what areas of the property are in the direction in which this person was walking?
So the way he's walking towards the northeast of the property. Remember, that property is kind of on an angle, cardinal direction-wise. From that video, if that person was to turn left, they would be going up the hill towards the clearing that we described. And if they were to turn right, but it's slightly off camera, that would be the footpath area where Carlos Maldonado was eventually discovered.
So both areas in that direction are significant in terms of this investigation with both Moxie's trained final response and the location of Mr. Maldonado's remains.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, if, Madam Clerk, you could show the screen again for everyone, I'll move on to Exhibit 67. And I'm going to continue watching all of these videos with you as we go through the date and times and observations that you make, okay? Now I have 67, and I will pause and restart because it automatically starts playing. 66, so let's, okay. Now, in Exhibit 67, what is the date and time here?
May 2nd, 2024, 0110, so 1:10 a.m.
If we compare the times of Exhibit 66 and 67, approximately 29 minutes are in between these two videos. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Now, when these videos were watched, were there any other videos in between?
Between 66 and 67, no. And as Mr. Lefebvre talked about with his Waze camera and what we found when we were reviewing the videos, they appear to be motion activated. There were several videos where a car driving on North Street may set it off. Sometimes branches blowing in the wind set it off. But in this case, there was no other videos that were created in between Exhibit 66 at approximately 12:40 a.m. and 1:10 a.m.
So this person in the video, who Mr. Lefebvre identified as Mr. Lychwick, does not come back from the direction of the top of that hill or that footpath where Mr. Maldonado was found for 29 minutes.
That's correct. There's no motion in front of the camera.
Object.
See objection?
Prosecution is maintaining that I used the footpath. There's nothing indicating that I used a footpath having to do with anything with the, having any connection with the victim's body.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, certainly you may cross-examine the witness on those inferences that he's drawing, but as far as the witness offering an opinion as to his interpretation of these videos, the objection is overruled.
Your Honor,
The answer
it's
may stand.
it's
Hang on, I'm
speculate-
not done ruling. The objection is overruled. The answer may stand. Mr. Lychwick, do you have something else?
It's speculation, Your Honor.
I'm overruling the objection on that as well. Attorney Thompson, next question.
Thank you. Now I will play Exhibit 67 with you, Detective Stern, from the beginning. Okay, with Exhibit 67, were you able to see if the person who had been identified as Mr. Lychwick was wearing anything on his hands?
Yes, in that video, you'll note that there appear to be black gloves on his hands.
Do you see that shovel anymore?
No,
What about the plastic sheeting or the darker item that he was carrying from Exhibit 66?
nope, and this video clip doesn't appear that he's carrying anything back that we had seen in the previous clip.
Now, when Mr. Lychwick is going down those concrete steps that we see before the video stops, what do those steps lead to?
Those steps lead down to the overhead garage door, the one that would lead you into the underground parking area.
And outside of that parking area, is that the location where the key needs to be used by the resident in order to open that garage door?
That's correct. You'll note that it's like you'll see like a pole coming up, and that's where that physical key would be used to open that garage door.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 68, but I'll stop it and restart. Now, Detective Stern, the time and date stamp on this video in Exhibit 68, please.
May 2nd, 2024, 0111 hours, or 1:11 a.m.
Now, it's kind of blocked by Mr. Lychwick, or the person who was identified as Mr. Lychwick, but in front of him, is there that concrete slab with the pole?
Correct.
And does he continue to that specific location on the driveway?
Yes, he does.
And I'm playing 68 from the 0-second mark. Okay. Did you see that individual do anything with his shoes or his feet?
What I observed with that individual was kicking off both shoes using the concrete slab that that pole is attached to, kind of as a surface. To me, it appears that trying to kick something off of the shoes, the way you would clear off mud.
Also, on the right hip of that individual, did you notice anything in his hip area?
Yeah, on the right hip, there seems to be an L-shaped object. Seems to be some sort of holster attached to the right hip. And that's just something that was noticeable that in all the videos from this date.
And are you able to tell with the quality of this video exactly what that item is on his hip?
No, from this quality video, I cannot tell exactly what that is.
Now, if we go to Exhibit 69, what is the date and timestamp on this one, please?
May 2nd, 2024, 0111 hours and a couple seconds. So it's sequentially from the last video that we watched.
Okay. And where this green square is that something we sometimes see when the camera is capturing the movement in which triggered it to start recording?
Yes, in this particular model of the camera, it does some motion tracking since it is motion activated. So you'll see a green square appear when there's movement.
Playing at the 0-second mark. Okay. Now if we go to Exhibit 70, sorry. Does this pick up where the last video left off?
Yes, May 2nd, 2024, 0111 hours, 19 seconds.
Playing at the 0-second mark. Oops, sorry. Does this person then go into, actually, strike that. The direction in which this person's walking, where would that be on the property?
They'd be walking into the overhead garage door for the underground parking area.
Now, Exhibit 71. Sorry. Going back then to the 0-second mark. Now, in looking at Exhibit 71, is this individual back here in where we initially saw this person walking in Exhibit 66?
That's correct, same area.
Okay, playing from the 0-second mark. Okay, I'm going to bring up Exhibit 71 again. What is the time on this video on May 2nd of 2024?
The time is 02:39 hours, so 2:39 a.m.
Attorney
And
Thompson, just to interrupt, sorry, was the rainbow static pattern a part of that video, or I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an error in playback on our system.
it was
Okay,
not. That
thank you.
is part of the video, unfortunately.
You may continue.
Thank you. Now, Detective Stern, you said 2:39 a.m. Were there any other videos between Exhibit 70 and 71 after we see at the end of the last one where that individual went into the garage?
That I do not recall if there were any other videos. Like I mentioned earlier, I was informed and seen many videos where it's just a blowing branch or a car on the road. I don't recall between those two exhibits if there were any other videos or not.
Were you made aware of any other videos in between 70 and 71 that showed this same individual after he had entered the garage?
No, that I'm confident that there were no videos of the same individual that we're currently watching being in between 70 and 71.
So now between 1:11 a.m. where we see this person go into the garage and 2:39 a.m. when we now see that person walking back in the same direction we first saw them, this individual is not out and about on the property that you can see from these cameras.
No.
So I will play Exhibit 71 from 0. Did that person have anything in his hands that you could tell?
Not in that video, no.
If we move on to Exhibit 72 then. Going back to the 0-second mark. Now, I know this is the same date of May 2nd of 2024, but what is the timestamp on this video?
02:47 hours, 2:47 a.m.
And is this the same person that we've been seeing in all of these other videos so far in the morning hours of May 2nd?
Yes, based on the clothing and the walk, yes, I believe it's the same person that we've been watching in all these clips.
Okay. Then playing from the 0-second mark. Okay, so between 2:39 a.m. and now 2:47 a.m., there's no one in between except when this person goes back in that direction, in the northeast direction, and when he comes back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see that person have anything in his hands?
In this last video clip, no, there's nothing in the hands.
But did you see this individual do something different than we've seen so far in the other exhibits?
Yes, I noted that he peeks into that back door, as described by someone.
Object.
What's the objection?
He's assuming something that was not true. I was looking to see if I wanted to take the stairs for exercise or not, and I decided to go down through the garage. He's
Okay,
making it
Mr.
sound like I
Lychwick.
was window spying or something.
Mr. Lychwick, if you're going to raise an objection, it has to be a legal argument objection, not a factual testifying to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, disregard the defendant's comments about what he said he was intending to do there. The objection is overruled. The answer may stand. The witness was asked to provide his interpretation of what was being shown, and that is what he did. Attorney Thompson, next question.
Now pulling up Exhibit 73. What is the timestamp on this video?
0247, 2:47 a.m. in 56 seconds.
Picking up where Exhibit 72 left off?
Correct.
I will continue playing from the 0-second mark. Now, what direction do we see this individual going at the end of exhibit number 73?
So the video cuts out. That is the extent of that video. Does not continue. However, if that individual was to continue walking straight in the direction he was going, it would be very nearby where Mr. Maldonado's body was located.
Objection.
What's the objection?
He has no proof. He has no idea where I was headed to exactly. That direction leads to the driveway.
The objection is noted. It's an objection about interpretation of the witness's testimony. The
Thank you.
objection is overruled. The witness's answer will be allowed to stand. If you have questions on cross-examination, you may explore that then. Attorney Thompson?
Now, moving on to exhibit 74. What is the timestamp on exhibit 74?
Same date of May 2nd, 2024. It's now 04:13 hours and 41 seconds. 4:13 in the morning.
Is this the next video from the end?
Objection.
Hang on, let the question be asked first. What's the question?
The exhibit 74, is that the next video after exhibit 73 where we see this individual that we've been watching at various times the morning of May 2nd?
All right, what's your objection, Mr. Lychwick?
The Detective Stern's response, his heightened demeanor, 4:30 in the morning, as though there's something wrong with the time that I was out. There is no curfew. There is no martial law in this town.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to stop you there. Your objection was to Detective Stern's response to the last question. It's up to the jury to determine the witness's demeanor and credibility based upon his demeanor. That's a matter for the jury. It's not a reason for the detective's statement to get stricken from the record. The rest of your arguments are not relevant to admissibility of the detective's answer. So for those reasons, the answer will stand. Attorney Thompson, you've asked your next question. Detective Stern, do you remember that question and you can answer it, or would you like it repeated?
Can you please repeat your question?
I can. This individual that we've been watching all morning in various videos, between exhibit 73 at I think it was 2:47 or 2:49 a.m. to now exhibit 74 where we see this person again at 4:13 a.m. Are there any other videos where we see this person in these areas on the property?
Between the last clip we watched and this clip, there are no other video clips showing this person.
When 74 is paused where it is at the 0-second mark, does this person now have items in his hands?
Yes, appears to be some sort of black bundle. Can't tell definitively what it is, but he now has items in the hand.
I will play.
Objection.
What's your objection?
So what? So I have something in my hands at this time.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, that's a relevance objection. The objection is overruled. The answer is relevant to what's being decided today, so that objection is overruled. Attorney Thompson, your next question.
I was going to play exhibit 74 from the 0-second mark.
Go ahead.
In looking at exhibit 74, once that individual kept walking, were you able to see anything in the left hand?
Yes, appears to be a white plastic bag with something inside of it.
Are you able to see from the quality of this camera what exactly was inside that plastic bag in his left hand?
No, I can't.
Is that the first time then from 12:41 a.m. to 4:13 a.m. that we see this individual with those items in his hands that look like the white plastic bag or the black object?
That's correct. In between, as we saw the clips in between, didn't have those things. So those were the two timestamps where we see those items in the videos.
Now, we've reviewed all of these videos. We've spoken with Mr. LaFave. We have his identification of who he thinks the person is in those videos in exhibits 66 through 74. Now, the following day, on November 26th of 2024, does your department execute a search warrant on Mr. Lychwick's residence?
Yes, based on that identification and the activity that we viewed in those videos, we obtained a search warrant, which was approved by a judge here in Waukesha County to search Mr. Lychwick's apartment.
Because law enforcement can't just walk into someone's apartment because they want to take a look around. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. It would be a violation of their rights.
Now, Madam Clerk, if you could just turn on the screen in front of the witness, please. I am showing you what is marked as State's Exhibits 215 through 219. It's a total of 5 pages, and I would just ask that you follow along as I scroll through them. Do you recognize the scene in these photos?
Yes, those are photographs that were obtained during the November 26, 2024 search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment.
And prior to this point, had you met Mr. Lychwick in person?
No.
As part of your law enforcement duties, when you are applying for a search warrant, do you also have to include a basis for believing that that apartment belongs to that individual?
Yes.
Now, had you seen any kind of photo of Mr. Lychwick prior to this search warrant process? Or during the search warrant process, did you look up a photo of him to know what he looked like?
We were able to look up a Department of Transportation, so your driver's license photograph. We were able to look up that as part of the preparation for this search warrant.
And then you were able to confirm that he is the resident of apartment 11 at 1512 East North Street?
Yes, that was based on Department of Transportation records for the driver's license, as well as in-house records. We had previous contacts with him where he had listed that as his apartment prior to this investigation.
I would move exhibits 215 through 219 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
You said 215 to 219?
Correct.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of those photographs?
Yes, I have objections to the admission of these photographs.
What's your objection?
I object because because this whole case against me is not correct. It's false.
All right, based on that, the objections are overruled. Exhibits 215 to 219 are admitted.
May I please publish to the jury?
Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
Of course I object.
The exhibits may be published.
Now, starting with exhibit 215, is this, what is this photo?
This is the front door of apartment number 11.
And then 216, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This is the kitchen area and kind of a dining room area inside of apartment number 11.
In exhibit 217, what, if anything, does this remind you of in terms of this investigation?
When looking at this photograph, I note the dark duct tape on the black plastic sheeting over that object, and it reminds me of the tape that is seen on the black sheeting during the autopsy of Mr. Maldonado.
218, what are we looking at here?
It's the living room area of apartment number 11.
And 219, what is that?
It's also the living room area. Most notably, this is what Detective Skolton and Detective Bauer had previously described as the makeshift desk area in apartment number 11.
And what was the significance of their search of this desk area in the living room of apartment 11?
This is where they located the folders that contained the notes that had Carlos Maldonado's name on them and these list of operations.
I object.
What's your objection?
That is not true. It has not been proven that I wrote those notes or had anything to do with them or that they were actually ever in my apartment.
Okay, again, I'll ask the jury to disregard any statements by the defendant about introduction of his evidence. Based on that objection, the court will overrule it, and the answer will be allowed to stand.
Also in the apartment, we saw photos in exhibits 88, 89, and 90 that were previously admitted and published to the jury, where we found a chair that had several ropes tied around it. Do you recall that?
I recall viewing that, yes.
Okay. If I pull up exhibit 88 then, exhibit 89, and 90. Having reviewed those, do you have in front of you at the witness stand exhibits 145 and 145A?
Yes.
And are those the ropes that we see in these exhibits 88 through 90?
Yes, these are the ropes collected after these photographs were taken.
What, if any, significance to you as a law enforcement officer in this investigation do those ropes have?
Well, to me, again, I was present at the autopsy. I saw what came off of the packaging. I saw what was inside that packaging. To me, this rope bears extreme resemblance to the rope that was around the packaging that Mr. Maldonado was found in.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just for the witness? During your investigation, had you learned that the individual, Kevin Lychwick, preferred to be called Conrad?
Yes. Again, speaking with various individuals as the investigation continued, several people referred to him
I
as...
object.
What's your objection?
Why does the use of the name that I've been using for over 40 years have anything to do with the relevance of this case? It's my choice to be called what I wanted to. The fact that I never got to court to legally change my name is irrelevant in this case.
So it's a relevancy objection to this. Attorney Thompson, what's the relevancy?
The relevance is that Mr. Lychwick preferred to be called Conrad, and certainly when we start going through his Gmail returns, Conrad is included in the Gmail account. So I'm also laying the foundation for those returns as we go through them.
Very well. Then the objection is overruled on relevance grounds. The answer may continue. I know the objection came mid-answer, so Detective, if you wanted to continue your answer, you may.
As we were talking to people around the apartment, they referenced him as Conrad, and that's how we referenced him. Obviously, we found the legal name through the Department of Transportation records. However, Conrad was the name he preferred to use.
Was Mr. Lychwick home when this search warrant was executed on his apartment on November 26th of 2024?
Yes, he was.
And did you and Detective Barrett stay outside in the inner stairwell area with Mr. Lychwick while officers were searching his apartment?
That's correct. Myself and Detective Barrett stood by with him in the common area on the second floor landing while other detectives and officers executed the search warrant.
Were you wearing a body camera when you were sitting with Mr. Lychwick out in that hallway area?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. If I were to pull up here, exhibit number, actually I'd like to go through with you exhibits 178 through 180. And now, when you are out there in that hallway with Mr. Lychwick, does he have any conversations with you about an interest in German history?
Yes. Our conversation, we did not discuss the investigation while the search was being completed. So we had various small talk conversations. During that time, he shared with us that he likes to attend social meetings at a bar called the Eck Bar, and he explained the German heritage and the German theme of that bar. He talked to us about traveling back and forth to Germany as a child when he was younger. He spoke with several German words during that time and explained to him, and overall it was a cordial conversation about several different topics, but specifically his connection and interest in Germany was one of those topics.
And when you look back at,
What's your
I
objection?
don't see what relevance this has to this homicide investigation.
That objection is overruled. The answer may stand. Next question.
when you look back on this conversation and consider it in the context of items found during this search warrant in Mr. Lychwick's apartment, did his interest in Germany become very relevant to your investigation?
Yes, when viewed through the context of the German phrases used in the notes that were located in his apartment, in light of the weapon that we heard, fired the rounds that killed Mr. Maldonado, that being a German manufactured firearm, that is where the relevance to me of his interest and his knowledge about Germany, history, and German culture becomes relevant.
Object.
What's your objection?
Prosecution has no proof that the weapon belongs to me.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, that is a matter for the jury to ultimately decide. The objection's overruled. Next question.
Now, did there also come a time during this conversation with Mr. Lychwick where he referenced an individual that he knew in the state of Minnesota?
Yes, he spoke about what he described as a former girlfriend, that they had broken up, and that she lived in Minnesota.
And did that conversation then become relevant to one of the operations notes that you located in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes, one of the individuals that's listed on the operations note was this female that he described living in Minnesota.
In a moment, on the screen in front of you, did you review portions of that body camera that you were wearing during this conversation with Mr. Lychwick prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
And as part of preparation for your testimony, did you prepare portions of that body cam that show the conversation about Germany and this individual he knew in Minnesota?
Yes.
And Exhibit 178 in front of you here, do you see it's paused at the 0-second mark? Do you know who that person is that it shows?
The person in the video is Kevin Lychwick.
And on the top right-hand corner of this body cam, is there a time and date stamp?
Yes, November 26, 2024, 10:09 a.m. This is the body camera that I was wearing during the execution of that search warrant.
And exhibit number 179 then. Okay, we'll skip that one for now until it decides to load. But then exhibit 180 as well. Do you recognize, it's paused at the 1-second mark, but do you recognize the individual it shows?
Yep, this is a continuation of the same video from my body cam. That's Kevin Lychwick on the video.
And same date of November 26th of 2024.
Correct, with a timestamp of 10:19 a.m.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Again, so what?
Right.
Relevance.
Relevance, that objection is overruled. The answer stands. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, do you see Kevin Lychwick in court today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by where he is seated and an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, he is seated at the defense table. He's wearing a green jacket.
I would ask the record to actually strike that. I understand how the court has responded in the past, so I apologize. Now, I'm going to try Exhibit 179 one more time, and it does not appear to be working. So I will work on that, but in terms of Exhibit 178 and 180, I would move to admit those and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of 178 and 180?
Yes, I have an objection to the admission of those evidence. They are not evidence. Those are simple, common, ordinary knots and common, ordinary rope used to make a makeshift easy chair.
We're talking about the body camera videos that show the conversation with you and Detective Stern in the hallway. Do you have an objection to the admission of those?
I sure do, because it belongs to this case, which is a travesty of justice.
All right. Again, Mr. Lychwick, I am not going to allow you to editorialize about the trial. Your objections are overruled. Exhibits 178 and 180 are in evidence. As to publication, Mr. Lychwick, are you objecting to the use of those exhibits with the jury?
Of course I am.
The court will overrule those objections and allow the exhibits to be played with the jury.
Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen for everyone. I will start with exhibit number 178. And I'll play the first 5 seconds or so just to make sure that the audio is working appropriately. Now I can hear it on the courtroom speakers. Is this the area, the landing of the steps that you sat with Mr. Lychwick in for the duration of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, I'm playing exhibit 178. It is 2 minutes and 11 seconds long, and it starts at, according to the timestamp on the body cam, 10:09 a.m. and 31 seconds.
I object.
What's your objection?
This was not given to me in discovery.
That is
Attorney
incorrect.
Thompson, we've made a record about discovery being provided to the defense previously. That is not not an objection for trial. That's been settled. On that basis, the objection is overruled. The exhibit may be played.
You said you go to a bar for like a monthly thing. What's that about?
I'm in a social club.
Oh, cool.
It's my event. We call it a lunch. So I created this event trying to meet people and stuff. And so you hang out, you pick a place where you're going to meet and so forth. So I spent a lot of time in Germany. So I picked this little German bar out in West Dallas. And so we're getting together there, but it's really kind of small and too loud. So we were going to switch to another bar now. That place was really crowded. But the bartender was a very nice girl, and she was the one that told me about the TikTok. Yeah, we saw you on TikTok.
Which bar is it?
It's called the Eck Bar. It's German for corner bar.
Okay.
But it's not what Germans call the corner bar. It's typical somebody trying to get their own English translation in. The Germans call a small, it's really a pub, and the Germans call a small pub a Kneipe. They use a lot of K-N words.
Okay, how do you say it?
K-N-E-I-P-E.
Okay.
Kneipe. So it's really a Kneipe.
Okay.
But they call it the Eck Bar. So the Eck in German is corner. So.
Okay, so they put their English translate, they put it in the Google Translate, and they got it.
Yeah, that's probably what she did. The owner and everything. But walls are full of trinkets and things from Germany that the local population around the area who used to go there, and now have gotten real old or died off, and they don't go there anymore. Have left on the walls, and they all contribute something, steins and things like that.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's heavily centered on Bavaria, so they have the checkered blue flag flying with the German flag and our flag.
Okay.
And then we were all laughing because somebody tacked a small American flag onto the German flag. I think they taped it on there.
Come on.
Well, that's, I suppose, it's America's.
Yeah, well.
Now, when you were testifying earlier, explaining the different parts of this investigation, had you also clipped a particular conversation where Mr. Lychwick was explaining growing up in Germany or traveling to Germany?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then in Exhibit 180, which has already been received, I think I asked published, but I'll double check.
You did.
Okay, thank you. Now, are we going to hear about the conversation about this individual in Minnesota?
Yes, I believe so in this clip.
Okay. Starting at the 0-second mark, and this clip starts at 10:19:42 per the timestamp on the body cam.
I have to.
Well, thanks for breaking your rule.
In the dating apps and so forth, I try not to say that.
All right.
If they see you're in your 60s, they don't really look at you anymore.
Really?
I date the younger crowd. For some
You did
reason.
say you had a girlfriend in her 20s
Yeah.
recently, right?
Yeah, she just turned 22 this October.
Okay.
I don't know why we broke up. She should be here with me.
Okay.
Good person.
She was just wonderful. She was awesome.
Did you guys end up meeting through like the online dating app or yeah?
Age didn't matter to us at all. Just we had some static from people now and then,
You get static, but again, you're not. She's not 12. She's 22.
Right.
She's an adult. No.
Well, she was. She just turned 19 when we met,
Okay.
Okay.
and she was already in college. She had a nice place. She was like going on 42.
Okay.
object.
When did you guys break up?
Just pause the video, please. What's the objection?
They're making me look like a cradle robber or something. This is irrelevant to this investigation.
All right, I believe the state has already introduced the relevance by setting up the foundation through the detective. The exhibit has already been admitted without objection, or over the objection, I believe. The court has already allowed it to be published, and based upon what's been displayed so far and relating back to the reason for playing this that the state introduced, I'll overrule the relevance objection and allow it to be played. You may continue.
I'm sorry, I paused it for the objection at 1:15, and I am resuming play there.
I can't tell you why. It was just, I don't know, my friends think it was all the driving. She's in Minnesota,
Oh.
north central Minnesota, so we were driving back and forth, which is really the main reason why I got the Kia on the stairs, the Kia Ford,
Yeah.
so we could be together. And gas mileage is really good. It's just it was 358 miles one way, so she was coming here and we were going there. Home for school and her job and stuff.
What does she do?
She works now. She's working, the last I heard, she's working at Starbucks.
Okay.
She's getting pretty good tips and everything. And then for a while, she was working with the community college studying welding. And I'm so glad she dropped out of that. She's just an old woman. And she almost had a 110-pound saline tank fall on her.
Oh wow.
I know.
That's
She
bad.
threw her back out, so I was working on her back. And I was so worried about her. And finally, she just pulled the plug on that. She said, I'm through.
You can make some.
Okay. Exhibit 180, I'm sorry, Judge, that was a total of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Now, Detective Stern, when we hear this information about the person in Minnesota, on one of the notes located in Mr. Lychwick's apartment, is there an operation that is connected to an individual in Minnesota?
Object.
What's the objection?
There was no note like that found in my apartment. I don't know what they're talking about. This is ridiculous.
Okay, again, I'll ask the jury, or I'm instructing the jury to disregard the defendant's statements about evidence. The objection's overruled on that basis. The witness may answer.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
I can. Now, after watching Exhibit 180, was there a connection during this investigation you were able to make between a note recovered from Mr. Lychwick's apartment referencing an individual in Minnesota and the person being referenced in Exhibit 180?
Yes, on one of the notes that were recovered in his apartment during the November 26th search warrant, there is reference to an individual that I believe he was talking to us about in that clip, that she lives in central Minnesota, as he said.
Now, moving on then to the notes that were recovered from Mr. Lychwick's apartment. I think we heard from Detective Skolton that there was a large amount of paperwork that was seized and then brought back to the City of Waukesha Police Department for additional review. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Now, were there two notes in particular that were of value to you in this investigation?
Yes,
Do you see Exhibit 146 in front of you at the witness stand?
I do.
And can you remind us what Exhibit 146 is?
146 is what we have been calling an operations note. This was located in that makeshift desk area during this search warrant. Lists out 4 different operations, the first of which says Operation Slop Shop and names Carlos Maldonado.
And I'll pause you there. I believe Exhibit 146A was previously received, but I cannot remember if I published, so I would ask the court if I can do that now as Detective Stern is reviewing 146.
146A was received and was used with the jury already.
Thank you. Okay, now in front of you, you have the physical note that you are talking about here with Operation Slop Shop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 146A is a copy of that. Is that accurate?
Oh, I'm sorry, 146A is on the screen. Yes, that is a photograph of it.
Okay, now if you could please tell me as we go through this, what is the title, if you will, of this note?
The first thing that I note there is targets identified.
And does it give a date range?
Targets for 2023 to 2024, November 2023 through 31 January 2024.
Is there an actual stamp with the date on it?
Yeah, there seems to be a stamp on there, or there is a stamp on there, November 26, 2023.
If we go to the first operation, listed as number 1 here, can you read that for the jury, please?
Yes. Operation Slop Shop, Carlos Maldonado and connected subjects and threats from this operation.
I object.
What's your objection?
This is not my document. I don't even know what a slop shop is. I have no connection to this document. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what he's talking about.
Mr. Lychwick, this objection is untimely. Exhibit 146A has already been received into evidence. You may continue, Attorney Thompson.
Now, as we continue on this particular note in 146, is there a second operation titled Operation Starling?
Yes.
And is there anything about Operation Starling that references Operation Slop Shop?
In another document related to Operation Starling, there's another 2 more references to Operation Slop Shop.
Okay, is that in front of you marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now Exhibit 147, is it currently wrapped in plastic?
Yes.
And is there also another folder in there with a piece of paper on top of it?
Yes.
Okay, and before we show that to the jury, is this that second operation, or the second letter that we're talking about here that had evidentiary value to you that was recovered from Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction, and in fact, it's the original that was recovered from his apartment during the search warrant on November 26th?
Exhibit 147 is the original that was recovered on November 26th from his apartment.
I would ask that...
Object.
What's your objection, Mr.
Assumes
Lychwick?
evidence. This is an assumption. It was not found in my apartment.
All right, the objection is overruled. That is something for the jury to determine. Attorney Thompson?
I would ask that Exhibit 147 be received.
It already has been,
Okay, thank you, sorry.
but it has not been previously published to the jury.
Okay, thank you. Now, Detective Stern, if you could hold that up in front of you, Exhibit 147.
Are you asking to publish it?
May I please publish?
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the publication of 147?
I sternly object.
Okay. The court will allow 147 to be published and used with the jury.
Thank you. Detective Stern, can you please hold up Exhibit 147? Is there, to your knowledge, a backside to the note?
Yes, there is.
Is there anything on the back side of the note that was particularly relevant to the investigation here?
Not particularly. It was a couple acronyms that appeared to be scribbled down.
Okay. Now, Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of just the witness? I am going to place on the screen for you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 182. Is this a 2-page document?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize Exhibit 182?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a document that kind of takes my translation of these letters based on the handwriting. It took some time to interpret what was on there. So basically, we created this document so that we could read it without trying to read the handwriting on the original note.
Okay. Was this exhibit, Exhibit 182, prepared in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
Yes.
And is this exhibit detail your translations that you put in your supplement report regarding this investigation?
Yes.
And did you go through Exhibit 182 and compare it to your report to ensure that there was accuracy to these translations that you discussed?
Yes, I did. They're both the same.
And would reviewing Exhibit 182 as we go through these photos assist you in the translation and in remembering how you put together the sentences, if you will, and the messages in these notes?
Yes, it would.
I would ask that Exhibit 182 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick?
I heartily object.
Okay, Attorney Thompson, is 182 a summary or demonstrative aid for both 146 and 147?
It is, yes.
Okay, so both 146 and 147 are contained on 182?
That is correct.
You mentioned, Attorney Thompson, that there is some text on the backside of 147, which is in a sealed envelope, so not readily accessible without breaking the seal. Is any of that text on 182?
It is, yes. So I will be asking Detective Stern to open that plastic seal.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if the jury were to want to compare the original writings with the summary, they would have access to all of 147.
Yes, they will.
Okay. Over the defense objection, then, I will allow 182 to be received as a demonstrative aid.
Okay. Now, may I please publish 182 with the jury as I go through the note with Detective Stern?
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick, to publication of 182?
I heartily object.
Okay, the court will allow 182 to be used with the jury.
Okay. Let me try to set up this screen here first. Oops. I'll go back to 146A. We will start there. And then okay. Now, Detective Stern, can you see Exhibits 182 and 146A side by side?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, as we continue going through Exhibit 146A, we've already referenced Operation Slop Shop and explained that. Now, for the second operation of Operation Starling, when we talk about or move down to Phase 2, is there an individual there named Raven Tanya Frederick?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to connect this person to Mr. Lychwick and to the state of Minnesota?
Yes, that individual lives in the state of Minnesota and had a previous romantic relationship with Mr. Lychwick.
And through the investigation, in terms of digital evidence that we'll talk about later, did you also see this name in those items?
Several times.
Object.
What's your objection?
He's assuming, he's saying that he saw her name in these documents that were not created by me. He put them there. I had nothing to do with this.
Mr. Lychwick, the objection's overruled. Whether or not the documents are tied to you is a matter for the jury to ultimately determine. This witness is stating that he recovered these documents during the search warrant in your apartment, and that's the extent of the conclusion he's drawing. So for that reason, the objection is overruled.
Thank you. Got it. Okay, then as we continue reading in Exhibit 146A, is there a backside to the 146 exhibit you have in front of you on the witness stand?
Yes, this is the front, and this is the back.
Okay, now when we're looking at Exhibit 182, does that continue on with the backside of the front of Exhibit 146?
Yes, the number 3 and 4 are copies of what is on the back of Exhibit 146.
Okay, now those two operations that are on the back of Exhibit 146, can you flip that in front of you?
Yes.
Are, specifically in Operation 4, are there two names under that operation? Are there two names under that operation?
Yes.
What are those names?
Lychwick Kurt P. and Arlene J. Lychwick.
Now, in terms of when we're assessing who this note belongs to, are those two individuals, were you able to figure out who they are?
Yes.
And who are they?
That's his younger brother and his mother.
Is there also in Operation 3 a name of an individual that you determined to be a real person throughout your investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to determine a connection between Mr. Lychwick and this person?
Yes, previous romantic relationship.
Now, if we move to Exhibit 147, which you should have in front of you, and if you could please go ahead and open Exhibit 147.
Is there a pair of scissors that was up here? Or
I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, may I borrow? Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot they were returned.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, now, as we go through exhibit number 147, this second letter, are there references to Operation Slop Shop in letter number 2 or exhibit 147?
Yes, there are two on this side of Exhibit 147.
And that folder that is also in the bag with exhibit 147, or with the note, excuse me, I'm sorry, was this note found in that folder?
Yes.
Is there a name on that folder?
Yes.
What is the name?
Raven Frederick. Also, it says Roland Richard.
Now, does page 2 of exhibit 182 then assist you with reading Exhibit 147.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, if I go down to page 2, what is the, how does the letter start?
Operational, I believe it says service, but I put it in a bracket because I was not entirely sure. So operational service for 2023-24. 4 main targets centering on attacking. Stay focused on the mission momentum.
I object.
What's your objection?
The detective isn't even sure what he's talking about again.
Okay, ultimately, the jury will decide what these exhibits say. The Exhibit 182 has been allowed in as a demonstrative exhibit to assist the witness in testifying and to assist the jury, but it's the jury's determination ultimately as to what these letters contain. The objection is overruled. The witness may continue.
With this demonstrative, are there other areas of this letter where you put either words or blank spaces in brackets?
Yes.
Is that because that's what the note reflects, or is that also an area in which you are not entirely sure because of the difficulty in reading what it says?
The brackets are not on the note. The parentheses are on the note and reflect what is here. However, the brackets were me making a note of either a or my inability to read it, or perhaps it was a foreign language word. Or in some of the brackets, I also just denote that, I figured out what the word was. It was in German. So I just kind of put what the translation was.
Okay. Now, then after it talks about...
Objection.
What's your objection?
He says he's not even sure. He says he's kind of sure.
Okay.
Kind of sure. This is my life we're talking about here. I object to the way he's wording this and claiming that this was found in my apartment and everything.
Mr. Lychwick, again, I am not going to allow you to editorialize. You can state your objection, which you have based on the objection you stated. I'm overruling the objection. This exhibit is already in. The jury is to determine the weight to give to this witness's testimony and the weight to give to this exhibit, if any, and that's a jury determination. The objection is overruled. The witness may continue.
Now, after we talk about staying focused on the mission, does this letter then start discussing Operation Starling?
Yes.
And what is the first reference in Operation Starling to Operation Slop Shop?
It's located here. It says, need to execute Operation Slop Shop. Need momentum, push, money/financing, equipment, vehicles, arms, restraints, plastic materials, etc.
In particular, underneath the heading of obstacles to operation, is there, or can you read what those 3 obstacles are?
Again, on the original, that's located right here. Secrecy and entering and movement in and around Minnesota without leaving a footprint. Funds for operation need approximately $12,000. Disposal of rotten meat and staging area.
Did there come a time in this investigation where you were reviewing records, electronic records belonging to Mr. Lychwick that referenced carcasses?
Yes.
And is rotten meat generally a carcass?
I think that's a fair example.
Okay. Now, when we continue further down the letter in Exhibit 147 with you on the witness stand, is there a portion that's written in either it's darker or a different colored font? Is there a paragraph that stands out to you at the bottom of this letter?
Yes, the bottom of this letter is a darker ink, and there's a paragraph there.
What does that paragraph say?
This operation can commence since Operation Slop Shop is completed. Funds and reparations have been seized from Slop Shop for Starling, and all threats from the first stop have been neutralized.
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen, please, just with the witness? Now, in terms of these letters, they were both found in Mr. Lychwick's apartment. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
I object.
What's your objection?
They were not found in my apartment. Those are not
Mr.
my
Lychwick,
letters.
I'm not going to warn you anymore. You cannot editorialize. You cannot try to introduce testimony or evidence. You state a legal basis for your objection, and I'll rule on that. Your objection is overruled. The testimony will stand. Next question.
From your research, did Mr. Lychwick live alone?
Yes.
Carlos Maldonado, is that the individual who lived right next door to him in this apartment building?
Yes.
Were there other references in these electronic records we'll go through where it appears that Mr. Lychwick had been searching Carlos Maldonado's name?
Yes.
Are there German references throughout both of these notes?
Yes.
And we watched those two recordings where Mr. Lychwick discussed German history and was kind of talking about that to you and Detective Barron. Is that correct?
Correct.
When we talk about those electronic searches later on, an individual named Raven, does that person show up in those searches?
In the electronic records, yes.
And then from the first page in Operation 4, Kurt and Arlene, you indicated there is a relation between them and Mr. Lychwick. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in looking at what I'm about to pull up as Exhibit 92, was Mr. Lychwick's cell phone seized as part of this search warrant that was executed on November 26th of 2024?
Yes.
And were you the one that then requested Detective Fine perform an extraction of that phone and create a forensic image that you could then view?
Yes.
Okay, Attorney Thompson, I'm going to take a break at this time.
That's a
We've been
good
at it
breaking
for a
point.
while. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a bathroom break and stretch break for about 10 minutes. I remind you again, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
All rise, jury.
You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lychwick, I've cautioned you already on the record. I'll caution you again. I'm not going to further allow any more editorializing or your attempts to testify in front of the jury. Frankly, Mr. Lychwick, what you're doing, I want you to really pause and reflect on the statements you're making, because essentially you're connecting yourself to a lot of this evidence by raising objections and trying to testify to the jury. So I'm not going to allow that anymore. If you have an objection to make, you can state objection. You can state a legal basis if I ask for it, and that's it. No more testimony. Understand? All right. Anything else from the state before we break?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else before we break?
Again, this whole trial is a travesty, and I object to it. This case should have been dismissed 8 months ago due to tainted evidence. There's the presence of tainted evidence in this case.
Your
It's not
objection's
been
noted.
properly investigated, and furthermore, I'm in poor health.
Your continuing objections are noted. We are on break. The appearances are the same. Standby counsel is still present as well. Attorney Thompson, where are we at in terms of timing here?
I would say probably another half hour,
Okay.
but I will definitely I'm more than halfway done.
Okay. My inclination would be to finish Detective Stern's testimony, but I'm not going to go past 5.
Okay.
So we'll see where we're at. And is Detective Stern still the state's last witness?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, at this point, have you thought about whether or not you want to testify in this case?
I've decided not to.
Okay. You don't have to make that determination for sure just yet. I'm only asking to get an idea of what the timeline is going to be like for today. I think at this point, after the state is done, we're still going to break until tomorrow anyway. And I'll take up any motions you have at the close of the state's case, and then I will talk to you about your right to testify and your right not to testify. Do you have any other witnesses that you intend to call?
Not at this time. And of course, I do intend to cross-examine the detective.
Sure, I understand, and you will get that opportunity to. If we aren't able to finish that by 5 o'clock, then we'll continue his cross-examination in the morning.
All right.
Okay, then we will bring the jury in. Thank you. You may be seated. We will continue with the testimony of Detective Stern. Detective, you are still under oath. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just for the witness? Detective Stern, while we're doing that, we heard from Detective Fine about the forensic image he created of Mr. Lychwick's cell phone that was recovered during that search warrant on November 26th of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was a Cellbrite bookmark or flag report generated based upon the review of Mr. Lychwick's cell phone?
Yes.
Do you see Exhibit 92 in front of you?
Yes.
And it is a very lengthy document. It's 42 pages long. As I'm skimming through this, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, this is the Cellbrite report of items that we flagged as potentially evidential at that point in the investigation.
Okay. Now, this summary, or on the page here, is there a summary section that tells you which phone that this Cellbrite report belongs to?
Yes.
I'm sorry, strike that. Can you see it is a Samsung SM-A125U?
Yes.
And was there a name associated with this phone on this first page of Exhibit 92?
Yes, the device name was Conrad's A12.
And how is Conrad spelled?
Konrad.
I would move Exhibit 92 into evidence, and
First, as to admissibility, Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 92 in evidence?
Yes, I do.
What is your objection?
My objection is the fact that it shouldn't be used in these matters against me because this is wrong.
Okay. The court overrules the objection of the defense and will allow Exhibit 92 into evidence.
now, as we go through this bookmark report, I'm not going through every single page of the 42 pages with you. But as we scroll down here, is there a section that is titled autofill?
Yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, what is this autofill section? And actually, before I ask you to answer, may I please have permission to publish Exhibit 92 with the jury?
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 92 being used with the jury?
I object.
Okay. Exhibit 92 will be allowed for publication.
Okay, if we're looking at page 2 in Exhibit 92, there's an autofill section. To your knowledge, what does this autofill section mean?
So when you use certain websites, they may have a first name, last name field. And if you begin using the same, entering the same information over and over again, eventually the phone picks up on it, and to try to make things easier for the user, will suggest an autofill. In this case, these were autofill flags that we located in his phone that were used on an unknown website using the Chrome browser.
And so this does not tell you which website was visited where Carlos Maldonado's name was entered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you see on the right-hand side here a timestamp and a last used date?
Yes, yeah, the first box there, the timestamp is November the 14th, 2023, with the last name Maldonado.
And is there also an autofill entry for first name Carlos with a last used date of November 14th of 2023?
Yes.
When we look at Exhibit 146, which is the Operation Slop Shop note, did you see a date range or a reference to November of 2023 on there?
Yes, there's a stamp in the top right corner here, November 26, 2023. So they're very near when the phone was logging this information being used on it.
Now, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you turn off the screen just for one moment, please? And leave it on with the witness, please. I'm sorry. In addition to this Cellbrite report, the autofill section, are there sections that have those user attributes or user identifiers within this report?
Yes.
And from this report, were you able to obtain a Gmail account for Mr. Lychwick, the defendant?
Yes, Gmail account of Conrad with a K, Conrad Lychwick at gmail.com was used with this phone. It was logged in.
Once you had that information, then did you prepare a search warrant for that Gmail account or that Gmail that you just referenced?
Yes.
And does that warrant have to be signed by a judge before you serve it on the company?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
And did you subsequently receive the returns from that Gmail account?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we continue down in exhibit number 92, did you flag a searched items section and particular searches that were made on this phone?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, now can you please republish to the jury? So in this searched items section, what did you observe? I'm sorry, that was a terrible question. What did you observe as it relates specifically to the investigation into the homicide of Carlos Maldonado?
First, you'll see on here we flagged, they're very close together in time, so it doesn't necessarily mean repetitive searching. That'll show up on a Cellbrite report sometimes. But the first one is Waukesha News for October 2024. Continue scrolling down. Waukesha breaking news today. And then the one that really stood out there was on November the 24th, 2024. Waukesha News for November shooting.
there been any shootings in November or October of 2024 in the city of
I
Waukesha?
object.
What's your objection?
No direct relevance to this case. It could be, I was not searching for that. I was searching for, I heard some gunshots outside of the Salty Toad restaurant in Waukesha at a
Mr.
bar.
Lychwick, I am not going to allow you to editorialize or try to introduce other evidence to the jury.
I'm just
You have
trying
an
to-
opportunity to state a legal objection, and that is it. Your objection was stated as relevance. The objection is overruled. The witness will be allowed to answer.
Do you need me to re-ask the question?
No, based on, I know I recall the question.
Okay.
I'm a police officer. I'm pretty well tied into what's going on in our community. There was no shootings during that time frame. Notably, as of November 24th, 2024, the knowledge that this investigation included the fact that the victim was shot was not public.
As we continue scrolling through, we see several repeated searches, but you talked about not necessarily searching the same thing over and over again, just how it comes up on the Cellbrite report. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, when we come to lines 12, 13,
Take it down, please. Attorney Thompson, if you have a specific search that you're going to reference, I'd ask that you go to that specific search instead of scrolling through any potential searches that otherwise might be irrelevant.
okay.
Thank you. So if you want to, the screen is up for this particular witness. You can go to a particular search and then ask the witness questions about that, and that page could be published.
Okay, I am looking specifically at line 12 on page 13 of Exhibit 92. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
And what is that search term?
BGS 9 German Border Police,
Okay, and what is the date of that search?
November 22nd, 2024.
Okay, then in looking at exhibit number, I'm sorry, still on 92, but in looking at line 15, what is the search on that line?
November the 10th, 2024, there are searches for Cold Spring, Minnesota, and variations of it, Cold Spring M, Cold Spring, Minnesota again. And the significance of that is one of the towns that the female named Raven, referenced in one of the letters, lives in.
I object.
What's your objection?
She does not live in Cold Spring, Minnesota. She lives in Sturgeon Lake, Minnesota, and we both lived in.
Mr. Lychwick, stop. You may state a legal basis for your objection, and that's it. You cannot testify in front of the
Factual.
jury. If you do it again, I may have to have you removed from the courtroom. I'm not going to allow you to continue to defy the court's order and try to testify to the jury.
I am not trying to.
No, you're not trying to. You are testifying to the jury, and I'm not going to allow it. What's your legal basis for your objection?
There's no tie to the case to Raven Tanya Frederick, for one.
That would
She
be a
doesn't live
relevance
there.
objection.
I'm sorry?
That would be a relevance objection.
Relevance objection then.
All right. The state has established relevance through the admission of the other notes and the other references to that individual and to Minnesota, and therefore the court will overrule the objection. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
I just have a couple more searches that I want to talk to you about. Line 22 on page 14, is there a search there?
November 9th, 2024, German/English.
As we continue going through the search section, I'd like to start at line 43 on page 16. What is that search?
On November 7th, 2024, there was a search for small storage unit rentals in Oshkosh.
And Attorney Thompson, I just wanted to clarify, I didn't mean that you're unable to publish the exhibit, but I just wanted you to ask for specific publication of specific searches rather than scrolling through the entire list.
And that's okay. I think it is just as, I think it is just fine to have Detective Stern read from Exhibit 92 from the screen in front of him.
Okay, you may continue.
Are there other searches then on Mr. Lychwick's phone related to storage units?
Yes, on November 7th, basically all of them revolve around small storage unit rentals in Oshkosh. And at the time that we had this downloaded completed after the November 26th warrant, that was known to us, that search had been completed.
In looking at line 50 on page 17, what is that search?
On October the 20th, 2024, there was a search for Raven T. Frederick, current address.
Do we also see that same search again on October 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And line 62 on page 18, what is that search?
October 16th, 2024, there was a search for Raven T. Frederick, Sturgeon Lake, Minnesota.
As you looked through Exhibit 92, in particular looking at lines 72, 73, 74, does it appear that, well, first, what are those searches in those three lines?
All three of those searches were conducted on October the 16th of 2024, and two of them are People Looker and People Looker Free Alternative.
I'm sorry, I'm just checking one more thing. In lines 122 and 123 on page 23 of Exhibit 92, are there searches related to the German language?
Yes, on September 28th, 2024, there was a search for African countries that speak German, and what is the one-word order in German?
Are there searches in Exhibit 92 at various times of Glenda Rose?
Yes.
What about Teresa Newman?
Yes.
Do you know who those people are?
Yes.
Who are they?
Glenda Rose is the building manager at 1512 East North Street. Teresa Newman is one of the residents there.
Again, objection.
What's your
Relevance to this homicide investigation.
Attorney Thompson, what's the relevance to Teresa Newman?
That she is one of the individuals who was present when that police were called after Mr. Maldonado's remains were recovered.
Okay.
She was not a witness, but she, I believe, was referenced by Ms. Rose during her testimony.
Okay, the court will overrule the objection on relevance. It's up to the jury to determine what weight, if any, to give to that evidence and that testimony. You may continue.
When we look at the searches in lines 164 through 167 in Exhibit 92, is there a reference or to German soldiers?
Yep, all of these searches were conducted on September 27th, 2024, and are as follows. Did German soldiers get pensions after World War II? How many former German military personnel joined the U.S. Armed Forces after World War II? Did any Luftwaffe personnel join the USAF after World War II? Luftwaffe planes.
And
I object.
What's your objection?
Relevance to this homicide investigation. Looking up history and my cultural background, I mean, come on.
Again, the state has laid an appropriate foundation for the relevance of German inquiries and German materials given the other evidence in this case, so the court will overrule the
Your
objection
Honor,
on relevance.
They've pounded the point home time and time already. Do we have to have this?
All right, the court will interpret that as a cumulative objection, which is a legal objection to make. Given that these are inquiries with regards to references on a phone versus the previous testimony, which was references in an interview and on paperwork, the court will allow some additional leeway on introducing this type of evidence, but certainly if there are more, you can raise that cumulative objection, Mr. Lychwick. For now, it's overruled.
Now, as we continue reviewing exhibit number 92, are there more searches that are related to Germany?
Yes.
Okay. Once you, actually, strike that. Now, if we go back to exhibit 164, which is our timeline, we have the search warrant at Mr. Lychwick's apartment. We've talked about what was on his phone and the notes. So now, on November 26th of 2024, does your department write and apply for a GPS tracking device warrant?
Yes, based on the notes that we located, did not add up to probable cause to make an arrest at that time. However, we did apply for a search warrant to get a GPS to continue the investigation.
And was that warrant approved to place the GPS tracking device on Mr. Lychwick's car?
Yes.
And was that a Kia Forte?
Yes.
I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 183. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Lychwick's Kia Forte.
Now, once the GPS tracker was placed, and did that allow officers to, in live time, see where Mr. Lychwick was going in this vehicle?
Yes, it did.
Did law enforcement also have surveillance on Mr. Lychwick outside of the GPS tracking device?
Yes, we did.
And when I say surveillance outside of the tracking device, what do I mean by that?
We had officers physically undercover. Basically, they would follow him when he left his residence.
At this point, had you, actually, no, strike that. Now, between November 26th of 2024 and December 1st, what patterns do you observe as it relates to Mr. Lychwick's movements?
During that time in examining, the GPS was telling us and the data that it was providing us and the officers that were following, it was very typical local errands in the area. It was nothing suspicious at that time in terms of his movements.
Did there come a time on December 1st of 2024 where Mr. Lychwick started traveling outside of those general patterns that you just talked about?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that, please?
Yep, on December 1st, we noted that he started heading north on Highway 164. Again, at this time, I had known from the phone download that there was a November 7th search for storage units in Oshkosh. I know just from familiarity and living in Wisconsin almost my whole life that from Waukesha, you would be heading up north on 164 to head towards Oshkosh. So we followed him because he was now leaving the city, potentially in a direction that was related to what we had located on his phone.
And was that you and Detective Skolton that followed him?
That's correct.
Now, we've heard testimony about how Mr. Lychwick was then followed to the U-Haul facility located in Kimberly, Wisconsin. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I would ask to play again exhibit number 98, which is one of the U-Haul clips, part of that PowerPoint. It showed the outside south row. I believe it was previously published as well, and I would ask to play a portion of that with Detective Stern again.
It was, and you may.
Thank you. Okay, now what are we going to see on this video here just to kind of refresh our recollection?
I believe on this video you'll see the Kia Forte operated by Mr. Lychwick, and I believe this is the video where he is loading items into the trunk of his vehicle.
I'm playing starting from the very beginning. Okay, I did skip forward because I was not exactly sure of the timestamp. But now I am at 2:17 and 21 seconds on the video, which sorry. Thank you. I went to remove it to see the timestamp on the video, and that did not work. There you go. No, okay, never mind. So I'm going back to 2140. 2:21:40, excuse me. Okay, I'm pausing the video just before it ends. Detective Stern, was this video kind of skipping a little bit?
Yes, I learned there's context to that, and it has to do with the camera systems at U-Haul. That is not the equipment here.
Okay. Now, when we obtained this U-Haul video, had we been made aware by Ms. Maloney, and did we hear her talk about how Mr. Lychwick had come and empty his storage unit?
Yes.
And as you and Detective Skolton were following Mr. Lychwick's car back into Waukesha County, had you learned that the storage unit was confirmed to be empty?
Correct.
And based upon your knowledge that there were items in that car that had been removed from that storage unit, and based on everything you knew up until this point in this investigation, did you have reason to believe that there might be items related to this investigation in the car?
Yes, based on all the factors present, as we're following him, because he did not stop anywhere and nothing got thrown out of the vehicle, as we were observing him all the way back, the reasonable conclusion that we came to was that whatever was in that storage unit was now in that car.
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen, please, just for the detective? Now, as you continued following Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, once it got back into the city of Waukesha, did officers perform a traffic stop on his vehicle?
Yes.
And as a result of that traffic stop, was this Kia Forte he was driving seized?
Yes.
Did officers, or did you, prepare a search warrant in order to search Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
And was that approved by a judge?
Yes.
Now, if we go back to our timeline on Exhibit 164, did this search occur the following day on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, it did.
Now, I'd like to show you what have been marked.
What's your objection?
Assume items into evidence. The search warrant was not granted until after they seized the vehicle.
Mr. Lychwick, that's irrelevant for trial purposes. That is a pretrial issue. The search warrants have been ruled on by the court, and they are admissible. The evidence found from the search warrants are admissible. So the objection's overruled. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Now, Detective Stern, if I could go through these exhibits with you, and then I will have some questions for you about them at the end. Do you recognize exhibits 183 through 212?
Yes.
When you executed the search warrant on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, were photos taken during that search?
Yes.
And exhibits 183 through 212, are those the photos?
Yes, those were all taken during the search of the vehicle in the pole barn at the police department.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the search as it occurred on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, they are.
I would move exhibits 183 through 212 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Lychwick?
I strenuously object.
Okay. The objection is overruled. Those exhibits will be allowed into evidence. Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I object.
Okay, again, the objection's overruled. Those exhibits will be allowed to be published with the jury.
And looking at exhibits 183 and 184, is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yep, that is the front of the vehicle.
And this is the vehicle that was searched?
That's correct.
Now, as we already heard from Specialist Schmidt about the way in which this vehicle is searched, exhibit 185, that's the back of this car, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we heard from him that we go section by section of the car. So in the front driver's seat, what are we looking at exhibit 186?
Appears to be a Maglite style flashlight.
And 187?
Or binoculars underneath the seat.
188?
Various paperwork, which included the U-Haul contract that was entered as evidence during this case.
Now, in the back seat, behind the driver's seat, what are we seeing in 189?
In that red bag, if I recall correctly, it's a Sendix grocery store bag. Those are the two boots that were placed on evidence here.
And are those the two boots that we saw here in exhibits 150 and 150A?
Yes.
And those are the boots that were sent to the crime lab in this case?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not the boots, the swabs from these boots were what were sent to the crime lab. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, when we get to the trunk of the car, which is where we see Mr. Lychwick on this U-Haul video, what do we end up finding in this car, in this trunk of this car, that had significance to you in this investigation?
So the significance in this investigation, you'll see there's kind of a blue duffel bag and that burgundy duffel bag with the blue straps on it. Also in this photograph, you can see that gravel shovel with the black duct tape around the end. If you recall, I find it strikingly similar to the video that we watched outside of 1512 East North on May 2nd of 2024.
Objection.
What's your objection?
Inference. The way he refers to the shovel as that shovel, as though it's involved in a crime, which it was not.
The objection is overruled. It is up to the jury to determine what weight and significance to give to that testimony. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Now, when we go to exhibit 191, is this a closer up view of the left side of the trunk or the driver's side of the trunk?
Yes.
And then as we continue with taking these photos, do we eventually pull everything out of the trunk of the car?
Correct. We started pulling these packages one by one. We laid out tarps as described by Specialist Schmidt and methodically unpacked them to look at their contents.
Okay. Now, at 192, that's the passenger side of the trunk?
Yes.
Now, 193, what are the items, or where are these items from in the car?
These were located in the front passenger compartment of the vehicle.
Moving on to 194, do you know where these items were located from?
Yes, that was the back seat passenger compartment.
And is 195 a closer up view of 194?
Could you go back to 194 real quick? Yes, it is.
Okay. Why take a picture of this?
The black duct tape was something that we noted both during the autopsy as well as during the apartment with that. So again, honestly, we don't know that it's directly involved. However, it bears striking resemblance to what was located during the autopsy.
Exhibit number 196, what are we seeing here?
This is the unpacking of the burgundy and duffel bag that was located in the trunk.
And Exhibit 197, is there anything here that you noted as it relates to this investigation?
As it relates to this investigation, notice the Brute brand 55-gallon contractor black plastic garbage bags. These, again, bear a striking resemblance to the plastic bags that Carlos Maldonado was located in.
And without raising them up, do you see Exhibits 151 and 151A on the witness stand in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are the large size garbage bags. 151A is the Brute roll that's in this photograph, to the best of my knowledge. These were located inside of the trunk during this search.
I would move Exhibits 151 and 151A into evidence.
What was the identification of 151 itself?
That is a garbage bag roll, and 151A is a second garbage bag roll.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of those exhibits?
I strenuously object. He's inferring that these had something to do with a crime. He admits they don't know what they were exactly used for.
Okay, well, that's argument to make, Mr. Lychwick, and inferences you wish to draw. Ultimately, it's the jury's determination. So Exhibit 151 and 151A will be received.
And these were all the items located in this burgundy bag in the trunk. Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't believe this photograph shows the scope of it, but these items were in the burgundy bag. I believe a further out photo might show more items that were also in the burgundy bag.
Okay, and that was in 196, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Moving on to 198, what are we looking at here?
This was a ammo can that was located inside of the trunk, as well as bags of loose ammunition.
Exhibit 199, what are we looking at here?
Most notably, this was boxes of 9mm Luger ammunition.
Why do you say most notably?
Looking at that photograph, because by this time we had identified the projectiles recovered at autopsy as being 9mm, and we eventually locate the 9mm Luger pistol in the trunk of the vehicle.
Objection.
What's your objection?
Infers on a coincidence. No hard proof here.
That's not a legal reason for excluding the evidence. The objection's overruled.
Detective Stern, do you see Exhibits 153 and 154 in front of you?
Yes.
What are they?
These are bags containing multiple boxes of 9mm ammunition that was located inside the trunk of his vehicle.
Are these the boxes of ammunition that we see in Exhibit 199?
Exhibit 153 is all contained in Exhibit 199.
What about Exhibit 154?
I don't see them in this particular photograph.
Okay, but it was recovered from the trunk of the car?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 200, what do we see here?
Again, we see the red boxes that contain 9mm ammunition and additional items. Some are cleaning supplies. The rods would be for a firearm.
In looking at Exhibit 201, is this a different angle of Exhibit 200?
Yes, those rods are, as I just referred to, those would be used for cleaning firearms.
Now, Exhibit 202, do you know what this shows?
This is the shovel that I previously pointed out in the trunk of the vehicle.
Do you see Exhibit 152 in front of you?
It's right there.
Can you please grab that, and I'll have some questions for you. What is contained in that brown bag as marked as Exhibit 152?
Metal gravel shovel that was recovered during the search of his vehicle.
I would move Exhibit
I
150.
object.
Hang on, she hasn't done anything yet. Attorney Thompson?
I would move Exhibit 152 into evidence, ask that Detective Stern open it and publish to the jury.
First, as to admission of 152, Mr. Lychwick?
I object. The poor decedent was not killed with a shovel. There is no connection directly of a shovel to this homicide investigation.
All right, that would be a relevance objection. The
Relevance.
court is allowing the evidence in over that objection. It will be received. As to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
I object.
Okay, the court will allow 152 to be opened and the item published to the jury.
If you could please open it. Detective Stern, on the top of the handle of this shovel marked as Exhibit 152, is it wrapped in anything?
Yes, this appears to be black duct tape.
Okay, thank you. You can place it back down then.
Objection.
What's your objection?
So what? Relevancy.
Okay, objection's overruled. The jury can determine what, if any, significance to give to the exhibit. You may continue, Attorney Thompson.
In looking at Exhibit 203, is this the bag that was right next to the shovel in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
Were there any items of evidentiary value in this bag?
In that blue bag, in this photo, I'm seeing the cords in there. I believe the blue bag. Could we return to one of the exhibits that showed the overall of the trunk?
Yes. I will go back to Exhibit 190.
Okay, that blue bag is located in the trunk. I don't recall anything of evidential value in that bag.
Okay. Going back to Exhibit 204 then, are these additional bags located in the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes.
In Exhibit 204, was there a firearm located in one of these bags?
Yes, firearm is wrapped inside those grocery bag, that plastic grocery bag right there. This photo was taken before we opened that up and revealed that firearm.
Now looking at Exhibit 205, what is that?
That is a picture of the firearm that was located inside of that blue bag.
What about the bullet that is next to it, kind of towards the top of Exhibit 206? Where was that found in relation to the firearm?
To the best of my recollection, that was a loose bullet that was in the bag with there.
And Exhibit 207, what is that?
That is the stamp on the back of the bullet. So you see the primer, the bullet. You can see stamped there 9mm Luger, which is the caliber.
And Exhibit 208?
There's a picture of the firearm, that loose bullet, and then the magazine that also had bullets in it.
209?
It's a close-up of the grip of the firearm that was located.
210?
It's a top photo of the firearm that was located.
211?
Another photograph with a ruler for scale for the size of the firearm.
212?
Another close-up attempting to identify the serial number on the firearm.
Okay. Now, we have searched this vehicle. We have located these particular items that you talked about. Once you are finished searching Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, and do you make the decision you no longer need to continue retaining the vehicle?
Yes, after the search was completed, we also examined the vehicle for any other evidence that the vehicle may have been used in this crime. We did not find any, so there was no more need for us to retain possession of the vehicle after these items had been seized, as we were examining whether or not they were evidential in this case.
Did you contact Mr. Lychwick and advise him that his vehicle was being released and he was able to come and pick it up at the police department?
Yes, once a day on December 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, I had phone contact with him, told him that he could come get his car.
Did he ever come and get his car?
No, several times he told me he was too sick, he didn't feel like it. On December 3rd, he asked for a ride. So myself and Detective Bloom went to the apartment, told him we would pick him up and bring him to the department so the car could be released to him. When we arrived, he refused to get in the car with us and kind of backed away from us staying in the garage area. And ultimately, we left. We told him we could not drive his vehicle for liability reasons to him. I just let him know whenever he was ready to come get his car, he could come get his car.
On December 5th of 2024, did you receive a call from the crime lab regarding the firearms identification of this pistol that we're seeing in Exhibit 212?
Yes, on December 5th, that is when I received a phone call from Jessica Crawford, who we heard from the crime lab, and she gave me the verbal confirmation that the projectiles recovered from Carlos Maldonado at autopsy. Her determination was that those projectiles came from the barrel of this firearm located in his trunk.
Once you received this information, did you prepare a arrest warrant for Kevin Lychwick?
Yes, with that knowledge, we now determined that there was probable cause to arrest him for this crime.
Now, is Mr. Lychwick arrested then on December 6th of 2024?
Yes.
Prior to his arrest, had law enforcement been able to determine whether Mr. Lychwick had obtained a different vehicle than this Kia Forte?
Yes, surveillance continued on him, and as I said, he did not come and pick up his vehicle, even though I called him once a day to let him know that he could do so. And I believe it was on December 5th, it was determined that he got into the vehicle that was believed to be an Uber. And we found that he had rented a car from a local, I don't recall exactly which one, but it was a local car rental service. So he returned with a new car, and he had also gone to a cell phone company and obtained a new phone.
During the arrest of Mr. Lychwick, was that cell phone seized?
On the
I'm sorry.
6th.
On December 6th of 2024, when Mr. Lychwick was arrested by your department, this new phone that you just referenced, was that also seized?
Yes, it was.
And was that examined by Detective Fine in the same manner that we've previously heard him talk about?
Yes, it was.
And did you review the new phone that was recovered from Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything on there that was significant to you in this investigation?
There was nothing new in the time since the first phone seizure to then, and most of the other data just replicated the other phone due to like a cloud backup of his accounts. So much of the same data was located during that second search on the new phone because of the backup. And then no, there was no additional from the dates to the time it was seized again.
Between the two phones, did you notice a difference in the existence of a passcode?
Yes, the first phone, as Detective Fine said, did not have a passcode. The second phone did have a passcode.
After the arrest...
Objection.
What's your objection?
Inference. It makes it sound as though I did something wrong. That is not the reason why I used the passcode on the phone. I was not trained to be obfuscative. Makes me look like I'm being obfuscative.
Mr. Lychwick, you can state a legal objection. You cannot try to testify in front of the jury. I'm going to again instruct the jury to disregard the defendant's statements. The objection is overruled. The jury can draw inferences from the evidence. We are at 4:58, Attorney Thompson. Do you have more than 2 minutes of testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Then we are going to take a break, and we'll break for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I caution you that you have not heard all of the testimony in this case. You have not been instructed yet, so do not discuss this case with anyone, even amongst yourselves or with loved ones at home. We are still on track to finish this case and get it to you for deliberations tomorrow, so you can plan accordingly. I am going to have you... going to have you report at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There are a few legal issues that the court can take up with the parties at 8:30, and that would give us a half an hour to discuss some of those issues. And hopefully we can get those issues hammered out by the time that you arrive at 9 so that we can be efficient with your time. So plan on arriving at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will hopefully conclude the testimony and proceed in the case. We are adjourned. Thank you. You may be seated. Detective, you can step down if you would like. Tomorrow, what my plan would be is to convene at 8:30 with the parties. Mr. Lychwick, you would still reserve your right to make a motion at the close of the state's case. I will hear that outside the presence of the jury. So we may have to bring the jury in at 9, conclude the testimony with Detective Stern, have you do cross-examination, any redirect. The state can rest in front of the jury. Detective Stern, the jury will go out, and then I'll hear any motions that you have. And at that point, I'll talk with you about your decision whether or not to testify. Okay, so I'll give you the evening to reflect on that. What I would like to do then from 8:30 to 9 o'clock is go over potential jury instructions and have that jury instruction conference. I know the evidence will not entirely be closed, but at least we can handle most of the instructions, including the substantive instructions, any other instructions. So let's plan on starting with that at 8:30. Madam Clerk, do you have a draft of the instructions done that you can give the parties tonight? Okay, my clerk will give the parties a draft of the instructions tonight to go over, and then we will discuss them tomorrow morning and hopefully get the instructions hammered out. So that way, Mr. Lychwick, depending on how your motion goes at the close of the state's case, if the case proceeds, whether or not you testify will at least be in the position to, at the close of your testimony, if you have any, go right into instructions and go into closing arguments tomorrow. Does that sound acceptable to the state?
Yes.
Mr. Lychwick?
Yes.
Okay, that will be the plan then. Anything else from the state at this time?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Your Honor, if you could order a wheelchair sent to my cell tomorrow, I guarantee you I will be here on time, whether I'm under the weather again as I am or not.
I appreciate that, Mr. Lychwick. I don't control that. That would be a security issue. If that's okay with the jail staff and if that's okay with my bailiffs, I'm fine with that, but I don't have any say over that. So I'll leave that up to the bailiffs and the jail staff.
I'll try to make the request then.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Then we are adjourned for the day.